we're live on the internet.
And thank goodness they missed all of what I just said. Right.
Good morning, world. Wherever you are in the world, welcome to the live stream here from Doorslammers. I know people will be waiting patiently, and your wait is over.
Yeah, don't worry, folks. If you just joined us, literally,
we've had 17 pro mods go down the track. We got new track record.
Lovely team of 538. Wasn't it?
Yeah, it's amazing, wasn't it?
No, it wasn't. So Christian is going to be part of the big bracket this weekend with that beautiful 57 Chevy.
That's a sweet off-the-trailer run.
Look at that. 784, wrong class. 760 heads up.
Yeah.
172 miles an hour.
Yeah, shift it over now. Oh, this is where the fun starts, isn't it? 6-cylinder.
Going to get superbly lively.
Oh boy, is it.
However, without the screen, we're stuck.
No,
oh, yes!
I saw Harvey in the pits earlier on. They're so excited about coming to this one.
It wasn't that I was talking about. It's good, right, okay. Slick Tricks Lane, good luck.
Oh, what, Kazis Pavillanois.
That'll work.
I'm
going to stop doing that.
Pavillanois. Well, it's Illinois with Pov in front, isn't
That's
it?
a good point.
Yeah.
Very good. Yeah, but you ace it every time now. So, Harvey Bogle with the Supra. Mark, I can't really how many marks this is, but in the
top
Kestrel
marks
Lane.
from me, mate. I don't know. I didn't think those are the right marks you're on about, but...
So racing in this, both racing the 6-cylinders class. However, our friend runs 865 at 157 to open his weekend's account in the Slick Tricks Lane. Harvey with 1149 at 126. Now we know that car.
Oh, do we know that car?
I don't think he's Dave Mace's best friend.
God, you should have seen them last night.
I did, yeah.
Oh my word, it was hysterical. I mean, they're pitted next to each other. They are literally out to assassinate each other this weekend. I'm sure of it. But basically, Matt put a great big, the B logo that he's got. He stuck it on Dave's trailer. So Dave, the crosshairs of the site. He stuck that over the top of it. The banter is great.
Well, the thing is, it actually looks like, even though it's a Plymouth Scamp, it looks like he calls it a Scampy, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the orange car in the Kestrel Lane. Well capable of going into the sevens, quite way into the sevens as well. Taking on Ryan French, one of the rank outsiders in front-wheel drive. Well, that's never stopped anyone from trying.
Never stopped them. I mean, let's not forget the year that Stephen Ray won it with the 11-second Ashton. All the quick cars fell by the wayside, and Stephen Ray came through and won it. That was superb. Well, Matt, we know he reckons there's a 7.5 in it. I'm not going to argue with him. It won't be on this one, unfortunately.
7.5 foot, though, that was, I think. Well, he actually got going again. I thought that was something terminal. Maybe his foot slipped off the throttle. It could be that simple. He still gets the time on the board at 134 miles an hour. 13.70 for Ryan French. Yeah, so anyway, if you're just joining us around the world, wherever you are, we always have loads of international watchers on the live stream. If you are watching, as you well know, you are not being charged anything at all for watching some of the world's best drag racing. Please leave a comment. Please say thank you to all the guys and girls at Santipod Raceway, and also Box Lane, who do all the streaming, the guys and girls who give you the most fantastic high quality racing coverage every single weekend here pretty much throughout the summer.
I think it's Barney's pet project that every event a new camera appears. It's just unbelievable the amount of coverage you get.
I don't think I'm going to give anything away. That's Adam Phillips, by the way, with the 4-cylinder Beetle. Goes through with the 1555 at 83 miles an hour. Yeah, I don't think it's any secret, and I hope Barney doesn't mind me saying this out loud. So, like a lot of people in the audio-visual world, pretty much, is like, because I said to Barney, what did you do at winter? He said, I just stay home and geek out on all the new stuff. Right, so basically, what you said is correct. He spends all of his time working out how to do things differently, better, and all sorts of stuff. I mean, some of the stuff that the team and he as well has come up with is just fantastic. Things like, you know, live streaming the Street Eliminator cruise, like actually going on the cruise. How fantastic is that? You know,
brilliant. Full credit to Barney and the team. Really do mean that.
Yeah. So this is Billy Everett, part of the big bracket this weekend.
Car looking very smart these days. Certainly turning it into Billy's car now, without a shadow of a doubt.
So Bill gets a 964, 136 miles an hour.
Oh, Simon Crowley going back to the pits, but good job came down into the lanes early so they can get that sorted, whatever the issue was, and to come back down. Oh, Ian Brown is there with the Camaro in 760.
Car Ian Brown drives as well, one of the original quickest and fastest door cars in the UK. Used to be raced in Pro Modified by the one and only Gordon Appleton down into the sixes when sixes were. Well, they're not slow now, but you know they were really, really quick then. There was nothing to compare back then. We're now deep into the fives with a lot of the race cars. But yeah, that car has been around a while. It's seen a lot of duty. I'd say it's a good 33-4 years old.
Yeah, it's a while.
Something like that.
Yeah, it did sit dormant for a few years, but then Ian and the team got Andy to recommission the car down at Robertson Race Cars, and back to its into its current form now. 760 is where it lives. Does very well in that very competitive car, and
I think this
it could go 759, and it will. Oh, why is it doing that? That's how competitive these guys are.
Good. It's also one of the last CDS, I think, one of the last CDS Pro Modified cars built, or thereabouts, in the UK, before everything was full on chrome ollie.
Going alongside Jacob Bailey with a Jetta, or Jet R. I'd love to see Jacob back into the nines. Ian's coasting at the stripe, so clicked it early to 987.
They'll still look at the short numbers and work out if it was behaving or not. Do you know what? All these years I thought LB3A meant left before the tree activated, which it actually does.
Left before third amber.
That's right, yeah, that's what it stands for. Okay, John Turner with his one and only run of the season. Just kidding, John. I hope not. Previous runner-up.
With the best story to tell ever at Doorslammers. We will never ever forget that. Went down in folklore. But,
where we were both looking at each other going, John, pack it in. Seriously, John, pack it in. John, knock it off. No. Where he was through to the final on a buy run and the car wouldn't start.
No, it was the semi-final. All we had to do was start the engine and break the beams to make the final. It wouldn't start.
Yeah, and then he finally got it started and then ran it all the way through anyway.
I'll tell you what, somebody else without that wouldn't like any further issues this year is Ronnie Mercer. Got a new block in the car. Oh yeah, a huge amount of issues. I think it'll be a big sigh of relief in a moment when Ronnie goes through with a 1020, 130 mile an hour. You can see that
relief.
Yeah. Thank goodness for that. Oh my word, that's a big sigh of relief.
So John Turner rolls forward. John has more than his fair share of engine problems, quite frankly. Way more than his fair share. He told me a brilliant story about his crew chief Pete as well. I'm not going to repeat it now. I'll save it for another day. But it was terrific.
Yeah, that sounded like a planned half pass.
Still went 1064, 86 miles an hour,
yeah.
Which is still pretty sporty, to be honest with you. Okay, Darren Huxley, we've already seen Darren run once today. Flying the flag on the roof of a Nissan in the Slick Tricks lane against going to be one of the killers come, well, race day tomorrow and race day on Sunday as well in the big bracket. The Morris boys with Colin at the wheel. Are they taking turns this weekend, or is Colin in there?
Good question. I'm not sure I could check the entry, couldn't I?
I'd love it if people were more honest. Good question. Good question, which I don't know the answer to. Yeah, Colin backs off as well around about half track. And 10.79. Like to think that was the plan. And 11.58 on the other side for young Mr. Huxley. Now, is that a car? Is that a go-kart? Is that a car without a body? Exactly.
That must be one of the cars in Run What You Brung for the VW Breakout weekend.
Okay.
Because they are here as well, actually, sharing the track with the Doorslammers. Once again, a very good morning to everybody tuned in online, including our one and only Kathy. Morning, Kathy.
Online?
Yeah, she's tuned in.
Ooh.
A very good morning to you. Look forward to seeing you in a few days. So, next. So good to see the hourglass picture of Nigel this morning. He has literally got a stop block. Change that. 10.11.132 on his first pass with that combination, so you start turning that up. He's here. If he breaks it, he breaks it. If he goes all the way through, then it is what it is. But he just wants to be a part of it. Of course. So yeah, Ollie, a good opener. Hey, one of them. We do this Audi's stuff because you do what they run.
I think that tricks like today last year. It was 4 eliminations. That is okay.
That could be a trail. Oh, nearly 921, 48 miles an hour. Now, what he needs to do is put your race number on the back window because we did not have a Scooby-Doo who it was.
Yep.
Put your race number on it.
981 for Gert off the trailer. 1 miles an hour. There's a lot more in those cars. Okay. Pair of them going to be in the big bracket. Dave, go on, run down into the wide lanes. 10.05 for Dave, however, stranded.
He wants to make sure he's not leaving anything on the track at all. You can always tell the experienced racer to pull it over to one side. Well, I had a very, very long chat with John Bean yesterday, and Kim, lovely people, and really looking forward to this weekend. All right, thank you to Ian Blackett. I think he may have just answered the question. I'll try and find it now. God, there's so many entries to scroll through. You've got to try and find it. Yes, indeed. Thank you to Ian. We think that that BMW was Chris Smith. Yeah, one of our quick ones, obviously. So thank you. Well, might have been hooked up to the quad and just going underneath the gantry now. So John Bean will get refired and then put his run in. Now then, John, the car is absolutely flying at the moment. It's into the 8.7s, and the young man by the door there, well, him and John, they think there's a lot more in this car. John would love, I think, to see an 8.5 this weekend. And if the team and young Nick down there as well, I'm sure they can do it. Conditions are perfect for it now. They really are. Smile, Nick, you're on TV, mate. Now, I don't know what shot of nitrous he's going to be putting in on this, but look at the way he's purging it. I think he's just going for it. So let's see if he can go. First of all, can he get into the 8.7s, but can he go a little bit quicker? It's in the 8.7 straight away, 8.78, 153. Tiny chirp of the tyres off the line, but nevertheless, a nice opener. Well done, guys. And when your tuner is smiling, you think, yeah, that's coming on well. All right, Jens Konecki loves this event, makes it every single year now. Stays for the main event as well to run in Super Pro. Again, another guy that's done well at this event. First year of running the big bracket. He was the runner-up on the Sunday back in 2018. Makes you realise how long we're doing this for. Back in 2018, the guy in the other lane was in Junior Dragster. This, of course, Matthew Dowdy. With the red Ned Nova, Obviously, both of these running in a big bracket this weekend.
Well, big wiggle at the top end that time. For Jens, 8.49 at 1.45, backing off before the finish line. Oh, I wonder why the tower was moving. It's those glasses. Morning, fella.
That means the European front-wheel drive merch is now ready.
Not necessarily. It probably needs a break.
Or he's abandoned shit, one or the other. But no.
Sonny Lane, Jorrell Wells, your next pair. Sonny with one of those rapidly quick Opals from Denmark. Morning, good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen.
That was a rather knackered sounding good morning for the first one of the day. Jorrell with issues about 60 foot. Sonny Lang is long gone. In the Kestrel lane. 2 to 11.45 at 1.22. So, how's life?
Life was good until about half an hour ago.
Okay.
I'd taken me. I have the ramps to put the dragster in the back of the truck,
Right.
and I'd taken the ratchet strap off to use on the European front-wheel drive trailer.
Oh.
So I just went and opened it, and it just fully smashed me in the head and put me on the floor for about half an hour.
Oh my God.
So I got a lovely little egg on the side of my head. But yeah, all is good. You know.
Sorry. It's not the start to the weekend we were expecting. It wasn't really.
It knocked some sense into me.
Did it really?
Yeah.
Okay, well, you're still here. But it's so the European front wheel drive this weekend, obviously supporting front wheel drive plus.
Yeah. For the fourth year running.
Again, terrific entry. And we've actually got scheduled qualifying as well today, which is.
It's definitely going to come in handy. Obviously, a lot of people are enjoying the open track session now because there's a lot of people who maybe have never been to Santa Pod Raceway, or they've been trying their setups elsewhere and they want to put a pass in here at Santa Pod. So it comes in handy. But obviously, every run at the moment is still counting for qualifying anyway, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Lars Mortensen and Jack Wilson that time round. Again, one of those wickedly quick Opals from Denmark.
Jack Wilson actually rang me while I was go-karting in Malta on a stag do.
Right.
But I had my Ray-Bans in my helmet filming the go-karting. And
So
then
you got him?
I joked with one of our friends. He said I was going to ring you and give you some tactics. And I was like, okay, so as I'm going round, I was like, do. So I answered. And then it was Jack doing a quiz. I spent 5 laps of go-karting sorting out his Doorslammers entry. I was like, you just have to hold on 1 minute because you're going around this corner.
Oh dear. Of all the things to do while go-karting, having a chat about a race entry probably isn't on the list either, is it really?
Still won my category.
You need to write a book called Mr. Random Strikes Again. Wouldn't you? Well, it's actually not random for most racers, to be honest. A lot of the stuff that happens to and with racers, you couldn't make up anyway,
No,
could
that's
you?
it.
No one would believe it. John Gamble.
Very, very rapid. Sapphire Cosworth.
10.08 at 1.43. Not bad going at all. So, anyway, European front-wheel drive stuff now set up?
I've left the wife finishing off the job. I've done as much as I can. And so my wife is there, as is the VW Sportsman Championship leader as well. Lily's down there. Lily's down there as well.
Got to get that in a lot.
VW Pro Championship leader sitting here.
Sitting up here, yeah.
I'll tell you what, it's been quite a nice few months. Never have I been a championship leader for so long. Still got 3 more weeks of just sitting there going, yeah,
I'm in the lead.
Yeah, that's it. But yes, as you said, we've got a couple of new T-shirts already out. One of them is "No, my car's not ready yet." So, of course, if your car's not ready yet for this weekend, you need to have that. Michael Behrens with the VW Polo. He was here last year, spent 2 days of the event working on the car, and eventually got it running. So it's good to see him so early in the morning on a Friday.
Making up for last year,
Yeah,
probably.
that's it. And it's a good-looking pass. It's in the 12s like normal, 12.51, 117.
Very nice. Lanes are much more populated than they were previously.
Yes. It was a little bit quiet this morning, wasn't it?
It was just to start with, but yeah, that's more like it. About 20 cars gathered down there waiting to go.
Do you know what it is? It's because VW Breakout. VW Action, VW Breakout. It's a
Breakout.
VW thing. We're relaxed.
Yes, however,
We're never in a rush in the morning.
however, the vast majority of racers aren't.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, okay,
Even VW Action. I'm sitting there and we're like, lanes are open. Lanes are open. And until someone comes down and does a thing, people go, oh, track's open.
Oh, okay, we can get cracking.
Yeah, let's go.
So this, it's a cross between a go-kart, a kit car, and...
I like it's got 3 seats.
Yeah. Just to evenly balance the weight, probably. Who knows? Pretty damn quick as well. A little bit slower that time round. Was in the 12s, I think, earlier on.
David Hubbard, yeah. He has been down into the 11s. I know, because he come and brought an 11-second T-shirt.
Could he buy an 11-second T-shirt without running an 11?
No.
Oh, okay.
It's the law. Well, no, to be honest, the 12s, 11, 10s, a lot of people just come up and get it. We always go along the lines of, you can buy it, but obviously if you haven't run that time, people are going to call you out. But the 9s, 8s, you have to have a timing to get... Basically, you go on European front-wheel drive, look at the list. There you go, 1162. So, Marcus Velt underneath. Has he been out yet today?
Nope. No.
Brand new setup with this. This is now fully rear-wheel drive.
Just rear-wheel drive?
Just rear-wheel drive. They've seen the light. The four-wheel drive is gone.
Okay.
And him, both him and Julian Mayer are completely rear-wheel drive.
It's just making sure it works.
Truth.
So, what difference does it make? Is it taking away, obviously, same engine and everything?
Exactly the same engine, yeah.
Taking away complexity, I presume. Is that what it is?
I think it's going to take away the, shall we say, the balance issues that a four-wheel drive system gives.
Right.
We see a lot of the four-wheel drive cars fighting up the way of the track, whereas a rear-wheel drive car just plants.
Okay.
And generally goes straight.
Is that because the fronts
dialed in?
Is that because the fronts are turning as well?
Yeah.
Okay. That's a very, very good reason for not doing it, I think. But then the reason a lot of them have, like the guys from Bulgaria have four-wheel drive is because a lot of tracks they race on, they kind of, well, they don't need it, but it just makes it that bit better, doesn't it?
That's it. But then after last year at Hockenheim, they created, I can't remember the name of the class, but it was like it was like turbo door class, something like that, and it was a heads-up door class. So from there, they've built the cars that are now available to race at Hockenheim. Now they've seen, okay, we can race at Hockenheim. We can now also, they're here next weekend, they're in Comp Eliminator. So these guys are now building the cars to run at the FIA events and do kind of more, shall we say, professional racing, rather than just taking it to airfields.
Yeah.
Which they still do, and put on a great show.
I'd say more like on fully prep racetracks.
Yes, where they're going to make use of the power that they've got.
Yeah, there does come a time in everyone's racing life where they just, it's fun, but they really want to go as fast as they can.
So they went to Kishkalanza in Hungary just a few weeks ago, but again, had too much power for that track.
Certainly lacking off the start line. He'll get a number on the board. Good looking run though for Simon Crowley in the other lane, actually. 10.54 at 1:42. Not so much of a trailer queen that time. Yeah, Marcus is going to trickle through with a something. He's not going to like that. Back to defend his title.
He's on the board though.
Yeah, exactly. That's all you need, isn't it?
That's it.
But he's got 2 weeks to figure it out.
Well, that's it. 8 days of racing in total, if you include the test day.
That's mad. In the space of about 14 days, I think it is, something like that, isn't it?
That's it.
Actually, no, it's not even that long, is it? It's about 12 days. 8 days of racing in... Yeah. It's 8 days of racing, including the test day, in Why can't I work
11 days.
11 days,
You've only got the 3 day. No, 12 days.
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
And
if you do the test
Thursday's
day,
test day, So 11 days, 8 days of racing out of that.
And it's on the same racetrack, in the same place. You don't have to move your stuff. You turn up, just work on it.
That's it. And then you've got 3 days to relax.
Yeah.
In between.
Work out what you did wrong.
Hopefully, you don't have to work out anything, and you can go and enjoy the beautiful British countryside.
Something like that.
Well, I've already spoke to. I popped into Yede's pits,
Yep.
and they're like, "We're going to Clarkson Farm on Monday."
So we sent you.
Eka was like, "I'm going to go buy expensive milk."
Yeah, and expensive beer as well. Overpriced. Anyway, whatever. However, I've totally lost the thread of what I was going to say, but anyway, it's fine. Oh, that was what I was going to say. What we just said about that, having the gap, right? Now, one of the really interesting, I'm not going to name who it was, which is, I always find a bit of a buzzkill when someone says that, but I can't because he hasn't given permission for me to say it. But one of my very good racing friends from abroad came over here for Doorslammers and for the main event, and the car ran noticeably better through the 2-week period. And by the time he'd finished, it was completely sussed.
Yeah.
And I said, so, what happened? What was the difference? He said, one, the amount of track time, obviously, because I had so many runs. He's had something like 20 runs over 2 weeks, just doing the, going to the start line, seeing what worked, see what didn't work, and all that sort of thing. He said, but for him, the most important thing was he wasn't at work. So in the days between the main event and the Doorslammers and the main event, he sat there and he looked at the computer. He sat there and he went through everything properly that he'd never normally have the time or the chance to do. So that time for him was equally as important as the track time as well, which I think everybody works, obviously, some less than others. Probably him as well.
Don't point at me. I don't have a day off.
Yeah, well, it depends on your version of day off, really, doesn't it? I think our version it's like my wife says to me, "Oh, you get loads of days off. You go to a racetrack." Yeah, right. Okay, fantastic.
You go and talk for 10 hours and say, I know women think they can talk.
Yeah, but
you try and talk and have to think about it as well.
One way of getting fired, I suppose. But an interesting one. I think, it's like, okay, well, you do realise I start early in the morning, and like at events like this, we don't finish till 10 o'clock at night. Yeah, but it's still sort of away from like home and kids and everything else as well. No, it doesn't work like that. No. Just come back at the end of the weekend completely mush, and then do it again next week too. And you're racing next week as well, aren't you?
Yeah.
On the subject of Malta, are we allowed to ask how Malta is?
Sunny.
Good.
Actually, it's actually raining.
Oh, you're joking. You're kidding.
Yeah, it's terrible weather this week.
Is it?
Yeah, it's terrible.
Oh, bloody hell. I went to where did I go to? Cyprus. I can't remember the hell I went. Crete, that was it. After the main event a couple of years ago, and it actually wazzed it down. It was dreadful. Absolutely dreadful. No. Anyway, so do they have the semblance of a racetrack or something along the lines of one?
No.
Okay. But it's still there?
There's walls.
There are walls?
There are walls.
Okay. What, that were knocked over that now aren't knocked over?
No, when I was there last week,
yep.
There was trucks going in and out constantly, picking up all the rubble, and I was told that concrete would be laid in the next week or two.
Wow.
And that's the good thing.
And that's the reason it's raining?
Yeah. Probably. Yeah, probably. And obviously that's the big thing that we're all waiting for, is to make sure that the concrete goes down before it gets too hot.
Because otherwise it will crack and move and all the usual rubbish. They have the opposite problem in Sweden where it gets too cold and it's minus God knows what for however long. But yeah, okay. Yeah, but concrete, it makes perfect sense in any hot place. Concrete is way better than asphalt. Way better. It doesn't move, it doesn't shift.
That's it. So, so at the moment everybody's waiting. Until we get an update from the MDRA.
I think it's probably a bit spooky for you going back there, and
it was quite weird.
It's really weird going back to.
It's one of those. We had exactly the same moment at Santapod when we dug up the track. It's quite sad when you look at it and go, "Oh."
Yeah. However, you knew what was coming.
We've had such good times there, but we know there's going to be an international drag strip there. Yeah. And it's going to be fantastic, and it's going to be well worth it.
Well, do you know what? When this went down, when the concrete went down. when the concrete went down here, they had a window of 5 days to get everything done, and they did it in 5 or 6 days. If you didn't see the message, I think that message might be quite urgent. Yeah, they had a window of like 5 or 6 days to get the concrete down in between horrendous weather in like February 6 years ago or 7 years ago, I think it was now. And they got it done. Sorry for the delay, folks. Someone is stuck right down the other end.
Oh, yeah.
We have, I think is that Calvin's Garrett?
That is.
Don't think your answer was appreciated by the sounds of that. That came back way too quickly.
It was. Where are the stars? I put in a message in a box. 2 seconds.
Yeah, okay. Anyway, we're on pause here for a moment, actually, because everyone's taking their crash helmets off, folks, so not quite sure how long we are going to be. So, Nitro FM for a couple of moments, folks. When we get back to racing, we'll be back with you.
We like that. Right, so let's get this show on the road, as they say, or let's get these cars on the drag strip. This is open qualifying, and we're kicking things off with Ryan French and Ant Mincher. Front wheel drives. First runs today, 1367, 1342, off the trailer. This is. And as Kaz puts her first run of the day, probably one of my favourite events of the year, the Doorslammers, but random. Okay, a little bit of a tidying up behind the scenes, I think you can describe that. The track was okay, but the area behind the start line needed some attention, so that's what we're taking care of now. So we are back with the one and only Mr. Calvin Skerritt with the Civic, going alongside Chris Waterhouse with the Audi. Chris has already put a run in the first run of the event for Calvin.
Good looking launch, 156 to 60 foot. That's a storming run for the Civic, actually. In the fives at the 8th mile. I think he's backed off, to a 924 at 122. But that was off.
That was good.
Yeah, 137, 575 at the 8th.
It's just really weird for me as well to see everyone get there together at this time of day on a Friday. Because they know what's coming, don't they? That's what it is, I think.
Yeah, set your stall out early, I think it is.
Get on with it. Sort yourself out.
Right, the Yorkshire Terrier, Mr. Bob Mulder. Doing rather well in the National Championship in Pro ET this year. Winner first event of the year. Well
First
done, Bob.
event ever for Bob. I'm still stunned at that.
Yeah,
I cannot believe Bob had not won until this season. Good job he's a spring chicken. He's got years of racing left in him.
Going alongside for this one, so it's just like Pro ET qualifying next weekend. It's just Simon Innes with a Plum Crazy Racing Barracuda. Now this Simon Innes made the final last year in the big bracket on the Sunday. Lost out, if you remember, to Franz Aschenbrenner with the
that's right, yeah,
cracking race that, but that's right. No, it wasn't a cracking race. I think Simon went red, if I remember rightly, but nevertheless, good racing. So where's Bob going to be in the 9.2 again? Oh, nearly 9.34, 142. Wow, Simon Innes, 10.61.
And consistent.
Yeah.
Nice.
That car you can normally put, you know, like dial 970 every single, 1070 on all day long, but no, 10.61. Right, bumped into Chris Skinner this morning. He goes, oh, great to be doing this. We haven't got a clue how to bracket race, but we don't care.
They're going to have a go.
They're going to have some fun this weekend. Good to see a lot of the Taz team here. So, Mark and Chris.
Track racing, if ever you need it. Perfect proof you can race what the hell you want, really, isn't it?
2 small blocks. Now Chris has been in the 9s. Mark's been in the 10s.
It's a lot of drifting going on out there.
Whoa, both in the 9s. That'll do.
Side by side, 9s. 990 at 139 for Mark Skinner. Chris goes 996 at 136. There you go, just dial in 990. Yeah. And you'll be absolutely fine.
That was cracking.
Okay, Lee Whelan with that incredibly rapid. That looks like your average BMW that you might see towing a caravan or, you know.
Thank you for Lee for putting the number on the back, mate. Appreciate that. We now know who you are. Unless you were on a day off from work and you didn't want anybody to know.
Yeah, but you can't really miss a number plate like that, can you?
No, you can't actually.
And thank you to Mr. Blackett for informing us too. Thank you, sir. Against Kaz Waterhouse. That is a rapid, that thing, isn't it?
We like it.
Will it be an 8? 908, 147 miles an hour. He will be there, and soon, by the looks of that.
Yeah, running in True Street. Kaz goes through 1490 at 95 mile an hour. All right, Laurie Anslow running in front-wheel drive with Leon and Michael Strachan. Now, Michael Strachan here with Dave Henderson this weekend. And looking forward to see what Dave's going to do this weekend because he hasn't come here to go slow, put it that way.
Good looking run, too, with 1099 at 121. What can Larry do?
Right, shout out from our messaging system, Chris Nasser. It says here, can you move your car from the pairing lanes? That's an odd run. I thought Chris would be trying to get a run in, but Chris, you need to get back to your car, mate.
He might be. He's probably gone to the loo.
Yeah.
And as always with Doorslammers, loads more to come. Pairing lanes now absolutely stacked.
That is what we wanted to see. No, it's excellent.
Look
really
at that.
Good.
There you go. Look.
Wow. And it's only what? Not even 10 to 11 yet.
So one of the big guns in 4-cylinder next in the Slick Tricks lane. Julian Bayer from Germany. I think he won last year, didn't
he? In
4-cylinder?
Oh, 4-cylinder. No, Rob Lawton.
Oh, Rob Lawton did. Sorry, apologies. My fault.
Well, I've got, as you do, we get messages come through. Mark Scarlett's here. Steve Tandy, first time ever at the pod on the banking, drinking. Well, that's pretty. That goes together like everything. So yeah, very good morning to Mark, Steve, and everybody. Enjoy the weekend. Wish I known you'd come up this weekend. Say we're bringing up a box of Dragstalgia, but there we go. This pair should be entertaining.
So, George Tickner in the Escort. Enter the big bracket this weekend. Well, Julian with a good looking launch, but then gear selection problems after that. George with a high 10 or a low 11? No, 10.31 at 127. Very reminiscent of the entire population of Malta,
yeah.
with the little Escorts.
Well, let's see. Let's just see what Dave Henderson has got for us this weekend. Put it this way, I'm looking for good things from Dave.
Against Mark Mosley, who I think absolutely grenaded one.
Yeah, big style.
This time last year, or thereabouts, anyway. Yeah, grenaded more like, well, not grenaded. More atomic bombed, I think. It just absolutely destroyed it. He was really going for it and paid the price in busted stuff and aluminium bits.
Well, he has been a former finalist. That's not the way he wanted to start this weekend. So let's have a look at Dave Henderson then.
Leaving stuff on the start line. 8.73 at 157 to start his weekend.
Nice opener. I know he wants more.
Yeah, probably wants that bit back as well.
Yeah. Oh, that is what we didn't want to hear. Mark Huxley that was towed off at the top end. Unfortunately, we won't be seeing the Toyota again this weekend. And he's out for the main event as well, broken crank.
Oh, ouch, ouch, ouch,
So,
ouch.
Mark, I am absolutely gutted for you, mate. That's not what you want to hear. And that's not a sort of thing we can pull a call out over the PA to get. Oh, Mark.
Especially a small block forward.
Yeah.
Mark Mosley trickles through with the 13.99. Commiserations
Yeah.
to Mark Huxley and the whole Huxley family. I'm sure, as they always do. They do have issues from time to time, obviously. It was Lee's turn, I think, last year, wasn't it? Or
Yeah,
the year
it was,
before,
yeah.
actually.
Oh, sorry to hear that, guys. Really, really are.
They found that pretty quick as well.
Yeah. Okay, Marcus Daly with the BMW. And Jamie Lancaster, front-wheel drive, the VW Golf. Jamie, one of the Taz team down there. Watch the BM go. Are we going to see a 9 or is this another 8-second BMW? This is a phenomenal machine. 882, 166 miles an hour.
Do we have an event called the BMW National? If we don't, this is fast becoming it. Deary me.
Absolutely staggering performances.
They seem to sort of arrive en masse, don't they? And it's
well,
great
we haven't
to see.
seen the likes of like Tom Wrigley out yet. He'll be out soon. All sorts of things. Next up, Mark Turner, and that is Alan Kenyon, who is 100th of a second quicker than me on our all-time best.
Is that right?
Yeah, with a hocus pocus focus. Yeah, Alan's PB is 1085. I'll never forget that. Because mine's 1086. Well, one of the contenders, certainly, for 760 heads up is this man here, Mark Turner. Great entry in 760 this weekend. I am so looking forward to it. Every team has got a story to tell in 760 this weekend. Scott Collin, I think, is probably the biggest story of all. How he's managed to get the 100E back.
He's still looking for bits, I think.
I know, but he's here.
Be here doing this. But anyway, I hope you have a great day.
Andre Arnold is in the lanes.
He is indeed. Mr. No Boost Control for the weekend. Seriously?
Out of control.
No, yes.
No, he's
hopefully not.
He's going for it, and we know that.
Again, hopefully I'm not going to say anything he wouldn't say to anyone.
Yeah.
But the thing is when they take the boost control off, it comes in a lot harder, and it's just got a different curve to what it does when they run it as Pro Mod legal, which means with a boost limit on the turbos. Now the thing is that he said that he does run it with traction control on for one simple reason, is that if it comes in and he's not expecting it, it will turn the car sideways almost instantly, whereas the traction control will catch it before he can, and he doesn't want to wad his race car up, basically.
Yeah, no, totally the right thing to do.
Well, he made no secret that that's what he did in Malta as well to get down the track. I mean, they still. It was a bit of a rock star moment that weekend. He ran in. It was. The thing is, he went 6:01 testing on Thursday, and then Friday and Saturday and all day Sunday, he did exactly what Anders Ed did a year ago here. He didn't do anything at all till Sunday afternoon, and then wallop. Malta's forced, if you can use that phrase, Malta's first ever 5-second door car pass, and boy was it good. So anyway, he's run quicker than that here. There's every chance he's going to run quicker than that this weekend.
Right, if Box Lane are listening, if you can go back to the pairing lanes, let's have a look down there. We can let people know. There we go. Look at that. Absolutely perfect. So we can, to the left-hand side with the flag of Estonia, that's Andre Arnova. One of our quick Toyota Supras. I don't know who that is, but obviously we'll find out when it comes around the corner. Behind that, though, the other yellow car, that's the Honey Wasp of Reuven Dawson. Because we can have a side-on shot as well. Behind Reuven is the Scampi of Matt Southcott. Looking forward to Matt getting so close to the 7.5s. Reuven Dawson, though, he needs to get to 7.6. And he's basically taken all the weight out of the car because he doesn't have to be comp eliminator legal this weekend. Yep. So taking all the weight out and say, well, we're going for it. Let's just see what we can get out of the car this weekend. So
I think this
best of luck for them.
This could be his gateway drug into running Pro Mod.
Yeah. We wish him all the best of that. The Morris boys there with the Camaro nearest to us. I think that's Simon Paul next to him, who's doing Street Weekend. That's the car that we're looking at. That's Chris Nassar with the Camaro TS 1001. Bumped into Chris this morning. He's actually here to see us on the screen. Morning, Chris. Behind them, there's Dan Williams. You can't see them from here, but new set of wheels on the Chevelle. If you go and have a look at the car in the pits, it's just like, you can't believe that was built and painted 12 years ago, and it looks brand spanking new. Unbelievable car, just looks so good. James Wilday back in the lanes with the RX-7. First time we've seen James for a little while down there. Joe Baxter is down there as well with the street legal Buick, I think it is. Looking to get some more runs in and to the front of the queue again. That's fact. It's a who's down there. Last year's winner of the big bracket on the Sunday. Franz Aschenbrenner is back, so he's looking to take some more money out of the event this weekend. Rob Carter is in the lanes with Percy the Passat. And so right at the front there, you've got Jeff Cowley with a Pontiac, right-hand side of your screen. And next to them is either Justin or Sally Woolner with the Camaro. And it is a real mixed bag of vehicles down there, all looking to get great runs in this weekend. Conditions are just perfect out there. Little bit of a tailwind, sun is out, track looks phenomenal, and I think you're going to see quite a few PBs over the course of this weekend. And of course, there's no restrictions either. So.
Yeah, there might need to be restrictions on drive shafts, though. I think that's the kind.
I think restrictions is your part storage, isn't it? Yeah.
That's what it is. I mean, the thing is that a lot of racers. This is no big secret, but a lot of racers that come here don't race on fully prepped race like we were talking about. Look, they race on like airfields and stuff like that around Europe. Absolutely nothing wrong with that. You can run very quick and very fast on that. Funnily enough, one of the reasons that a lot of the sportsman cars, particularly, used to run quicker over at Avon Park, over in Stratford, than they did here, only 40-odd miles away, just to our west. If anyone fancies going, it's still there. It doesn't look quite like it used to, but anyway, it's still there. One of the reasons that they ran quicker there was because there wasn't as much glue and everything on the track, because there didn't need to be, frankly. So they weren't as held back by the traction.
Yeah.
Whereas when you come here, this is one thing that's going to play out over the next couple of weeks as well. So every weekend, I don't even remember this, but every year at the Doorslammers, a lot of the pro Doorslammer cars that are pro modifieds run really quick this weekend, but then they seem to lose half a tenth or a tenth when they get to the main event next weekend. And that is one thing really sticks out is the track prep is different because there's lots of bigger cars, a lot more big tyre cars that run on the track, which kind of holds them back a little bit. However, if you've got the whole horsepower to pull it through,
some cars like it, some don't. Basically.
Exactly that. So, have you? Do you still have a sales team?
Yeah. I'm the problem solver in chief.
That's probably because there were problems you made in the first place that you had to solve.
Yeah.
How did that? Lucky guess that, wasn't it?
That's it. Yeah. And thank you very much to Lee Huxley for letting me borrow a scooter as well. Sped the whole process up so much.
Oh, is that how you're getting backwards and forwards now? Is it?
Well, he just happened to be there, and I was like, "Oi, I want that," and he was like, "Take it."
Fantastic.
Forcibly borrowed, right? Okay.
Actually, no, that's a lie. He said, "Do you want to borrow it?" Oh.
Like the show retiring chap you are, you went, "No, it's all right. I need the exercise."
No, I did not. I was like, he hadn't even finished the sentence, and I was taking it off. And thank you.
You're having the keys, yeah.
That's it. That was brilliant. I need one of them.
Yeah. So pairing lanes are as we expected, frankly.
Nice. They're all awake now.
Yeah.
So this the yellow Toyota, the A90,
tell us.
He turned up at Run What You Brung a couple of weeks ago. Started off in like the 12s, and then it was like a 10, a 9, and they've just dipped into the 8s.
Wow.
And there's more power in it. They just need the track now.
They need the time as well, probably, just to... But it's really good to see, though. There is a kind of a sizable influx of like mega horsepower BMs and the Supras and everything.
In
else
the past year, I mean, obviously the Supra is a BMW engine vehicle anyway, but in the past year, the BMWs have just come on so well.
Oh, phenomenal!
I mean, like we have a show dedicated BMW show. It's just a day of 10 and 9 second cars all day long.
Street cars, just
regular
street cars,
yeah. And they might have taken a seat out or something like that, or some of them might not have.
He really appreciates this place, I think is probably the best way of putting it. He gets it. He actually comes all the way from Estonia. Yeah, you heard that's right. He lives just outside Tallinn in Estonia. And he brings his rig here at the start of the season. And due to the way the FIA Tour has worked out this season, so that's the European Tour, he's here from April until the end of July.
Nice.
He's racing, the last event he's racing here is at the Bug Jam.
Okay.
Then he goes to Tierp in Sweden for a couple of weeks later, then Hockenheim, then back here again, and then stays here again for the national finals.
That's right.
So basically, Ryanair are making a ton of money out of his team just flying backwards and forwards the whole time.
Because they're making no money on the freight.
None at all, yeah. But that's the way. The thing is, though, it's there are no racetracks in his country, he says this, that can take that car.
No.
Right? There are tracks that he can run 7s on, and he has got another race car that he runs 7s on. Anyway, let's see what he's got for us this time round. This is a 560 race car, folks. That was just a little bit too much wheel speed off the start line. However, if you're sitting at home and listening, and you know what turbo cars do, a 9.58 60 foot is pretty hot, to say the least.
That left like
a bandit.
Goodness me.
Yeah.
0.986. 0.958. Wow.
It just didn't. It still has to spin the tyres a little bit, and it just got away from him. It started to step sideways just after 60 foot. Isn't that what's amazing about that as well? That's a door car. He was on the throttle for a second, and he went 10.07.
I dream of that.
That's pretty special.
I dream of that these days.
Yeah, it's in economy mode. My goodness.
Yeah,
man.
something like that.
Oh.
He has every chance of taking the big trophy this weekend, or the big prize money for Pro Doorslammer. He got to the final last year, and the car shut itself off after the burnout.
Yeah, the parachute.
Yeah.
Oh,
popped
yeah.
out, if you remember
That's
that.
mad.
Yeah.
Of all things.
Yeah, Bruno Barda took the win last year. He's here as well.
Bruno is he's just...
he was here on Tuesday.
Who, Bruno?
He was here at 9 o'clock in the morning on Tuesday. As I came to work to sweep the pits, I was like, it's Tuesday. And he was like, holiday.
Yeah. He's here for a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
All right, Franz Aschenbrenner, the winner of the big bracket last year on the Sunday, going alongside Jeff Cowley. Again, another one in big bracket. So these are test runs. 796, 171.
They look very happy with that.
Yeah. Not surprised. That was a stout run.
I'm surprised you didn't get more replies actually to your personal best.
So was I.
Yeah, I was a bit surprised. I thought,
well, considering there's 200 plus, come on.
I mean, it does come in helpful as well.
Of course, yeah. Well, for me, because I can't be bothered to do it myself, so you doing it means I can just read yours.
That's it. That was the whole idea. It was just there.
We did have a commentators page. Do you remember that? We actually had a commentary page. Yeah. On Facebook, yeah. No, it's the idea we came up with so people could actually, give us updates so we can just... It's a much easier way of doing it than scrolling through everyone's social media posts.
Well, that's it, because strangely, not everyone has their profile picture as their personal best. I mean, they should. It makes life a lot easier. Yeah. I mean, come on.
And what would yours be? 860?
839.
39, sorry. Doing you down then.
Oh, here's a funny one. So, let's see if you know the relevance of this name, of the Chevy rolling underneath the tower.
I've already done that one, and I did it. I did it before we went live on the internet.
Oh, did you?
Yes.
See, I did.
Just in case.
I didn't.
Okay.
It's nice to see Bonnie Blue at Santa Pod Raceway.
It is indeed. Yeah, we don't
doing her thing.
We don't want an influx of... actually, no, an influx of fans is always good, isn't it? Form an orderly queue.
Yeah, that's it. For T-shirts, form an orderly queue at Bonnie Blue's pits.
Their T-shirts and teamwear look fantastic. So if you want to go home with a big shirt on that says Bonnie Blue in massive letters, go and see them.
I love wearing mine.
That's the one. There we go. We've said nothing wrong. Also, so that's the name of a type of butterfly, believe it or not, which spreads its wings frequently, and also,
oh dear, going to need 3 commentators by next weekend, I think.
I think we're going to be down a couple now. But there is also a pub not far from me with that name. It's always rammed. Okay, so Christian Schneebly and Dan Williams.
Right, so 10-2. So even a 10-1 would be awesome for Dan. Let's see.
Christian earlier on, I think went 84 actually.
Yep.
76. Yeah, even quicker.
10-10 for Dan. Very nice indeed.
Nice. That car that Christian drives was, if it looks like a pro mod, it's because it was. It was the orange car. I can't remember the guy's name. That's really going to annoy me.
Hawaiian Tropic.
Yeah,
that's the one.
The Hawaiian car, yeah.
Built by Andy Robinson.
Ooh.
Okay, Jack Wilson and Mike Ball. Thank goodness they don't have car names like the last one.
So it's Mike that was doing the Run What You Brungs.
Yes.
I think it's got it down into the 8s. Very well done indeed.
So once again, it's going to build up. I was going to say it's going to build up the boost and then leave, but
nice soft launch, and then it comes on like a train.
But and I was going to say another great car in the 6-cylinder class. Considering when we first started Doorslammers, 6-cylinder was the class where we only had say 6 to 8 cars. Yeah. Now we've got a good 20 solid 6-second cars.
And they're all very, very good indeed. The only thing I do find is a lot of them, because they're Run What You Brung Us, when it comes to racing, different thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's why I think, is it Arnie Pammon, wasn't it, won on a massive hole shot the other year? So the Warner Camaro and Rob Carter. Nice looking run for Percy. 790. Look at the speed as well, 188 miles an hour. That's what a tail breeze will do for you. So isn't Michael Berens the guy down there with the Polo? Isn't he the track prep guy?
He is. Yeah. He is our track prep extraordinaire. He does Zerbst and a few other tracks around Germany.
Is Zerbst sort of a locked-in venue for years to come, or is it kind of on a year-by-year basis? Because it's one of those, I think, that comes and goes sometimes, doesn't it?
I believe it's on a year. It's there, but also last year, half of the airfield was being taken over for solar panels. They'd had loads of grass area around the runway, but they decided to put the solar panels on the concrete. I shall be doing my annual trip to Zerbst in October.
Nice looking run for Michael as well.
That's a massive PB.
Is it? 124 miles an hour, 11:43, 11:33 for Luke Wilson in the other lane. Michael, that was a second lopped off of what he ran earlier as well.
That's the first time I've seen him in the 11s.
And not just a little bit either. So Reuben Dawson with the Honey Wasp. So like I said, I was kind of joking, but he's taken all the weight out there. It's not comp legal anymore to run 760. That's what I said. This is going to be his gateway drug into running Pro Mod or something quicker, isn't it? You know, it's like, oh, this is fun. I want to go quicker now. Taking on Chris Nasser, side-by-side Camaros.
Chris has done a lot of work as well on the car. It looks totally different to last year. Blew the tyres off.
Nice looking run for Chris though. 10:34 at 1:47, big speed. The only slight problem with taking weight out of the cars is, yes, it might make them quicker, but it throws off
the traction.
All sorts of things.
Aaron will get that sussed. Right, Joe Baxter. Yeah, it's Joe Baxter. Had to have a look at that just for a moment, let the smoke clear.
And Christian Hirota.
Sorry, I thought that was Simon Paul. I was looking at the wrong car. Apologies to Simon.
So Christian with the GTR drove the car from Malta a few weeks ago, every mile, straight up to Lichfield. Took it to Lichfield, had it back on there in their workshop for some more upgrades. He's got nitrous on it as well now. He's doing the event, and then he will drive back to Malta.
Wow.
And
the red plate on the back of the car in Malta basically means a Friday, Saturday, Sunday car, and you pay less tax.
Look at that for Joe. That's a lot more like it off the start line. Just get away from the centre line. Good boy. That could be his quickest run. It's a 7.85 for Joe Baxter. 188 miles an hour. Well, we knew that potential was there, and hey presto, there it is. 10.84 in the other lane for Christian at 1:41. Well, that's the run that we knew Joe's car would do. We have another member of the 7-second gang in Street Eliminator.
And he's knocking on the door of 190 miles an hour as well.
That's probably not even turned up. That was probably safe just to go from A to B. I reckon the new shocks are on there.
Yeah.
That was effortless. So James Wilder and Matt Southcott. James is another one. What other events does James run at? Because that's what I didn't think he did.
He basically, he's either here for Doorslammers, or you will find him at a racetrack in America.
Okay.
He basically spends majority of the winter, he flies out to Florida, and then he'll spend 2 months just going to race each week.
Okay. Whatever. Well, we're very glad to have him here. This is a low 7-second race car, and he will be getting a bye run this time.
So again, that's going to be a checkout pass on a brand new setup.
Right, can we press gang James into running Comp Eliminator, please, for the rest of the season?
If the car stays together, that is the plan.
Oh, is that right? Okay.
Because he comes out and does one a year and breaks it, and then he goes, I'll fix it for next year.
Yeah, it is everyone's hobby, but, you know, hobbies are good if practiced often. So, Matthew Southcott on his own. Another great car to see back as well is that gel coat Camaro around there too, coming up very shortly indeed.
Yeah, he tried to bump it into stage and it just lurched all the way forward, almost went into full launch mode.
Well, that's
instead of bumping.
That's what open qualifying's for. Get all the silly stuff out of the way now. Has he still got his orange trailer for street? Is he still doing street weekend?
I think Matt's in for street weekend.
Are you in for street weekend, Colin?
I am indeed. Yeah, I'm ready.
He's
Bizarrely,
ready.
I am actually ready. Apart from the fact that the Airbnb that I booked in December last year, 2 miles away from the racetrack, decided last week that they couldn't keep my booking.
What?
So, oh no. So, put a plan in place this morning to have some accommodation up there.
It's only slightly annoying when that happens, especially when you're organised that far in advance.
Yeah.
I organised a trip to Lapland a few years ago, and Norwegian cancelled my flights in November.
That's right, yeah, remember that.
Git. Anyway, sorry. I love Norwegian people, just not the airline. Anyway, John Sleeth and Lowry Ainslow. Lowry in front-wheel drive. John Sleeth, 760.
So I'm pretty sure, obviously, this was diesel before. He holds the diesel record in Europe overall.
Oh, that's a sweet-looking launch. Good-looking run. 110 to 60 foot.
Effortless.
54. 180 mile an hour.
Yeah, you're right, Luke. He got down to like 7.7, 7.8, something like that. He actually ran it in Pro Doorslammer as well, didn't he?
Yeah.
We've got a couple of those this weekend as well, actually, where you've got cars that wouldn't normally be in a fast door car class or the fastest door car class. Going to have a pop. It's always worth a try.
Breaking news. Mark Bailey is going to run Big Bracket on Saturday and Sunday this year. Last year, he won it on the Saturday, thought, right, that's it, I'm done.
Yeah, took the day off.
Took the day off on Sunday. Oh, dear. But no, he's here for the duration.
Was it a similar celebrating, to the epic one that Derek Flynn did?
I can't
Possibly.
remember
That was brilliant. What he did was Derek won in Finland, right?
Yeah.
And he celebrated so much, he missed the ferry. However, the ferry was 8 o'clock on Monday night. Yeah. So he won the final at 6 o'clock on Sunday, and he still missed the ferry over 24 hours later.
Easily done in Finland.
It is
easily done. Been there, done that.
I don't know how Finns function most of the time, really. Anyone that knows Finns like we do, and you obviously do very well now, I don't know how a lot of them get through survive, frankly. They are the very definition of shit, basically. So, 7-second run for Mark with a 74 with a 4 at 153.
That was interesting. Wheel spin and a wheelie at the same time. We like that.
That was good. But Finns, I've known many Finns over the years as well. I can't say this story out loud anyway. Someone being flattened and it was really funny, I think, is probably all you need to know. And it was in the middle of the day. They are, however, the most wonderfully unique and hospitable people you will ever meet. Okay, Martin Schultz with the Angel of Death, which is a nice, unique name for a Nova. Not necessarily a Slayer song, but for a Nova. Going alongside another Nova, different vintage. What's the difference between the two, Colin? Because they don't look too different. Sorry, big pardon, that's Jason Darling. My fault.
I recognise the car. Sorry.
Yeah, that's very similar to Lee Pike and Jerry Dennings.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at. Because I know that car was sold. It went back to a street car. That's got street number plates on it. I was just wondering if it's the same car.
Nice number, 933 at 140. 11 flat for Matthew Dowdy, knocking on the door of the 10s already.
Yeah, that was it. Let's not forget, Matthew's only got 302 cubes under the hood of that car. That's quick. That was the engine that used to be in Jason Pickett's Cherry Bomb.
That would be...
Yeah.
Okay, so Phil O'Brien with a car we haven't seen for a while. GTB Racing, formerly super modified, GTB Racing in 760 heads up. I do love that body style.
It does work, doesn't it?
Well, if you squint, that actually looks like Håkan Nilsson's Pro Mod car from about 20 plus years ago, actually. It's exactly the same body shape. There are different versions of the Camaro. That's one of my more favourite versions.
This is one of those cars, when it came up for sale years ago, I like that, but obviously...
Yes, but obviously it's a race car, Colin. You don't have one, do you?
No.
Is this Gordon Appleton's old?
No, this is Tim Muckridge's car.
Tim Muckridge's old.
Yeah. Very good car.
However, baby steps learning for Phil. Oh, he liked that.
Yeah.
That's it. That second stomp
kind
of woke him up, didn't it?
That'll look good. Wheels up in the air on his first ever launch, 135 to 60 foot. Well done, Phil. That looked fun.
Yeah.
No, Gordon's car is, if you see them side by side, you can see the clear differences. Gordon's car is in browns.
Oh, yes.
The yellow Camaro.
Well, when I'm filling the team, say good to see that car back again. And onwards it goes.
Okay, Kaz Waterhouse she'd put in 3 runs by 10 to 10 this morning. That's how to do it, isn't it?
That's how to do it. Getting a car dialed in, ready for the Sportsman Nationals in 3 weeks' time.
God, it's coming round quick, isn't it? Eh?
This is the tune-up event for the Sportsman Nationals.
Yep, that's it. 100%.
That makes sense.
She's taking on Dustin from the Netherlands with a 4-wheel drive Honda Civic. Previously has been down into the 8s. Generally comes along to events like USC and enters the Sports Compact Shootout. Even been a winner.
Brake lights on means turn left. Or just stop.
Just stop it.
Yeah.
Well, stopping's better than carrying on.
Especially if something's on pop.
I always wondered. 1488 for Kaz.
I did always wonder why that car wasn't in. It might not be in anything now, but it wasn't in front-wheel drive. I never knew it was actually 4-wheel drive. Because he runs it in 4 cylinders, doesn't he?
Yes.
But something is obviously amiss.
Yeah, can't see anything.
Well, even if it's probably something, he's looking underneath the car at the prop, and obviously the prop's got a prop loop, so even if it's broken, it will not drop down onto the track.
Can't see any fluid or anything like that. It's just
that's what I was looking for.
Going to be a case of
retrieval.
Still absolutely packed pairing lanes. If anyone in box lane has their ears pinned back, there we go.
We're getting a pit tour at the moment.
I bet you that's the other end of that's probably the other end of the lane.
Yeah.
Yep, that is.
Sorry, you were saying, mate. Go on, Camp Poland.
That's Camp Poland at the moment. So all the Polish drivers have pitted together.
They do. Have they done the lorry thing again?
No, I think they've all just come on separate trailers this time.
Yeah.
Okay.
And did you notice that they've made another purchase as well for this weekend?
Yes, I did. Entered in Pro Doorslammer, I think.
That's it. Paula Aitken's old car.
A lot of fast stuff going that way.
There is. And considering, obviously, in Poland, all they have is airfield tracks. And they've recently lost Pila, which was one of their main tracks.
Yeah.
Was one of their best ones. So these guys generally will take them home and run them on airfields. Wojciech Mucha's car that just there, he was racing at Arad in Romania just a couple of weeks ago. He was down in the 7s. So that car's got a lot of potential. That was the Monte Carlo from last year, but he rolled it at a rad.
Okay.
So it's been the engine, the 2JZ engine connected to the BMW gearbox has been reshelled into a
so it's
Toyota
the same
Camry.
car? It's the same Monte Carlo?
No, that's a Toyota Camry. So it's a whole new chassis, just the old engine set up from the Monte Carlo.
Do you know what? I remember going to places like Blackbush, and you've never heard of this, but Blackbush or North Weald as well.
I've seen it in books.
Yeah, really? They didn't have books then. But Blackbush and North Weald and places like that, and it does blow my mind. Somewhere like North Weald, where airfields are notoriously bumpy, aren't they?
Yes,
notoriously bumpy, and track prep is comparatively minimal, isn't it, really, by comparison?
Yes.
So trying to run a 7-second door car, or 6-second door car on a track like that is brave, to say the least.
I mean, at Arad, the airfield is a live airfield. They stopped planes on the Thursday. They had 5 hours to get the track prepped for the evening, and then we raced till 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and there was a plane landing at 10 o'clock.
Right.
And they had to have everything off the drag strip gone and done and dusted. But I'm trying to find...
Well, I saw your pictures from it as well. It's quite amazing to be able to put that sort of infrastructure in and take it away again that quickly. One of the best venues for that was, believe it or not, London City Airport.
Really?
Check it out. It wasn't that long ago. It was probably 20 years ago. It's comparatively... it was like a sprint event. I remember Steve Willett had his fuel bike down there and a few others as well.
Check out the mighty Dacia jogger putting in a 17-second quarter mile. Look at me go.
I've never heard one called Mighty before. Something else beginning with M. I'm guessing that was your rental.
Yeah.
Hang on.
So
I saw that. That looked terrific.
So he was going to enter Pro Doorslammer with that because it was the only class that he could enter with that. But now he's originally when he first came to Santa Pod Raceway.
Joy, just explain to all the folks what we're talking about.
So talking about Silvio Guita's DOP Motorsport VW Lupo. So he had previously when he came to VW Action. 4 years ago,
left
4
on that,
years ago.
Yep.
He had a TFSI 2-litre engine in the front, and he had exactly the same engine in the back.
So it's a twin
engine. He came along to VW Action, which is basically a run what you brung event, so you can come and do what you like and just bring it along. It ran down into the 8s, but it was using the full lane. Sometimes he would use the other lane. And basically, he was just getting more grip than he had ever had before. Now, he's changed it, and he's fitted 2 R36 engines. So originally, he was like, I'm going to come and do Pro Doorslammer. It's the only class I'm allowed in. I've got 8 cylinders. So it was the only category he could fit in. But now he's got 12 cylinders. He's not allowed in Pro Doorslammer.
Oh.
So 760 heads up where he is going to go. Unfortunately, he's gone to the Maldives this weekend because he's just done 4 race weekends in a row with the car, and he's
needs to make up for it.
He's in quite a bit of trouble with the missus. And he is also the organizer, one of the organisers of Row Racing, the Romanian Drag Racing Championship.
Okay.
So hence why he's been on the road.
So it's a twin engine Lupo, one in the front, one in the back.
Yep.
From what you've just showed me, if anyone wants to see what we're talking about, check out European front-wheel drive.
No, that would have been on Luke Stevenson.
I beg your pardon. Your own one,
page,
sorry.
Yeah.
But go and check it out because it is... we've seen some mental stuff, but that one is it's pretty special.
Well, it runs 7.7s at, I think it was 193 miles an hour in a VW Lupo.
Goodness me.
Well,
it's not much of a Lupo.
I said it's exactly the same as a Pro Mod, isn't it? It's not much of a Camaro, really, is it? It's a roll cage.
Oh, no, I get. Yeah, but at least they pretend by putting a body on it.
Yes, well, he did originally have a body on it.
Right.
And I don't know if the plan is to put a body back on it, but it's kind of a promotional vehicle for Romanian drag racing and for his company. Okay. So whether it take away some of the effects putting on the body.
The only problem with putting the body on is then if it's going nearly 200 miles an hour, you then run into all sorts of things you didn't want to with the VW Lupo going nearly 200 miles an hour, don't you?
Yes.
As in aero and all the other stuff, gumph that goes with it, really.
I mean, yeah, he could quite easily make a front clip for it and then make a VW Lupo pickup.
Or make it into whatever we wanted, really.
That's it. But you never know. But no doubt, Lucian, one of the fellow road drag racing organisers, he's going to be here this weekend. They're coming along just to watch the weekend, learn how we do our events here at Santa Pod Raceway.
Yep.
And no doubt they'll be milling around and pop up in the tower and have a look around, because they're always out throughout the weekend. They're constantly asking, how can we improve? What can we do here? What can we do there? I think they're even getting in contact with Mr. Marshall about doing some track prep.
So it's funny you should say that, because that's what I was just going to ask you. So that was an airfield.
Yep.
Was it prepped at all? Because it did look like there were lanes with.
They've got a glue trailer.
Okay.
So they do glue the runway, which is quite interesting when the airplane, I'm sure, lands. But they don't have a tractor with sleds. So all of that rubber laid down is just laid down by cars.
Fair enough. The only issue with that and having glue on a runway, well, as we know, it gets quite slippy if it gets wet.
Yeah.
Being the main issue. But anyway, there we go. So it was a good trip.
It was a very good trip.
Yeah.
Very, very good trip. Yep, enjoyed that. Next one is Estonia in a few weeks.
Okay.
Going to Andre Arnover's local track.
Excellent.
Don't think I'm going to see many front-wheel drive, but we're just going to go see...
Just see what's there,
random,
absolutely.
Well, I like it. Random cars, random food, and good beer.
Well, it's probably not that random if you live there. But some of the Estonian stuff really is good, as we know.
That's it.
You know, and they do produce hardcore races. On that subject, Mr. Blackett, 20 years of Blackett photography, posted some great pictures from Doorslammers back in 2019. I did tag Andre in a couple of them. That was when he had his small block Ford Mustang.
Yes.
But he went into the fives with that. I mean, with a small block.
That's kind of where it all started, isn't it? Right, Gino de Jong, poster boy for European front-wheel drive. This car is on our new T-shirts and our new stickers for this year. Every year we produce a new T-shirt with a selection of different cars. It's always good fun trying to choose them. You've got to have different countries, different make of vehicle, and different colours. And Gino is on there. And we've also got Joe Elliott with the little but quick Yaris GR. So Gino's personal best is a 9:55. He's always done pretty well at the Doorslammers. Obviously not this one. But in previous times he has got as far as... He got to the quarterfinals. He was supposed to make the semi-final, but he was like, we booked our ferry on the Sunday night. And he was like, I have to leave.
That's got to be gutted.
Does not make that mistake anymore.
No, that's got to be... Thought he'd be going home, basically, by then.
That's it. And
goodness.
it was a decent chunk of a chunk of money not making that round. Right. Adam Williamson in the Tesla. Why are the number plates not on there, Tom? I literally heard your laugh from here.
It was in the engine bay itself, not coming from the rad. Goes 11:09, 124.
Next up, Danny Hyman with the four-wheel drive Golf. It's been down into the low... I think it's low 9. I can't remember if it's been 8. Oh.
Right, Marcus Daly with the 8-second BMW.
A regular one at our Run With You Bronx.
Yeah.
Also regularly driven around Birmingham. Seen it in my truck. So 149, 60 foot for Danny Hyman. He's doing 124 at the 8th. He's being chased down by Marcus. This is 903 for Marcus Daly at 159 to 810, 12 and 150.
All right, Ronnie Mercer with Annie, the Ford Pop. As I say, I haven't had the best of start to the seasons this year, but hopefully turn the corner this weekend. Lots of engine issues, which has resulted in a new block of all things.
Oh, really?
In the Pop. Ben Kennedy. Goodness me, the numbers he's running these days. Absolutely staggeringly
So
quick.
where's that come from? Because obviously it was the little
I think it's got bigger turbos.
Okay.
Ben will correct me, but I'm pretty sure that's where it's come from.
However, this is about being consistent.
Yeah.
But he's probably not averse to going quick as well.
78, 152, 10, 12, 132. That's actually great for Ronnie because it's consistent.
And with no nitrous
consistency
as well.
wins. Yeah, they're happy. Good stuff. Well done. Considering that car normally runs 10.4s without nitrous, 10.1s.
That's what I was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that could show that the old engine was a bit wounded. I don't know. Right, looking forward to convoying with Bill Wilson on Street Weekend. We decided we're going to shadow each other on that. And they're going alongside Martin Schultz with the Ford.
So is this the tallest that we've had here previously?
I was thinking that.
Because we had one in Pro ET, didn't we, over the years?
There was one in Pro ET, but that was the guy from the Netherlands. I don't think that was this one. That was a very, very pretty car.
Well, Bill's been having fun down at Manston Raceway, doing quite well down there in the pickup class, racing like James Greer and people like that. 10.69, 123. And Martin goes through with a 15.19 at 111. Herring lanes, absolutely chocker down there.
That looks like a big chief, that does,
It
with the
does,
Audi
yeah.
TT.
Yeah, he came to me, he's on 500 horsepower down this weekend, but I'm still here. Mr. Dave Cherrett, the Dark Revenger. Winner of the big bracket on the Sunday in 2023. Took the big money and proceeded to go to America and spend it. As you do, Dave.
Yeah. At no point do racers ever think, oh, I've got some money back for all that money I spent. They think, oh, I can buy a new one of those. Yeah, there we go.
You've got to get it out of your account before you spend it on other things.
Well, car is capable of running in the 9.6s, something even the 9.5s. But again, the consistency, especially this weekend. And he won't want to upset the apple cart for a set-up next weekend either. Good, straight and true. To 9.66. That'll do nicely. Now we'd have more of them. And lights with 0.4.
Rene Ersman, one of my favourite little 55 Chevys. Actually, how can you not have an unfavourite 55 Chevy? Because they're all just that cool. Actually, we were one pair away from me seeing him side by side with Rob Smallworth. Oh, that would have been good. Anyway, this car is the car you think it is. That was... Jesus, I'm just working out, pardon me, I've just worked out how old this is. Yeah, it was. Pretty much, Tim Cook's. This car was debuted in 1990 at the then World Finals, driven by Tim Cook. It was the first full-on. Well, there were a few good Pro Mod cars before that, but this was a real step ahead of its time. It was John Webster's first ever real big step into drag racing fabrication, and 7/8 scale, which is why it looks so cool. Still going all this time later. So ready from Switzerland against Victoria Smith.
And 9:38. Oh, Victoria well off the gas at the stripe. But let's not forget, Victoria took her first event win in stream later. Back at the Festival of Power.
Just realised. Renee's not running in. Yeah, he's running 760 heads up this weekend.
Right. Conor McAuliffe and Nick Shotton.
My choice in the sweepstake is old Grant Moore, consistent 10-second runner. There you go, 10:26, 141, and Conor McAuliffe goes 14:79 at 94 miles an hour. It's going to be another one of our rookies in VW DLC in a couple of weeks' time. Another one of the white label motorsport cars as well.
Yeah, but with a twist. It's the same colour, same scheme, but different.
Yes,
with a twist.
Same scheme, just not white.
Yeah. All right, Rob Smallworth there in the Dirty Dog 55 Chevy. Again, another contender for 760.
You've ever heard the story about how Rob, I mean, you probably loads of stories like this, bought this car. Late one night, he was getting really close to his chassis tag with the other 55 he had, and he went on racing drunk racing junk, not racing drunk, after that's appropriate, after having a few sherbets, and ended up with, guess what? That car right there.
That can happen after a few sherbets and racing junk.
It can as well.
Half the time I go on there, it's like, first thing comes up, it's like, have a jet car. I'm like, ooh.
It is dangerous, isn't it? You think, actually, that's not expensive. I can do that.
All right, first run of the weekend for Chris Todd with the Fiesta-Roo. He's running in 4-cylinder.
Ran really quick at Easter. Rob heads for the centre line and backs out of it. And I think Chris is still going, kind of. Well, Rob's got a qualifying run on the board, so does Chris. Yeah, Rob's car just completely shimmied to the left.
Adam Skinner with the rat.
New look. A different look to the rat, yeah. Yeah, he did actually say it's a rattle can paint job, but looks all right.
From 10 metres, it looks perfect.
Yeah.
Against Livu Marianne Duta. I hope I got all that right. If I didn't, get the other two to say it. In the Kestrel lane.
I'd have said it exactly the same.
Good. Unfortunately, we don't have where everyone's from.
He's from Romania.
Aha.
He's even got the road drag racing sticker on the side.
So
Callum, this is your best mate. He's got Callum can see the sticker. I can see him smiling.
So just because my geography's crap, Romania's next to Bulgaria, isn't it? You've been there and you're looking confused. That's good.
Yeah, he flew there.
I was on an airplane.
You just went where the plane did, yeah?
Well, Adam's going to get to the finish line first. 11:27 and a 10:42 for Liverpool. Running jokes is that BMW in Romania. That was a YouTuber. You kept getting in front of every film. We just walked in front of everybody's cameras. So by the end of it, I was like,
Rafael Kakul with Mark II Golf down there, and Gert Mertz with the Cadet.
did it again. Callum just stood in front of the final for his first one. Callum just stood in front of So Rafael Kanko, PB, at the end of last year, he returned to Santa Pod Raceway for the GTI Festival. He went 9:006. Yes.
I heard Gert's booked a later ferry this year.
They learned this, remember?
Yeah.
That wasn't a happy sounding run at all.
Well, 60 foot of 3.6.
Yeah, rolled the lights. That was the problem at 139.
So this is going to be a 3-inch rule infringement, basically. They're going to let him run and stage it, but basically they're going to tell him he needs to go back to the pits after this and readjust the suspension height to make sure that there's a 3-inch gap between the bumper because the car's too low at the front.
Okay, so basically it triggers the beams all the way through with the front.
Yeah.
Which it shouldn't do.
No, you shouldn't trigger the beams until you get to the tyres.
So, well, it's not up to us to say whether that counts or not, but it's a run.
Well, the fact that Chris actually put him into stage on the tyre, it counts.
Yeah.
But he's told him you need to go back because otherwise that's going to affect him in a race.
Well, it's actually going to affect whoever's in the other lane a lot more than him.
Yes.
Because they're just going to be looking, someone's going to be looking at the tree thinking, oh, they're staged, let's go. And it's only going to be the front end of the car flickering the beams, not.
And obviously, he's been warned once. I've had the same with mine. We set my suspension up, and then we got to a point where we needed to drop the tyre pressure a little bit more than we usually did, and we dropped it. And it actually got to the point where my bumper was fouling on the beam, and I got warned. And so we changed it.
So Lee Whelan goes from no number to the biggest number we've ever seen on the back window. Maybe into the eights.
He's had it printed.
905 at 148. Lars Mortensen, that was, with a 1443 in the other lane. We've got Kev Slyfield in the lanes as well. Who else is that around there? Michael Malmgren as well.
Oh. So is Michael in pro?
He's just testing.
No, he's supposed to be testing, but normally by Sunday he gives in and goes, oh, all right, I'll have a go. He did it last year.
Yeah.
Him and Michael Sherquist did that last year as well. They went, no, we're not running pro. We just did test. You can possibly win some money. Okay, we might as well do that then.
Yeah,
there we go. Okay, John Gamble and again Larry Anslow. What's encouraging about that though? Larry wasn't here that long ago, so even though the stagey lanes are full, they're moving quickly.
Oh, there we go. Slalom. Right, got back in his own lane. 11.87. That's one way of not getting an eighth.
Larry was sitting there thinking, you could have finished my run for me. I got a really quick run. That could have been my quickest run ever. Just kidding, Larry. Yep, so we've got actually what is a legal pro stocker coming up in just a minute, as well as Kev Slyfield. But before we get there, Sonny Lang. See, these cars, these Opals as well. I apologise to anyone from Denmark. I know loads of Danish people, and I'm sorry for my ignorance. But other than the single lane, it's not a racetrack really. It's it's a single lane exhibition up in Moston. Yeah. I'm not entirely sure they have anywhere to race in Denmark these days.
No.
They used to have Vandal. They used to have a couple of others. I think Malmö in Sweden is the nearest place they can go. Again, feel free to message me if you know different, because I'm sure you will.
I don't have anything else on the European calendar for Denmark.
Nice looking run. 10:57 at 1:29. They appear to be happy.
Yeah,
with
like that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so I mean, Denmark's got a lot of cool stuff as well. We've had plenty of fuel races from Denmark over the years, and and pro mod races. One of them will be here next week. So anyway, it's just a shame that there's that much stuff. Same as the Netherlands. They can't race anywhere at home. Same as Switzerland. They can't race anywhere at home.
Right, another one of the quick ones. This is Chris Smith. Shake of the head, though.
Is it a top fuel pro stock?
It is, yeah.
Oh.
It identifies as a top fuel car. It identifies as a lot longer than it is. I mean, that's what it is. Actually, talking of pro stock, healthiest entry for years next week.
Yes, it looks
7.
really good.
Well,
And
it's great. And the bikes.
Mercedes as well.
Yeah.
It's nice to see a European car on there.
Well, that car's been in and out of pro stock occasionally. The biggest issue they have, because it's not as streamlined as the GTO that's down there, or GXP, sorry, that's down there. So that basically means that they've got to do all their own R&D, which is like, years and years of runs on something like this versus like a couple of events. It's not really gonna. Well, it's always going to be tough, but it's great to see.
Well, it is Friday. The Euro Millions is like 130 million. So
that's not bad.
So that'll do me, because then I can do me Passat CC pro stock.
Is that the plan?
That's the plan.
Yeah, we'll go on with that.
I mean, the odds of me winning are 0.
Does it? Yeah, well, not necessarily. But does the engine not have to match the? I think the engine. No, it doesn't. Not in the States, they don't anymore, because they've got Mustangs with Chevys running in pro stock in the States now, which was one of the best rule changes ever. We can't get a Ford motor to be competitive in pro stock. Okay, run a Chevy then. Yeah. There you go. So this is Michael Malmgren from Helsingborg in the south of Sweden, about as south in Sweden as you can get before you end up getting your feet wet. .500 cubic inches with carburetors on racing gasoline. Pro stock cars in the US run EFI. Over here in the UK, in Europe, I should say, they still are allowed to run carbs or run that. However, it's quicker and easier to run with carbs, so that's what they all stick to. They are based on late model production American cars. He may just be scrubbing tyres in, and by the looks of that. Was that it? Okay, fair enough. Yeah, may just be scrubbing tyres in. They actually, how cool is this though? There's a lot of American pro stock teams have cars, like old pro stockers and things like that.
Yeah.
That they just use to scrub tyres in between events.
That'd be a terrible job, wouldn't it?
It's just sit there and do 5 or 6 burnouts and sets the tyres.
Chained to a post.
Yeah, basically.
Just doing burnouts. Ooh, nearly got his door took off.
I think that's all that was.
Here comes Big Chief. And of course, Kev with the fraudster.
Oh, that is excellent news. Because I know they had an issue yesterday with a radiator.
Okay.
Unfortunately got damaged. And it was a case of like, well, I don't know how they got it fixed, but they have. So that is fantastic, because it was like...
Put an egg in it.
No, it was quite badly wounded, so...
Put an egg
good
in
stuff,
it.
well done.
It works.
Always thinking about
guess
food.
you are.
Yeah, I know.
It's like when your clutch goes, you put Coca-Cola on it, and all of a sudden it works.
Yeah, welds it together. That's why.
Yeah. Well, it'll last you the event.
Or until just through the finish line, was that?
No, we didn't even do that.
Oh, fair enough. Oh, it could have gone further then.
Yeah. Couldn't gone anywhere.
So this is Kev Jenkins with the Fraudster. They have won this event previously last year, suffered engine damage. They couldn't quite find what it was, and then fired up for either the second or third round, and there was a little trail of oil, and that was the end of their weekend. It was until they got back.
they got it into the semi-final, if you remember. But because of Gert Mertz had to go and get the ferry, Kev broke the beams with his starter motor in the semi-final to make the final, but obviously couldn't run in the final.
Because the block was cracked.
Yeah. So that's when Rob Lawton won the event.
The fact it even started and ran was pretty exceptional.
It's staggering.
Well, this could be your final round on Sunday afternoon. Danny Bowley would like to think so. Whoa, Kev going for a big wiggle about the 8th mile. It's a good looking run till that point. Gets a number. He's in the draw, which is the most important thing.
16:07, 105 for little Audi.
So what you're talking about, sort of like low hanging, I presume that's the pecker extender on the front you are referring to.
Yep. As long as that's 3 inches above.
Yeah, it sort of is. The front of it isn't, but the rest of it is, which I presume. Well, it's within the rules, isn't it?
No, that's it. But the thing is, the lights on the start line are 3 inches off the ground. But the lights on the finish line, they're about 6 inches off the ground. So it just has to make sure it can do it on the bottom.
So if you had a 10-foot overhang, you'd have the quickest car on the property.
You could, but you're only allowed 45 inches from the centre of the drive shaft. The centre of the front axle. You're allowed to extend it up to 45 inches.
Makes sense.
Wait until you see Ludwig's car when he comes around with what he's created. Okay, Pitol Formella from Poland. Once again, another 9-second diesel.
Good looking launch.
Almost side by side towards the finish. 9.72, 143 miles an hour. To 8.12.7. So, Billy Everett back behind the wheel. Is this... I haven't seen him in it. Is this a new car this season?
No, he ran it last year as well. This is the... used to be Ziva, the Duster, that the Hailing Island garage squad ran.
Yes.
It was that car. And I believe before that, was it James Forster's?
James Forster's, yeah.
Going alongside Rob Nibbs with the Capri. Actually, these two are pitted next to each other in the pits as well, right at the top of the front. Billy clicks it early, 11.87, 11.72 for Rob.
So yes, the Volvo basically, the Audi, the dyno back in Bulgaria, the dyno won't take over 1,000 horsepower.
Right.
Because they put the brand new billet head on it, they brought it over here to ES Motorsports where they can use a hub dyno to go for a full boost power run so they can get some data before they bring it here on the track.
So that is Konstantin Antonev with the absolutely outstanding four-wheel drive Audi.
Who hopefully will be remaining here for next weekend as well, doing some demonstration passes.
We like that.
You teased us with that last year and he didn't.
It all depends on how good the weekend goes. This has been pre-arranged this year.
Bob Alden and John Turner, the White Noise 205 and the Greenfish Barracuda. 9.07 for John Turner, 9.34 for Bob Alden. All right, Jens Kanecki with the Oldsmobile. think this being sort of Doorslammers 7. I can't believe this is our 7th edition of Doorslammers. You know, you've got a lot of people that have done well in the previous ones back to fight it out again. I mean, Jens Konecki, as we know, he made the final. The Doorslammers won in the big bracket on the Sunday. Been coming ever since.
No wiggle this time at half track, which is always good. Nice.
807, 172. I'll be staying here next weekend for Super Pro at the main event. Right.
That's the Blown Bird of Kev Slyfield, previous UK Pro Modified Champion. Now, the difference between what you're going to see this weekend and next weekend is that next weekend it's round number 1 of the European Pro Modified Championship. 16 of Europe's best Doorslammers duking it out for the title over the course of the season, and obviously starting out next weekend. However, to run in Pro Modified, they have to be legal, in inverted commas. By that we mean the correct way. The turbo cars, the boost is restricted to a certain amount, and so on. However, this weekend, none of that matters. You can do what you like. You can run the car light, you can overdrive it differently if you want to. The only thing is, though, what a lot of the teams are scared of doing is screwing up their tune-up for next week. So you will see some of them out here in Pro Mod legal trim. Someone. Lowly T of the day so far.
Beautiful. Oh, 601. 237 miles an hour. Knocking on the door of the fives. Team very, very happy with that one.
Well done, folks.
Awesome. Absolutely awesome.
0.99 to 60 foot, 264 to 330, 8th mile 395 at 189. Out the back door to a 601 at 237 miles an hour. Now, the other thing that's really going to, well, it still blows my mind, is the track record for a car like that is about half a second quicker than that.
I know, it's mad, isn't it?
Now that is nuts. However, that was not a Pro Mod legal car that did that, so, you know, we can almost discount that, really. Anyway, congratulations to Kev, the team. Anyway, take the rest of the day off. You deserve it. Well done. Not the rest of the season, just the day.
Is Mike Malcolm rolling up another burnout, or is he going to do a run this time?
I don't know. It depends how excited Kenneth gets. That's his crew chief truck driver out front. If he gets excited, he might be launching it. A couple of Pro Stock cars tested last weekend at Tierp in Sweden. They had their opening event of the season. It was really cold. That was the only slight issue we normally have. But they, obviously in Sweden, they had the same problem too, and it was pretty chilly. So Mike Malcolm opted to come here and test prior to next weekend's event to open the season. Don't forget, we do have a lunch break coming up in about 20 minutes or thereabouts. My stomach reminded me of it, though, not the run order. Right, now, there we go. He was slightly more animated that time. And we've got at least 2 guys that have wandered out, one to back him up in the right place. You never know, this might be a launch. Now, entering in Pro, if he enters in Pro Doorslammer, big if, He is outgunned by all the pro mod cars. However, that's never stopped him before, and it's never stopped him trying before. When we run the Nitro Olympics down in Hockenheim for a number of years down there, 25-ish years ago thereabouts, they didn't used to run pro stock at that event, and Michael still used to go down there and run as part of the show, and the only class he could really sensibly enter was pro modified, and he did, and he won. On a few occasions, I think, to be honest with you. But these cars are, I mean, a lot of cars are tuned a lot. These are tuned within millimetres of their life, these things. They are very heavily regulated. Racing gasoline, 500 cubic inches, spec tyre size, spec body shape, and everything else as well. It's a case of who can do the best job of tuning. Clutch. Gearing, the available track and weather conditions. They're very, very weather dependent on how quick they run. The air is really, really good, and having the tailwind as well helps a lot. So I'm guessing probably only to 60 foot for Mike, maybe bang it into second gear. It sounded like he drove through the clutch, to be honest with you. 1.01 to 60 foot is not what they'll probably be too happy with. They're more than likely hoping for something beginning with a 0.9. It's really weird, isn't it, when you say a car launches 101 and it was a bit laboured.
All right, Chris Waterhouse back down with the Audi S3, and Ryan French with the Metro.
Yep, Ryan is definitely the outside of outside bets. However,
well, we've got two Metros, haven't we? I think Alex Pryor entered in his Sportsman ET Metro as well. It'd be quite funny if they ended up drawing each other. All right, wild launch for Chris Waterhouse. $107 at the 8th and a 10-16, $137 to a 1372 at 99. How many cylinders in an electric car?
Don't know, depends how much gas they're carting around, I suppose.
Or is that a 4-cell instead of a 4-cylinder? I don't know.
4-cell battery.
So Luke Wilson, Mazda RX-7, and of course Adam with the Digger e-tron.
Well, the RX-7 trying his best to catch up,
but doesn't.
No, and 1187 and 112 to an 1127. Now, of course, that was all on reaction time, which will come into play come race day.
There's something very interesting. If you look at the qualification list, Kev Slyfield, according to the list, is number 6 with a 601. However, ahead of him, in at number 5, has got an 1173. That's interesting. Or incorrect, as it's probably no.
Right, Michael Strachan with the Audi S3, taking on Christian Perotta. 1086 to an 1115. Nick Foot with the Audi TT. Recently finished, was on the dyno at Gordon's. Hopefully will end up in VW Pro at some point in the very near future.
So
in fact, both of these are Nick Foot's cars, I think. Yeah, so Nick Foot owns both of these cars, but Michael Richards is driving the Impreza.
Because he can't drive to.
Can't drive to.
He also can't stage. Roll straight through stage. Sorry.
Go on, say what you're thinking.
No, it's just,
you already did it.
Yeah, I'm a little bit too honest. It's alright. If it was easy, everyone would do it. I've rolled through stage before. I couldn't roll back.
Well, I think we've broken a drive shaft on the Subaru. The fact that any time he puts his foot down, it goes hard to the left. Double the work to fix.
Well, he's got to make it to the finish line though, because then it will give him. He'll be in the draw. There you go. He's in the draw.
Do you know what I found out from Mr. Marshall the other day?
Go on.
That you are no longer allowed to get out of the car and push. Because in the last race, when my car broke and I was against Tom broke on the line. And my car broke also. I was in the car just going. I literally second gear. The car just died. And I'm in the car rocking backwards and forwards going over the finish line. And I said to him when we were on lunch break, I was like, I was prepared to get out and push the car over the finish line and take the win. He was like, you're not allowed to do that. I was like, it would have been good for the video. But back in the days, you were allowed to do that.
Well, we've seen. Well, yeah.
Joe Elliott with the little but quick Yaris. 12:26. That's
he's quick. That's
really
picking up,
quick,
yeah.
Actually, 117 miles an hour. Yeah, that would have taken away some of the gusto of some of the great drag racing clips of ever.
Yeah,
really, wouldn't it? Yeah. Who could ever forget the great pro stock bike pushing race from Australia? Do you remember that one?
In the dark at night in the final. Yeah. But that's a bit different. That's just getting off your bike and pushing instead of getting out of a car. But again,
I'm not being rude. It's bloody hard work all that way. And not only that, it's really sticky as well. Like super sticky.
They would have been timed out anyway. But
And at that point, you'd have had your race suit on and everything would have been huffing and puffing away in that.
Yeah, but what do? You take your crash helmet off so you can breathe a little bit better, but then you get done for putting stuff on the track.
That's true.
All right, Mark Mosley with the This is Monte Carlo. We know that's not a Monte Carlo.
No.
Maybe that's where he lives.
Right, well, I'm going to pronounce this one. Livu Marianne Duta.
Woohoo!
BMW.
2 for 2 today, Colin. Excellent. We've got loads of Finnish bike riders coming next week.
Yes, I can't wait.
For your
For my tongue twisting awards. Yeah. $970, 154 for the E46. Certainly the best of the weekend. Well, it's only Friday. That's gone well. 1392 there for Mark.
Next up, Craig Evans and Martin Dainty. 2 9-second courses. In fact, Martin Dainty has the fastest front-wheel drive Vauxhall in the UK. Good solid launch for Martin Dainty. 171.60 foot, 122 at the 8th mile, and goes through with a 975 at 154 to an 11.26.
So Miguel Lala with the Audi S3. Didn't launch on boost, then it came in. And yeah, it's been a bit of an up and down run, this one. Eventually gets there, 1946 at 48 miles an hour.
Main big number on the board. Now, of course, today is open qualifying. We will go into a class qualification later on this evening after our drivers' meeting.
Yeah, you all need to be there for that one, front of the main stage. God, Taylor Letchford, haven't seen this car for yonks. Welcome back, Taylor. If I remember rightly, though, this may be a total shot in the dark. Taylor Letchford has been off racing rear control cars to a very high level. Now, I can't remember if it was like quarter scale or 8th scale off-road, but doing really well.
Taking on the 57 Chevy Bel Air, 776, 176 to an 896.
Yeah, only 108. Wow. Yeah, plenty more to come from Taylor, that's for sure. Well and truly off the gas at the stripe. Ah, Jeff Cowley with the Pontiac. Now then, Jeff, I think went 9:03 earlier. Now, what he wants now is consistency throughout the day, so gives him a good chance to know where the car is. Martin Schultz with the Ford. Well, not ideal runs for either of them, to be fair. Jeff coasting. And Martin, he goes 12:42 at 123. Jeff coasting to a 14:36 at just 55 miles an hour. Well, good to see that Berry Lane still pretty chock-a-block down there. Quite a few cars haven't put runs in yet, so there's going to be a lot of first-timers putting runs in, well, very shortly actually. Don't forget lunch break at 1 o'clock for half an hour. Thomas Bublitz, his first run of the weekend. Bumped into Thomas yesterday, good to see you. Welcome back again. With the Chevy Nova from Germany. Always happy to be here, is Thomas. This will tell him where the car is so far this weekend. Off the trailer 2 at 10:24, 128 miles an hour. All right, Franz Aschenbrenner went into the 7s straight away, 796 off the trailer run. Very, very tidy indeed. And if one Mustang wasn't enough, we found another one in the form of John Bean with the shotgun racing version. Again, straight into the 8.7s. But looking for a little bit more this weekend, methinks. So both of these two, of course, in the big bracket. And Franz would love to repeat his Sunday performance from big bracket last year where he took the win. And the £5,000 that went with it. Certainly paid for his trip over to the pod. $793, 880 for John. 793, 179, a little bit quicker than what Franz ran earlier on. Knocking the door, 180. And a tiny bit slower for John Bean, 880, 53. Right, Dan Williams off the trailer went 10.10. Let's see how he gets on his second pass, running in the big bracket. Now this car, when Nick drove it years ago, because it's Dan's car now, but when Nick drove it, gorgeous wheel stand off the line. This was the car that won the double up meeting, if you remember. 10.07, 127. Spencer happy with that. Little fist pump.
Quite possibly the richest ever sportsman payday outside of America.
Yeah,
I think. Nice. Not bad.
Yeah, final in the dark at like 5 to 9 with Lee Huxley
and you hiding under the table.
Me hiding. I remember it well.
He was, wasn't he?
Oh, goodness me, Gino's back as well. Fantastic. We don't see enough of Gino. It used to be a complete regular in Pro ET over the years, but doesn't come to races much these days. But welcome back, Gino. I mean, this is a very low 9-second. You know, I think it may have even dipped into the 8. Cracking bit of kit. And how about Dave Reed with a Fiesta? Again, I've seen the car appear here a few times, but never really see it put the runs in. But it's here this weekend.
It was originally built for Street Eliminator.
It was, yeah.
And then it just never seemed to appear.
Cracking build. Fantastic little car. Well, Gina goes 1186, 126. Dave Reed on and off the throttle, 1344 at 69, but suffered a lot of wheel spin on that. Gino, no launch at all, really, just drove it off the line.
Coming up next is one car you do not want to miss at any point this weekend.
Rafael Canco.
Of course. Going alongside some bloke from Germany with a twin-turbo GTR.
Welcome back, Paul Zubek.
Exactly. I really thought he was going to be a rep. When he came over that time, I thought he was going to be... Exactly.
That's monstrous, isn't it?
It has gobs of horsepower, this thing. It's... But the thing is, the one that he brought, the car that he brought here a few years ago, was utterly mental. I don't like using that word because it gets chucked about way too often, but it was bonkers. It was off the planet, just crazy. It went absolutely everywhere, and he kept it pinned all the way through and went into the 7s at nearly 200 miles an hour. The fact he's got twin chutes on it probably gives
this car has been in the 7s at Zerps on the airfield.
Okay.
So he's not come to Santa Pod Raceway to run 7s anymore.
Fair enough.
Oh,
so Rafael Canco could be the star of the show, or not, as the case may be. We will see.
Well, if he runs his first 8-second pass as well, he'll be cheering just as much.
So yeah, Rafael in the Slick Tricks lane with the front-wheel drive car. However, Paul Zubek, the last time he was here, is etched in our memories probably forever with this GTR. It was nuts. You'll see what. Hopefully, you'll see what I mean in just a minute. Here we go. Well, I need a little wiggle. That's almost disappointing. 724, 211 miles an hour for the GTR. Now that's off the trailer, and it walked off the start line. Walked 1.31 to 60 foot. 4.88 to 163 at the 8th. I think they're a little bit... I think the phrase is gobsmacked down there as well.
It just looked effortless.
Oh, totally.
488 at 163 to the 8th.
Can I just say, I'd love to see that in Street Eliminator.
Goodness me.
I don't think that's quite Street Eliminator legal.
Is it not? It looks kind of like a... I know it's not, because it's got like slicks on front and back, isn't it? But it just looks so understated.
That's it.
What class is he in? 6-cylinder?
6-cylinder.
No. Really?
Yeah.
Okay. That could...
But that completely shows you the difference between a highly modified, what was a street car, to an all-out tube chassis car.
And that's what that is.
That's what that is, a full tube chassis car.
Even so, that was...
I'll tell you the most impressive thing that's just happened. I can smell my lunch and it's right at the other end of the tower. That's pretty good. I'm impressed with that.
That is.
It means it must be lunchtime.
Mate,
it is.
no, you got half an hour to go, mate. It's
Oh, is it 1 o'clock?
Yeah.
You said 12:30, you lying git.
Now you've got to smell that now for the next thing. You should have
I'm going to get it.
You should have seen that microwave when I did the first Run What You Wrong this year. Oh my days.
Because?
It was growing. I spent a good 20 minutes cleaning
Oh,
that
thank
thing.
you very much indeed.
The wife listens to me
All
going,
right.
you don't even clean the one at home, and you clean the one in the tower.
Yeah, but you have to eat out of it, yeah.
Okay, well, if I run what you brung is actually for VW. Let's not forget that there is a dual event running this weekend. It is Doorslammers, of course, but it's a VW event as well. And those of you that are here for that, I hope you have a fantastic time. Also got the big stage over there as well, which is obviously going to be staying here for next weekend for the live music at the main event. But yeah, the site very, very busy this weekend.
Yeah, one of the best almost non-stop festivals in European drag racing, I think.
Yep.
The next 2 weeks. Or 2 weekends, sorry, go on. Anyway, Cole, carry on.
No, it's as I say, we've got a little bit quiet out there. But,
Don't worry.
There's plenty of cars in the lanes, not to worry.
Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, we're going to be holding Santa Pod's Got Talent, but just between the people staying here between the week, we'll just be entertaining each other for 3 days.
Yeah. Well, I know there were spectators that came from abroad that stuck around for, they did both of them.
I think
we got them roped
there is
into painting and litter picking and grass cutting and stuff like that, didn't we?
There is quite a few people that are staying here for the week.
Why not?
I've seen a few people, because obviously it is advertised on Santa Pod's Ways on the website as a staycation, and you can book it.
Last year, was a little bit on the very soggy side.
Yes.
The weather was not, it was nasty.
Whereas the year before was like being in Greece.
Yeah, it was. Thomas Ranth, car I'm looking forward to see, enters Pro Door Slammer. Normally runs in Comp Eliminator. Now, strangely, Thomas has entered this weekend in Pro Door Slammer, but not next week in Comp, unfortunately. For us, anyway. Maybe it's a time thing. It's great to go away for 2 weeks to go racing, but obviously not everyone can afford that much time. Exactly that. It looks like a roller skate, doesn't it? It looks just so mean and low. That's probably why they painted. That's probably why they painted it bright yellow on the side, so it wasn't a trip hazard. So people actually saw it, saw it coming. But it's a really, really nice looking car. I know it's. I know it's got turbo in there. Obviously, I'm not sure what the engine size is. I think from the entry list, the engine size looked like it was a small block, but don't quote me on it. However, that means nothing. Andreano ran fives with a small block Ford. Is it a small block? But very cool looking car all the same. As far as I know, this is Tom's first ever time here at Santa Pod's. Wow, that looks lovely.
Lovely opening. A little bit smoky at the top end. Still got 734 at 185.
I think that could well be one of his quickest, if not his quickest run ever. It did look like it was breathing a bit heavy through the finish line, but all the same, well done, Thomas. Well done, team.
So, just had James Woodley on the old telephone. He is in desperate need of a 0 to 100 pressure sensor. So, if anybody in the pits has a 0 to 100 pressure sensor, James Woodley with the Plan B RX8, is in need. So again,
that's the sort of thing that you wouldn't normally find at most race meetings, but at this one you stand a chance at, because everybody runs so many different things. So yeah, fingers crossed, could get that one sorted out. Just looking around outside, actually, a lot of people here, obviously, for the VW Breakout event, enjoying the Doorslammers action. Obviously, everybody tuned in at home. But yeah, everybody here for the VW event. I hope you're having a great time. 3 days of fun and everything else that goes on over there as well. Also, just going to give a shout out, actually, to DG Autos in Wellingborough. Obviously, a big VW garage over there. Certainly know what they're doing over there. Especially my mate Ash, who works there. He was the guy that bought my Transporter a number of years ago. Yeah. So he's tuned in and just said hello, and he said, I'm just telling the guys that that's the guy who bought my van. I bought the van off. But Ash, good to see you tuning in, mate, and seeing what's going on.
I've known Dominic and the team for probably about 20 years.
Fantastic.
And my cars, multiple cars have been there, in and out. They used to have a wicked, Toby used to have a wicked rear-engined Caddy. Unfortunately, he sold it and went jet skiing instead many years ago. But it was always used to be cool having them here.
Well, one of the best VW garages in the country, independent,
100%.
by a million miles. My daughter takes her Audi over there for servicing and MOT work and everything. Yeah, real good place to be, and local to us here. Quite a lot of the VW crowd know them very well.
And if they happen to have a 0 to 100 pressure sensor in stock,
yeah, that's a good one.
Send it in to
Ash, just get in the van and bring it up, mate.
I know, they'll drive down and get it.
Yeah.
It's only 10 minutes.
Yeah, it is actually, yeah.
Okay, Lisette Diconi from the Netherlands with the brand new look Lola Racing Honda Civic.
Yeah, quickly, 8:18 for Ian Brown there. Mohammed went 11, 142 mile an hour though. Great pass. All right, Lisette with the Civic.
So, 10-second car. Looking for 9. She made some serious power quite recently. And this is going to be her first tests. Well, unfortunately, grabbing hold of third gear was a little bit of an issue. It looks like she is just rolling towards the top end. She's even on the brakes now. Next up is Darren Dewhurst with the Shed VW. You notice the Rat, the Shed, none of these actually look like what they used to. They've really come on in the years and kind of look completely different. Darren Dewhurst is also another one of our racers that will be here next weekend in Comp Eliminator. So once again, potentially 8 days of racing available for Darren. Looking to get this 9-second Corsa deeper down into the 9s. Well, 163, 60 foot. At the 8th mile, 119 miles an hour. And Darren starts today, 963, 155.
Great turn of speed as well, actually. Very nice run. Gutted for the man who's just walked through the tower. Congrats on the PB, but gutted on the end result of a broken crank in the Can-Do 2 Corolla. Curses and congrats at the same time. I don't know what else to say, mate. I'm just gutted for you.
More British for the old man who can't race it. So.
Oh, of course, yeah. All right, Alan Williamson.
It's like torture for me and Colin.
1178. Sorry, Fran, as you went through.
Well, thank you for cleaning the microwave. Much appreciated.
You're welcome.
That was my nan's microwave. It's the first time it's ever been clean, I think. So, Michael Behrens, fresh off his, what we think, or Luke thinks is a new personal best earlier.
I think that was his first run into the 11s.
And it was well into the 11s as well. And like a missed shift out there, this might not be. Certainly making the most of the track time. cruising 1265.
So, looking into the parent lanes, we have got the Marcus Velt with the TTK Golf down for his second run of the day. We've got Formella over the tower right now, just doing a burnout. Look at that. Oh, he almost burned out directly into full stage. So, another one of our 9-second diesel Golfs from Poland. So, just creeps into full stage. Well, that's a very strong launch. 154 60 foot. The 8th mile doing 116. And Pitor Formella goes 968 at 142 miles an hour.
Now, was this one of the cars you say staying for next weekend as well?
Yes, yes.
It is, yes. So that's going to be exhibition?
No, he's in Compliment.
Compliment. Ah, right, okay. So you said there was another car. Oh, no, it was the Audi that was going to be...
No, so there's Marcus Julian with the Black Mark II.
Yeah.
He's also in Compliment next weekend. He's done exactly the same, full rear-wheel drive conversion.
Yeah.
And then potentially, depending on how the weekend goes for Constantine,
yes,
he might end up staying for next weekend.
Ah, right, okay. So what we're saying is that Compliment at the main event could be...
it's
already
fantastic.
fantastic. It just could be epic.
And then we've got all the Americans over as well.
Yeah. Well, obviously Scott Lubisher and David Barton are racing in Factory Showdown this weekend at... I can't remember where they're racing this weekend, but they land on Tuesday.
Okay.
Coming up here on Wednesday to set everything up, and then test day Thursday they'll be testing, then going into the event. So folks, if you're out there all tuned in online, if you haven't got your tickets for the main event yet, get them, because next weekend is just going to be phenomenal. 4 days of racing plus a test day. See cars like this. Yeah. Cars like this, running in comp, and you've got fuel cars, fuel bikes, jets, you name it. You've got everything next weekend. Live music in the evenings. It's just going to be a celebration of speed. I think that's my new way of putting it. It's going to be awesome.
Are they racing in Chicago this weekend?
There are certainly somewhere
like that.
I'll have a look on Scott's
well, I was just going to say, there's actually more Top Fuel bikes here next weekend than there are in Chicago this week.
Nice. So yeah, quite a bit of tyre shake there for Marcus Velt, enough to actually rip the back bumper off. Luckily the wheelie bars were there and it kind of rested on the back.
Yeah, that Route 66 raceway this weekend. Route 66 Nationals. Those of you who don't know where it is, it's Illinois. All right, Kev Perkins with the Soul Man, the Cutlass. Another one of our 760 heads-up racers. We'll be in the sevens, but whereabouts? Oh, nearly 806 at 168. That was looking on for a 7. Nice 60 foot, 113 and 514, 134 at the 8th. All right, Taz Racing represented here with the Golf of Jamie Lancaster. I don't even know what model Golf that started off with. Just a 5-door.
Mark II.
Yeah, no, I mean, if it was like a Golf C, a GL or GTI or what, I don't know. It did look quite standard.
No, I think it's going to be a GTI.
Yeah. It's not always the way it happens, though. You don't normally take the performance one.
No.
I mean, for example, slightly off track, but like when you get a British touring car, obviously they take it from a road-going car. They always take a baseline model because it hasn't got a factory sunroof in it and stuff like that. So it's got like a full steel roof. Things like that.
Yeah. They're generally a lot lighter.
Yeah. So Patrick with the Audi S5. True Street. This one. Now, do we know if this one was driven over or trailered?
For trailers.
Yeah. Oh, lots of wheel spin. Eventually managed to get some sort of traction. But 173.60 and just coasting up the track now, basically.
Well, some of our front-wheel drive heavy hitters making their way into the lanes. Underneath the tower right now, Joachim Schumacher. At the head of the lanes is our 2-times champion, David Lammick. We got George around the corner as well. George Baker will be putting his first pass in the EP3. So Joachim Schumacher, another 8-second front-wheel drive car. He ran his first 8-second pass last year at the finals at How Far Raceway.
Do we know if like the mayor and Ahmed and that are going to put runs in today? Have you
I don't know. Well, the mayor's down there, I think. I saw his head bobbling around. In fact, down there, I can see the hat of Frank from Turbo Smart down there as well. One of our European representatives. He's a legend.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, just maintaining legendary status down there as well, I think.
Okay, so with a PB of 883, Joachim Schumacher with the R32 Turbo VW Lupo.
that was where the majority of the difference was.
But if we think back to 2023, when David Lammox did his first Doorslammers, and he arrived on the Friday and didn't make it up the track on the Friday, just could not get it up the track. By Saturday, they went and re-evaluated how their setup was to be for a Santapod track, and before you know it, it started coming together. Then the times just dropped massively, and he went on to win the event.
It's just, it looks like a slot car, that car, as well as the appearance of one. And it runs like one too. It was just the most, by far, it was obviously the quickest car last year, but by far the most consistent as well, which is the main thing you need to be.
That's it. Right. Bailey Wells. Is this the first time today?
I think so.
With the VW Polo.
Well, that hit the sweet spot. He was just about to spin the tyres, but held on to it well. 906, 157 miles an hour. And Bailey goes a little bit slower than we thought. To 1879 at just 58, but coasting towards the top end. We'll take the exit, clear the track.
Just so everyone knows, we've got a couple of minutes till lunch break, which is a shame because I've eaten mine, but whatever. I'll have a nap.
You can carry on working.
No, that's all right. Coming up though, we've got Mark Turner. I can also see Konstantin Dinev with the monster Audi round there.
Oh yes, and the MR2 of Nathan Brett.
Oh yes. So earlier on, Mark went 7:59 with a 2, I think. Danny Bowley in the other lane thinks, my car's still running. I can't hear a damn thing. Got one big block Chevy and the Supra in the other lane. Mark car does sound like it's idling quite high, but pretty sure Rob's got it under control.
I'll say that Supra sounds hard as nails. It really does.
Not sure what when it was definitely idling high.
It was,
and he went on the two-step and it left. And Danny Bowley is about to have the moment of his career by beating. Look at that, and the brakes on before the finish line. He still beat Mark Turner.
Is there going like 760 and what?
Oh yeah. He takes out the current it's not a real race, but takes out the current 760 champion. I think we know that sound, don't we?
We do.
Okay, before we get there, Mike Paul.
Check out Dave Warren's face as he's doing the boat. He's just got the biggest smile on his face.
So this is in the Slick Tricks lane. Konstantin Dinev all the way from Bulgaria, Sofia in Bulgaria. SSG you see on the side of the car, 7-second garage, which I said in Malta last year they need to rename 6-second
They
garage.
do, yeah. I mean, it's quite easy. It's the same letter,
same initials, isn't it? The thing is, though, it's their business, so it might be a little bit, might be a little bit tricky redoing everything. But this car is another one of those that goes like a scalded cat. But you said he's got lots of new stuff on there.
Lots of new stuff, yeah. Brand new billet cylinder head, bigger turbo. He was on the dyno at ES Motorsports last night, so obviously looking to get as much power out of this car. But we are looking for a 6-second pass at over 200 miles. He didn't manage to do it here last year.
Yeah.
It was like 7.0 or 7.1.
It's still four-wheel drive, is it?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
And definitely one of the most travelled races in Europe last year.
Mad the distances he travels. The crew just went, oh, was that it?
Yeah, Mike's going, come on, where are you?
There.
Well, 899, 160 miles an hour to a 941. Again, first run off the trailer.
Yeah, a lot of figuring out to do, I think, over the next couple of days.
Well, unfortunately for a good number of our cars in the pairing lanes, we're about to go into lunch break as I see Dave Henderson stepping out of the Audi RS3. So I can only assume these are going to be the last few cars coming round before we go into a lunch break. Check out the front on the Ludwig's VW Fox.
Wow.
See, that's using the full 45 inches from the centre of the axle on a VW Fox. That's how far you can go. Right, Nathan Freck with Century Motorsport Toyota MR2. He is wanting that 7-second pass this weekend. This is not going to be the one, but a 9.0 and 149 miles an hour is a great start.
And he was heavy on the brakes before the finish line as well.
He was doing 132 at the 8th. So yeah.
Okay, one more car, I think, before we take our allotted time off.
2 hours, yeah.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
That'd only get us about halfway up the pairing lanes to look at cars. We wouldn't get much further.
Like
we wouldn't get much further than that. Because essentially we will use our lunch break for 30 seconds of eating food and the rest of it just chatting to people, finding out what changes they've done, how their morning's gone. Right then.
Yeah, as I say, the Golf for Run What You Brung for the VW crowd goes through with a 16:58.82. Right, folks, half-hour lunch break. Our track crew going to stand down. It's going to be a very, very busy day, very busy weekend for them, for obvious reasons. So what we're going to do is hand over the airwaves to Nitro FM 96.2 for the next half an hour. We're going to chill, go and catch up with people in the lanes, see what's going on. Our track crew will be out there just making sure everything is tip-top out there. But, yeah, we will be back. I'm going
to go forth and do meet and greets at European Front-Wheel Drive.
Are you doing an autograph session as well?
I'm going to go there and let the wife go toilet, no doubt. But yeah, so and if you love your front-wheel drive cars, please, as you go out the back of the grandstand, European Front-Wheel Drive stand is there. Sponsors of the front-wheel drive class. We've got plenty of t-shirts available, hoodies, stickers, caps. Go forth. See you down there.
No, great stuff. Yeah, you must pay a visit to European Front-Wheel Drive this weekend. I saw the trailer this morning. Loads of stuff there. Right, that's it for half an hour. Nitro FM, the airwaves are yours. We like that. Right, so let's get this show on the road, as they say, or let's get these cars on the drag strip. This is open qualifying, and we're kicking things off with Ryan French and Ant Mincher. Front wheel drives. First runs today, 13:67, 13:42, off the trailer. This is. And as Kaz puts her first run of the day, probably one of my favourite events of the year, the Doorslammers, the randomness of it. As I say, it took a while to get from the top end to the tower this morning, purely because the amazing machinery that's in. We would like that very much indeed. So Adam Phillips with Cooking on Gas, the VW Beetle, another one of our 4-cylinder runners this weekend. Just getting an early run in. Excellent idea. Great thing is you come down to the start line in the car and you can pretty much turn the corner. Loads of wheel spin off the line for Joe.
John Sleeth long gone to somewhere near a 760 probably. There we go, 68 to open his account. So Chris and Kaz.
I'd love to see Chris back in the... Well, he's not going to be in the 9s on this one, I don't think, but that is a seriously quick Audi, that. This is another one of the speed not matching ET runs. Oh, well, yeah, 1142 doesn't really go with undefined. Much better looking run for Darren.
Good looking reaction time as well with an 019. That's the number at the top of the scoreboard for you, those of you not familiar.
Right, Nick Shotton with Mr. Oi Oi Corsa. Obviously first run of the event for him. It's 12:50. That will take us up to about 7 o'clock. And then open qualifying until 8 o'clock.
Okay, that makes sense.
So that's the rundown for today.
So just to be completely clear, all the runs today still count
Correct.
for qualifying?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So Simon Innes with a 10.
Yes, looks very racy, doesn't it? I think they've got a beautiful pit position.
Yep.
Very well branded. Pucker operation, that. Like it.
It does look great. However, running quick and racing are two different things,
yes.
Are they not? So, Kaz, third run of the day, I think, so far. Well, Rob blows the tyres off again. It doesn't matter so much this weekend. As long as you get a run in, you'll be qualified. Still a good-looking run.
Look at the speed, though. He's losing finalists as well. He's done rather well. So somewhere in the 9.7s for Mark would be really cool. 8.6s for Lee. Oh, okay.
So Christian is going to be part of the big bracket this weekend with that beautiful 57 Chevy.
That's a sweet off-the-trailer run.
This is, but... in the
top marks from me, mate. I don't know. I didn't think those are the right marks you're on about, but...
So racing in this, both racing the 6 cylinders class. However, our friend runs 860.
It won't be on this one, unfortunately.
7.5 foot, though, that was, I think. Well, he actually got going again. I thought that was something terminal. Maybe his foot slipped off the throttle. Ooh, it could be that simple. He still gets the time on the board. A hunting weekend here pretty much throughout the summer.
I think it's Barney's pet project that every event a new camera appears. It's just unbelievable the amount of coverage you get.
I don't think I'm going to give anything away. That's Adam Phillips, by the way, with the 4-cylinder Beetle. Goes through with the 50.
Car looking very smart these days. Certainly turning it into Billy's car now, without a shadow of a doubt. I'd love to see Jacob back into the 9s. Ian's coasting at the stripe, so clicked it early to 987.
I don't going to repeat it now. I'll save it for another day, but it was terrific.
Yeah, that sounded like a planned half pass.
People were more honest. Good question, which I don't know the answer to. Yeah, Colin backs off as well around about half track. And 10.79 exactly.
That must be one of the cars in Run What You Brung for the VW Breakout weekend.
Okay.
Because they are here as well, actually, sharing the track with the Doorslammers. Once again, a very good morning to everybody tuned in online. Can you go a little bit quicker? It's in the 8th.
Well, big wiggle at the top end that time. For Jens, 8:49 at 1. That was a rather knackered sounding good morning for the first one of the day. Jarrell with issues about 60 foot. Sonny Lang is long gone. In the Kestrel lane.
Too handy, but obviously every run at the moment is still counting for qualifying anyway, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Lars Mortensen and Jack Wilson that time round. Again, one of those wickedly quick Opals from Denmark.
Jack Wilson.
That happens to and with races you couldn't make up anyway.
No,
could
that's
you?
it.
No one would believe it. John Gamble.
Very, very rapid. Sapphire Cosworth.
10 away up.
So they went to Kishkalanza in Hungary just a few weeks ago, but again, had too much power for that track.
Certainly lacking off the start line. He'll get a number on the board. Good looking run though for Simon Crowley in the other lane. Actually, 10:54 at 1:42. Not so much of a trailer queen that time. Yeah, Marcus is going to trickle through with a something. Yeah, he's not going to like that. Good looking launch, 156 to 60 foot. That's a storming run for the Civic actually. In the 5s at the 8th mile. I think he's backed off, to a 9:20.
Riley, but nevertheless, good racing. So where's Bob going to be? In the 9.2 again? Oh, nearly. 9.34, 142 small blocks. Now Chris has been in the 9s. Mark's been in the 10s.
It's a lot of drifting going on out there. Against Kaz Waterhouse. That is a rapid, that thing, isn't it?
We like it.
Will it be an 8? 908, 147 miles an hour. He will be there, and soon, by the looks.
Now, Michael Strachan here with Dave Henderson this weekend. And looking forward to see what Dave's going to do this weekend, because he hasn't come here to go slow, put it that way.
Good looking run, too, with 10.99 at 1:21. What can Larry do? Enter the big bracket this weekend. Well, Julian with a good looking launch, but then gear selection problems after that. George with a high 10 or a low 11. No, 10.31 at 1:27. Very reminiscent of... Well,
he has been a former finalist, and that's not the way he wanted to start this weekend. So let's have a look at Dave Henderson then.
Leaving stuff on the start line.
Towed off at the top end. Unfortunately, we won't be seeing the Toyota again this weekend. And he's out for the main event as well, broken crank.
Oh, ouch, ouch, ouch,
So,
ouch.
Mark, I am absolutely gutted for you, mate. That's not what you want to hear. And that's not a sort of thing we can pull a call out over the PA to get. Oh, Mark.
Especially a small block forward.
Yeah. Watch the BM go. Are we going to see a 9 or is this another 8-second BMW? It's a phenomenal machine. 882, 166 miles an hour.
And straight away afterwards as well.
I think Alan Kenyon would go, where did that car go? Oh, 750.
With a 2. Wow. If you're going to do that on Friday morning.
Yeah.
That's 560 race car, folks. That was just a little bit too much wheel speed off the start line. However, if you're sitting at home and listening and you know what turbo cars do.
So these are test cars. 796.
Give us updates so we can just... It's a much easier way of doing it than scrolling through everyone's social media posts.
Well, that's it, because strangely, not everyone.
Let's see.
Christian earlier on, I think went 84 actually.
Yep.
76. Yeah, even quicker.
Yeah.
The other year. So the Warner Camaro and Rob Carter. Nice looking run for Percy. 790. Look at the speed as well.
I should be doing my annual trip to Derbs in October.
Nice looking.
Oh, blew the tyres off.
And you pay less tax.
Look at that for Joe. That's a lot more like it off the start line. Just get away from the centre line. Good boy. That could be his quickest run.
Oh!
It's a 785 for Joe Baxter. 188 miles.
So again, that's going to be a checkout pass on a brand new setup.
Right, can we press gang James into running Comp Eliminator, please?
He holds the diesel record in Europe overall.
Oh, that's a sweet looking launch. Good looking run. 110 to 60 foot. Great lead.
They are the very definition of shit, basically. So 7-second run for Mark with a 7. To Lee Pike and Jerry Dennings.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at. Because I know that car was sold. It went back to a street car. That's got street number plates on it. I was just wondering if it's the same car. Very good car.
However, baby steps learning for Phil. Oh, he liked that.
Yeah.
That's it. That second stomp
Yeah.
kind of woke him up, didn't it?
That'll look good. Wheels up in the air on his first ever launch. 135 to 60 foot. Well done, Phil. That looked fun.
Yeah.
No, Gordon's car is, if you see them somewhere.
Oh.
Brake lights on means turn left. Or just stop.
Just stop it.
Yeah.
Well, stopping's better than carrying on.
Especially if something's gone pop. I always wondered.
1488 for Gary.
So 149, 60 foot for Danny Hyman. He's doing 124 at the 8th. He's being chased down by Marcus. This is 903 for Marcus Daly at 100.
Ben will correct me, but I'm pretty sure that's where it's come from.
However, this is about being consistent.
Yeah.
But he's probably not averse to going quick as well.
78, 152, 10, 12, 132. That's it. Well, Bill's been having fun down at Manston Raceway, doing quite well down there in the pickup class, racing like James Grew and people like that. 1069, 123. And he won't want to upset the apple cart for a set up next weekend either. Good, straight and true. To 966. That'll do nicely. Now we'd have more of them. And 938. Oh, Victoria well off the gas at the stripe. But let's not forget Victoria took her first.
That's Mark Joyce in the sweepstake. Is old Grant Moore. Consistent 10-second runner. There you go, 1026, 141.
Rob heads for the centre line and backs out of it. And I think Chris is still going, kind of. Well, Rob's got a qualifying run on the board, so does Chris.
Well, Adam's going to get to the finish line first. 11:27 and a 10:42 volume.
That wasn't a happy sounding run at all.
Well, 60 foot of 3.
They're going to tell him he needs to go back to the pits after this and readjust the suspension height to make sure that there's a 3-inch gap between the bumper because the car's too low at the front.
Okay, so basically it triggers the beams all the way through with the front.
Yeah,
which it shouldn't do.
No, you shouldn't trigger the beams until you get to the tyres. On the beam, and I got warned.
And sold it. So Lee Whelan goes from no number to the biggest number we've ever seen on the back window. Maybe into the 8s.
He's had it printed.
9:05 at 1:48. What's encouraging about that though? Larry wasn't here that long ago, so even though the staging lanes are full, they're moving quickly.
Oh, there we go. Slalom. Right, got back in his own lane. 11:87. That's one way of not getting an 8th.
Again, feel free to message me if you know different, because I'm sure you will.
I don't have anything else on the European calendar for Denmark.
Nice looking run. 10:57 at 1:29. They appear to be. Danny Bowley would like to think so. Whoa, Kev going for a big wiggle about the 8th mile. It's a good looking run till that point. Gets a number. He's in the draw, which is the most important thing. Good looking launch.
Almost side by side towards the finish. 9:72, 143 miles at the top of the rondo.
Billy clicks it early, 11:87, 11:72 for Rob. 9:07 for John Turner, 9:34 for Bob Holden. Been coming ever since.
No wiggle this time at half track, which is always good. Nice.
8:07.
Low ET of the day so far.
Beautiful. Oh, 6:01.
It sounded like he drove through the clutch, to be honest with you. 1.01 to 60 foot is not what they'll probably be too happy with. More than likely hoping for something beginning with a 0.9.
The RX-7 trying his best to catch up.
But doesn't.
No. And 11:87.
83. That's interesting. Or incorrect as it's probably no.
Right, Michael Strachan with the Audi S3 taking on Christian Perotta. 10:86 to an 11:50.
It's alright. If it was easy, everyone would do it. I've rolled through stage before. I couldn't roll back.
Well, I think we've broken a drive shaft on the Subaru. The fact that any time he puts his foot down, it goes hard to the left. Double the work to fix.
Well, he's got to make it to the finish line though, because then it will give him. He'll be in riders coming next week.
Yes, I can't wait.
For your
for my tongue twisting awards. Yeah. $970, 154. Didn't launch on boost, then it came in, and yeah, it's been a bit of an up and down run, this one. Eventually gets there, 1946 at 48 miles an hour. Quarter scale or 8th scale off-road, but doing really well.
Taking on the 57 Chevy Bel Air, 770-600.
Well, not ideal runs for either of them, to be fair. Jeff coasting. And Martin only goes 12:42 at 123. Jeff, always happy to be here, is Thomas. Right, this will tell him where the car is so far this weekend. Off the trailer 2 at 10:24, 128 miles an hour. $793, $880 for John. Can't help but when Nick drove it. Gorgeous wheel stand off the line. This was the car that won the double up meeting, if you remember. 10:07, 127. Spencer happy with that. Oh, Gina goes 11:86.
Hopefully you'll see what I mean in just a minute. Here we go. Well, I need a little wiggle. That's almost disappointing. 724! 211 miles. 6-cylinder.
6-cylinder.
No. Really?
Yeah.
Okay. That could...
But that completely shows you the difference between a highly modified, what was a street car, to an all-out tube chassis car.
And that's what that is.
That's what that is, a full tube chassis car. The wife listens to me going, right. You don't even clean the one at home, and you clean the one in the tower.
Yeah, but you have to eat out of it, yeah.
Okay, one of our Run What You Brung is actually for VW. Let's not forget that there is a dual event running this weekend. It is Doorslammers, of course, but it's a VW event as well. And those of you that are here for that, hope you have a fantastic time. Also got the big stage over there as well, which is obviously going to be staying here for next weekend.
Yeah. At Santa Pods. Well, that looks lovely.
Lovely opening. A little bit smoky at the top end. Still got 734, 185.
I think that could...
I know them very well.
And if they happen to have a 0 to 100 pressure sensor in stock,
yeah, that's a good one.
Send it in to
Yeah, Ash, just get the van and bring it up, mate.
I know, they'll drive down and get it.
Yeah.
It's only 10 minutes.
Yeah, it is actually, yeah.
Well, unfortunately, grabbing hold of third gear was a little bit of an issue. It looks like she is just rolling towards the top end. She's even on the brakes now. Also, deeper down into the nines. Well, 163, 60 foot. At the 8th mile, 119 miles an hour. And Darren starts today, 963. Nice. 155.
Great turn of speed. All right, Adam Williamson.
Thinks he's new personal best earlier.
I think that was his first run into the 11s.
And it was well into the 11s as well. And like a missed shift out there, this might not be. Certainly making the most of the track time.
Full stage. Well, that's a very strong launch. 154, 60 foot. The 8th mile doing 116, and beautiful Formella goes 9.
be in the 7s, but whereabouts? Oh, nearly 806 at 168. That was looking on for it. Oh, lots of wheel spin. Eventually managed to get some sort of traction, but 173.60 and just coasting up the track now, basically.
Well, some of our front-wheel drive heavy hitters making their way into the lanes. Underneath the tower right now, Joachim Schumacher.
Oh, that hit the sweet spot. He was just about to spin the tyres, but held on to it well. 906, 157 miles an hour. And Bailey goes a little bit slower than we thought. To 1879 at just 58, but
not sure what when it was. It was definitely idling high.
it was.
And he went on the two-step and it left. And Danny Bowley is about to have the moment of his career by beating. Look at that, and the brakes on before the finish line. He still beat Mark Turner. The crew just went, "Oh, was that it?"
Yeah, Mike's going, come on, where are you?
There.
Well, 899, 160 miles an hour to go. Right, Nathan Freck with Century Motorsport Toyota MR2. He is wanting that 7-second pass this weekend. This is not going to be the one, but a 90 and 149 miles an hour is a great start. They've done how their morning's gone. Right then.
Yeah, as I say, the Golf for Run What You Brung for the VW crowd goes through with a 16:58.82. Right, folks. Okay, so our track crew just getting back into position, and just a few, I think what they're calling keg measurements being taken on the start line as we look down on the pairing lanes. I can see they are chock-a-block with racers ready to put their first, second, third, fourth, goodness how many runs in of the day. So absolutely superb conditions out there. Just having a quick look in the lanes. Jason Pickett is down there with a cherry bomb. Dave Henderson is down there, not in the car just at the moment. Also, just seen another one of our pro Doorslammers arrive. That's Dave Swift, ready to put his first run in, and he's knocking on the door. 6 has actually been very low 7s, and we look forward to seeing how he gets on. That's right, he's just been pushed nearer the front. But yeah, pairing lanes, we are looking basically at the camera view. Obviously those that are tuned into the live feed, you can see just the head of the pairing lanes, but trust me, it goes around the corner and a fair way back towards the pod shop as well. So everybody lined up for open qualifying, I think, is the best way to describe it up there, which is obviously a little bit better than a headwind. Temperature is really, really nice at the moment. It's a steady, 19, 20 degrees out there. Very, very nice indeed. Broken cloud. In actual fact, there's hardly any cloud up there at all. Just a few, a few splodges here and there, but it's an absolutely glorious day. Nice to see people on the banking as well. A very, very good afternoon to you. Hope you're enjoying a chilled out Friday here, but it's going to get a lot noisier very shortly indeed. And of course a few on the grandstands as well. But obviously when we are back and running in a couple of moments time, it's everybody's going to suddenly reappear. The live feed sort of showing people on the banking chilling out there. Give us a wave on the banking and you'll be able to play this back a little bit later on. There we go. Good stuff. All right, let's have a look down the lanes to see who may be first out of the batch down there. Well, Jason Pickett's not even in his car at the moment, so it won't be Jason. Dave Henderson just sitting there waiting to climb aboard. Dave Swift, I think, is pretty much ready to go, so it might actually be Dave first. And as I say, front-wheel drive very, very well represented this weekend as well. Don't forget, folks, this is the start of a phenomenal period of time at the pod. Obviously, we've got today, tomorrow and Sunday of the Doorslammers event. There's some people staying over for a staycation for Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, but it's basically, well, during the week, basically, but mainly Wednesday, all the teams start to arrive for the main event. There is the test day on Thursday next week, sportsman qualifying day on Friday, then the pros come out for their qualifying Saturday, Sunday, and we do go into eliminations from our sportsman classes on the Sunday as well. And then, of course, Bank Holiday Monday will be eliminations day for the first round of the FIA and FIM Europe Championship rounds of the year. So you really do want to miss that. Top Fuel dragsters, Fuel funny cars, Top Fuel bike, Super Street bike, all of the great classes that will be running at the main event. And not only that, Doorslammers will be very well represented, especially in Pro Modified. A 16-car ladder, going to be immensely competitive. Will it be a turbo win? Will it be a nitrous win? Will it be a supercharged win? We'll find out. But it's Doorslammers first. And Dave Henderson got in the car very quickly. he was ready to go.
Well, sadly, next weekend it won't be a nitrous win.
Oh no,
because there's none. I was going to say, I'm guessing Jean Dulamon's new car isn't here in time. He did enter, and no Bobby Wallace. And no, unfortunately, although he's been out racing already, no Roger Hansen either. But there we go. Anyway, Ferd Lugovic in the Slick Tricks lane against Dave Henderson. Dave's already run into the 8s.
Well, this little VW Fox, my goodness me, massive. Well, it's almost like a snowplow they put on the front of it, but it's just making taking every advantage they possibly can.
It's what we used to refer to as eyeball aero.
Yeah.
Well, Dave's got the left indicator on, which he needed because he went straight for the wall. That was a real shame. He was desperately trying to hang on to that, but it didn't quite like it.
Yeah.
Well, that's got to be a record reaction time, 24.44. Even Roy Walker wouldn't be proud of that.
Oh, you said it. Love you, Roy.
I don't. Now, Michelle, on the other hand, but anyway, cruising through. Not sure we'll get a time even, actually.
Okay, next up below us is the Fox gets towards the top there. Yeah, Jason Pickett down there with the Cherry Bomb Chevy. Loving life with his new engine in there. And comfortable and consistent 9-second runner now. Going alongside Rob Nibbs with Ford Capri. So Jason in the big bracket this weekend. Well, there you go. Look, 986. I don't know why he's put a dial on the back there, but maybe he's telling us what he thinks he can do. Don't need the dial-ins until eliminations. Oh, sorry, the big bracket tomorrow. That's right. Rob is in big bracket as well with a Capri. Beautiful wheels up launch there for Jason.
That was pretty. I wonder he loves that new engine.
982, 134, nicely done.
To 11.25 at 125. So we're still in open qualifying for Doorslammers, which is occurring all weekend this weekend. So we have open qualifying today till this evening, when we have a designated qualifying. Have we got another designated session tomorrow?
Yes.
Just out of blind curiosity, sorry. I didn't even know we had one today, so that's how far behind I am.
No problem. Yeah, so timetable, it is all scheduled qualifying tomorrow.
Oh, tomorrow's all scheduled, is it?
Yeah, let me just have a quick look. Front-wheel drive, I'm just seeing if there is an open session. Open session between 2 and 3 o'clock.
Not a lot then.
Yeah, there's designated qualifying in the morning basically until the lunch break.
Yeah, and then after
that it's open qualifying. Well, Dan Williams just went 13.29 at 105 in his street Camaro.
That was him?
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, it was, yeah. That was a car that... Actually, this is the car that he found on eBay. Right. It's... I forgot what year it is. It's about like 9 or 10 years old. There's 4,000 miles on it from new. It's mint. And what's he going to do with it?
Right.
Turn it into a Copo.
Obviously.
Yeah. That's what he's going to do.
Like they haven't got much to do as it is anyway, really.
No, so I think he wanted to
turn it into one.
Yeah.
I didn't think you could turn it into... I thought it had to be factory...
Oh, yeah, it's a factory order, but he wants to spec it.
Oh, like one.
Yeah, like one, yeah.
Why not? Okay, Dave Swift with the AMX in Pro Doorslammer again this weekend. On the hunt for the sixes. Quickest of 7.0 so far with this car. Pretty sure it's got everything in there to go in the sixes though, and beyond. Well, maybe not beyond. The 6 might be it, but it's just what number. Nearly got the 330 book with the horn. Will it be a 6 or a 710? 192. Well held, sir.
Yeah, respect for that one.
No shoots either going down the shutdown area. He does appear to be slowing down, though. Yeah. There were no shoots at the end of that one for Dave Swift. So
Yeah, he's fine.
It was all right. That car's 60 footing really well though. 106 to 60 foot. Maybe without the slight slalom in it, it'd be even closer, wouldn't it?
Yeah, he's turned the corner, no problem.
Well, he's in the draw, most importantly.
Yep.
Conor Micallef and Gert Gretsch. Your next pair. Again, we have no idea what's going to come round racing what. They just pair up in the staging lanes, and whenever they get to the front of the queue, there you go. Well, that was a big wiggle for Gert. Going to get a number on the board though, with a 1064 at 130.
Connor goes through 14:37.
There's a lot of smoke still after the finish line though. And I just saw a Marshall sprint for the quad, so we'll see.
Well, the smoke clears.
Yeah, Lee Jasper with the absolutely mint, very brand new looking Camaro as well, with a chute on the back.
Yeah, that's another one of the Williams brothers specials, if you like.
Taking on Jose Atil. That's not hanging about either, is it? Lee Jasper
Come
with
on,
a
Lee. Come on.
good-looking run.
11 flat, 100 miles an hour. He lifted to match his 8th mile speed with his quarter mile speed.
Did you happen to see where Josias is from?
No.
Guadalupe.
Fantastic. Is that a special type of lupo?
No.
Oh.
He's from the Caribbean.
Caribbean.
I got American ships. Caribbean, my friend.
Sorry, only kidding. Seriously?
Yeah.
And ship the car from there?
No, the car lives in France.
Okay, fair enough.
But he's just flying in.
Seriously,
and
though, that's
but it's like the same time. The guys in Malta, they built a car in the Caribbean.
Nice.
Just to make you feel happy.
No, it's not happy. It's just correct.
I can only assume that they work for the army because they put the Polo in a military aeroplane and flew it to Malta, and then raced for the weekend, and then took it home.
It's amazing you can do that kind of thing on.
Talking of the military, see the Chinook flying yesterday?
Did you see everyone in the pits were like, whoa?
It was about, what, 50 foot? No, it was very low.
Looks like we have some work to do, sadly, in the Slick Tricks lane. I think that journey might have, unfortunately. It did look like it had a lot of smoke through the finish line. So anyway, if you've never been before, first of all, what you've been doing in your life. However, if you have, you know what's about to happen now. We cannot race with any kind of moisture on the racetrack, whether it be rain, which is a bit of a bummer, really. So if it does rain, we can't do a lot. Oil, whatever it might be. So we cannot run unless the track is clean and clear.
Talking of people who obviously have travelled far, we've obviously got the live stream on this weekend, so maybe in the live stream comments, let us know where you are watching from, because Silvu Gita is currently watching from the beach in the Maldives.
Like you
Nice.
do. So even though he's making up for not being
he's
4
literally
weekends
ignoring
in a
his
row,
missus,
exactly,
just watching the race.
sat on the beach going, look at this.
He's got his earpods
This is
on.
where I should be.
Look, we should be here. Look.
Yeah.
A lot of that going on, I'm sure. So we've got quite a few cars in the lanes again. Andrean over round number 2. One guy we haven't seen actually is Gary Rantaniemi.
I see the crew down there.
Yeah, I did too. That's what reminded me as well. But did you have to nurse his truck from the docks again this year?
No, not this year.
Good. Because it got here on its own?
Yes.
Fantastic.
Very proudly has PM1 on the back of the trailer, and that looks very good. Very good.
Yeah, just the first time ever turbo car has won the European Championship.
Yeah.
Yep.
And let's just say at the start of the weekend and probably through most of it, that was not the turbo car you would have picked to be European champion. But it's all about last man standing. It's got nothing at all to do with what you've done up to that point. Yeah. There's a couple of times it should have gone a different way. But anyway, we'll come to that when they come round. So, Nitro FM, if you wouldn't mind,
before you do, is that little white cadet that I put on my car transporter last year? They must have brought it back for me.
They probably nicked it for the weekend, don't worry.
That's the one that runs 8s, isn't it? I'm sure it is. Fantastic little car. But yeah, you can't see that where you are. But as I say, Perry Lane's chocolate block, but we are doing a little bit of a clean up on the track at the moment. So until we are back, we're going to give the airways over to Nitro FM 96.2, and we'll take it back with more fun at Doorslammers here at Santipod Raceway.
Look at that for Joe. That's a lot more like it off the start line. Just get away from the centre line. Good boy. That could be his quickest run. Oh! It's a 7.85 for Joe Baxter. 188 miles. Low ET of the day so far.
Beautiful. Oh, 6.01.
Hopefully you'll see what I mean in just a minute. Here we go. Well, I need a little wiggle. That's almost disappointing. 7.24, 211 miles. And whenever we get to the front of the queue, there you go. Whoa, that was a big wiggle for Gert. Gonna get a number on the board though, with a 1064 at 130.
Connor goes through 14.37.
There's a lot of smoke still after the finish line, though. Thank you very much indeed. So, that was a very quick spruce on the racetrack. And we're back in a go situation again. Patrick Wilk with the absolutely mental Audi. This is an 8-second race car, and may I say so, sir, that is the way to eat a sandwich. Definitely. By whatever there's not a sandwich you can't have that without adding flavoured crisps to doesn't make it better. If they actually made the sandwiches taste really, really nice in the first place, you wouldn't have to add beef flavoured crisps to them, would you? That's the thing. Anyway, that's the end of the culinary journey for the day. We're back on to racing. Michael Behrens and Patrick Wilk.
I caught up with Michael. That was a big PB.
Really?
Into the 11s.
Fantastic. It wasn't just a nudge into the 11s as well, was it? About 11.3, something like that, I think it was.
But they think there's a 10 in it as well. So
wow. Well, Patrick's got a red light, I think, because he's rolled forwards. Yeah, Dave's giving him another go.
Meanwhile, Michael doing 95 at the 8th.
Yeah, he's slowing.
12.
12.71. I mean, that's a huge jump in the first place, never running at 11, and then to say, oh, I can run a 10 now. So, Patrick. That thing just flies. One of our True Street races for the weekend. Will it be an 8? It's a 10.73, 164. 3.35 seconds, 60 foot time. Well, he'll know what that run was. That was an 8-second run, but he just rolled the lights. There's an extra. There's at least a couple of seconds gone missing on the start line there. At least. Okay, Martin Argren with the absolutely amazing Opel Kadett in the Kestrel lane. Running in the 6-cylinder class this weekend. Seriously stiff competition. One of those is the guy in the other lane. Cassis. Why did I stop? Povilanoy in the Slick Tricks lane. Is Cassis from Romania, did you say?
No, Lithuanian.
Sorry, Lithuanian. Sorry. There goes Martin. Look at that thing go. You can see where the pedal was. What's that Kadett going to do? 9 flat, 158 miles an hour. Cassis has already got a quicker run than that, so he backed out of it that time round. So the Plymouth Scamp. Belonging to Matt Southcott. Against Christian Perotta with the GTR. So Christian lives in Malta, is that correct?
Yep.
And drives here.
Comes and does the Yam Yam racing test days.
Sorry. That's bonkers. Does he know that it rains here sometimes? That's mad.
No, I tell them all it never rains here. We just tell them it rains so they go home.
That's a good point. Actually, it hasn't rained here for God knows
No,
how long,
that's
is it?
it.
Yeah, I know. Right, well, I've just been to Australia again, and one of those incredible stats is, believe it or not, it rains more in Sydney than it does in Leeds. Can you believe that? Anyone from Leeds, feel free to debunk that, but, you know. Bloody rained a lot when I was there, and it was summer. Sydney, not Leeds. That's more like it from Matt Southcott with a big wiggle off the start line. He keeps it planted, though. 786. Look at that. Knocking on for 180 miles an hour. 179.22. That's more like it. 1021 at 157 in the other lane for the GTR. That was not bad either. So one big change, one welcome change, I should think, for all the racers. So if all of you guys are watching in on the internet as well and out there on the pits, one good change for this year is we have designated qualifying sessions this time round. So tonight and tomorrow. We haven't had that in years gone by, but we do this time. We still have the open qualifying format, which is always great fun, but we have designated qualifying sessions, which makes it just that little bit more structured, shall we say. Chris Nasser, John Gamble. Pretty good race, actually, as well as it goes. Chris Nasser will be there first, but not far behind him is John. 9:48 at 1:55 for Chris. And John Gamble with a 9:83 at 1:52. They both improve that time round.
Oh, no. After all that waiting, Romain's ended up going out the gate.
Who's that?
One of our French racers. Oh.
Well, we're about to get our wish of big turbo door cars coming up. Both Yari Antoniomi and Andrei Arnover. Okay, Grant Parker with the 4-wheel drive in Pro Street. He might be giving another go at that quickly. Dave will give him another go at it.
Managed to get one.
Okay.
Get some more up too.
Did you notice that? He's like, I'm going to get some more because I'm not willing to give this one up.
That's basically where that was coming from.
This one's mine. There are many programs like this, but this is my program.
Greatest program the world's ever seen, apparently. Okay, Grant with lots of issues all the way down. He probably will get a number on the board, but it won't be one that he'll like the look of. Okay, Belinda Ball. Going to be taking on Calvin Scarrett with the front-wheel drive Civic. Didn't Calvin hold the speed record for a little while?
For quite a long time, yeah.
This is a very serious machine over there in the Kestrel lane, as is Belinda's. So it's funny as well, the little Civic's probably got more horsepower out of the two of these.
Yeah. It'll probably have a greater mile an hour if it all goes true.
However, the difference in the launch, you can clearly see, that, which is why Belinda is long gone in the Slick Tricks lane. 767. Check out the speed. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, 870, 173 miles an hour to 178. Right, Daniel Sheen. In 2023, he turned up on a Run With You Wrong day with Elvis, the E30 powered BMW. He's been very much looking forward to making a return to Santa Pod Raceway. He's taking on manager with the all-motor Civic. Again, manager off the line. Such a lightweight car, but Daniel Sheen doing his best driving job, driving past manager and goes through.
Wow.
833, 169 to a 950 at 143 miles an hour. Now, I'm going to have to double check on manager's time. I think that might be a PB.
That was one of those moments you go, hang on a minute. That didn't look like it was going to do that.
No.
Definitely not. That was awesome. Absolutely awesome. Okay. A little bit of a track sweep and a bit of glue. And we have big turbo cars coming your way very shortly.
Yeah, just having a little other nosy in the lanes if we can get the camera feed back down there. Nice to see the tractor there. First appearance of Dave Mace in the lanes. Of course, his epic win a few years back with Andy Bond will go down in folklore. That one? No, Andy this weekend. So we will... Well, I'm not saying we get a new name to the winners roster, but Andy won't be taking more money out of this event. Don't forget, Andy has done rather well at this one. He was a champion in 2024. Guess what? The year before, he was a champion. The year before that, he was the champion. So 3 in a row for Andy Bond, and he did win it back in 2019 as well. So he's won 4 of the 6 Doorslammers in his class. Absolutely unbelievable. But it's going to be a different name on the Winners' Trophy this year in Pro Street. And can Dave Mace add another one to his one he's already taken? Looking in the lanes, as you say, we see the 2 turbo Pro Mod cars. We'll see Dave Cherrett is back down for another run there with the Dark Revenger. Don't forget, Dave took the prize pot. The Doorslammers did a very, very good job indeed. That was back in 2023. He won the Sunday final against Tom Atkinson.
There you go.
Seems a lifetime ago.
So a little update for you. That was a brand new European front-wheel drive all-motor record.
Wow.
Taking the record from from Evgeny Demikov over in Russia.
Nicely done.
Weren't they swapping the record last year?
Andrzej Majszek from Poland, they were swapping it back and
That's
forth.
right.
And Andrzej Majszek was going to enter on Monday morning, and they had it on the dyno on Tuesday night, and on Wednesday. He was going to enter on Wednesday if the dyno session on Tuesday went okay. Something didn't go perfect, so he was like, I'm not going to bring it.
Yeah.
But he was really looking forward to another rematch with them. So he'll be back again next year. But anyway, managers just taking the European record.
Brilliant. Still in the lanes, Steve Matthews is down there with Honka. Gasser Circus car. Finally in the big bracket. Excellent to see that. Couple of Street Eliminator cars there. Rob Carter and Victoria Smith is down there. And the rest of them lining up behind, because I can't really see them. Bill Mills. Sorry, Bill Wilson. I've done that before. But yeah, looking very, very good in the lanes, but I would imagine it's going to be Andre Arnova coming around the corner next, because that's what the prep is going for at the moment. Don't forget, open qualifying until 4:30 this afternoon. Then there is the dinner break for the track whilst we head up to the announcement area for the 5 o'clock meeting. And we, of course, need all drivers to attend that meeting. It's just a run-through. You know what it's all about, but it's still a run-through of the format and what you can do, what you can't do, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Go fast, don't break.
That's the general idea.
That's it.
That's the general
That's the
idea.
rules.
I like them rules. I can work with them.
Words to live by. Yeah, so the last bit of grooming out on the racetrack, and we will get to be seeing two very big turbo cars.
Don't forget, it is also VW Breakout as well this weekend. The family-friendly VW Weekender here at Santa Pod Raceway. So don't forget, if you are here with that one, it is run what you brung actually for the VW Breakout community until 4:30 this afternoon. It's obviously open to Doorslammers and the VWs here today. We have also got running for you over the course of the weekend Fire Force 5, the Jet Dragster. You've got Oklahoma Willie, the Jet Bus. You've got mini monster trucks over there, Pacific Bounce inflatables, Wonder Wheels, etc., etc., etc. Get the program, tells you all about it, as we welcome back onto the start line Andre Arnova.
I did mention that he needs to be an honorary Englishman. Estonia, English, pretty close. The amount of time he spends here as well, the amount of runs he gets on the racetrack, it's just, ridiculous in a really good way.
Well, if he can get that .95 60 foot with a turbo car to hold
without breaking loose.
Wow.
Well, it's obviously turned up. Not that it normally isn't. It's not normally a pooch. Let's put it that way. It was very rare to see a turbo car go to 60 foot in .9 anything for a while. Notoriously, the way that turbos work, spooling them up, it's hard to get them off the start line. They make a ton of power as they go down the track. It was always fun watching sort of like nitrous versus turbo cars, because nitrous would leave like a scalded cat, and then the turbo car would catch it and pass it at the top end, which obviously is the most important part of the racetrack to be in front in. But not so these days. The turbo cars have caught up massively, absolutely massively. So from just outside Tallinn, all the way from Estonia, although the car pretty much resident here, almost as much as you, really, or you.
Me?
Frankly, yeah, either of you, really. So, Andre Arnova, a European Pro Mod record holder, actually, it's not a European record because he didn't run it at a European event, however, still the quickest car in Europe, 5:69. He ran that just a month ago at Easter. What can he do this time around?
So 97 to 60 foot.
He had a good look at the wall as well. That was, you're never sure whether it's too much or not enough. That's the other thing, because But when we talk about shaking the tyres, it means that they're turned into quite a few 1,000 horsepower rubber balls because they're not in sync with the racetrack. They do need a little bit of wheel spin, believe it or not. Otherwise, those big hoops on the back start bouncing, and it's not a comfortable situation to be in. And as you can see for Andre, it turned him sideways then. Anyway, he's got a couple of numbers.
The bizarre situation, he knows how to run a high 5.6.
But he don't want
But he just wants to go fast.
Exactly. Well, that's what this weekend's all about.
Give him the full credit for it. I really do.
Well, they can turn it. They know they can turn it down and run a 580, probably just getting out of bed. But they don't really want to be doing that. So, defending European Pro Mod champion. How cool does that sound? Very, especially if your name is Jari Rantiniemi. So, Yari's been here a number of times before. Last year was his first ever trip with the car. It was here for the Doorslammers main event last year and dipped into the 580s for the first time ever. I think his personal best is around about 587, there or thereabouts, but he was most consistent and, importantly, winning last summer. He won, I think he won the second event at TIEP. Did pretty... I can't remember whether he did skip... No, he went to Germany.
He skipped Germany.
Skipped Germany. I knew he skipped one of them. I couldn't remember which one it was. He skipped Germany because you can do that, the way it works out. And then came over here for the finals and won the finals. The way that day went down, it could have gone any way the whole time. Andre Arnover was number one qualifier by a bunch, but had a leak in round one, so got shut down. David Vector was kind of in the... Well, he was in the points lead, and he was in front of Andy Robinson in their race in the semi-finals, I think it was. Kicked the rods out.
So it comes in handy. He was one of the people who replied.
587, there we go.
There we go.
Thank you very much indeed, sir.
So again, on my Facebook, all the racers, I did ask everyone to give us the PB just to make sure we got it exactly correct. So the people who did, we do get it right.
However, this is his first run of the season. Look at that, absolutely on rails. 585 at 250 miles an hour. I think the phrase, Colin, is boom. That is how you do it.
0.98, 60 foot as well. At the 8, 389 at 198. Yeah. A 196 back half.
Somebody in that thread, I think, put soon to be improved and then put yes after Q1.
It was literally Tavi from Arno's crew.
Oh, wow.
So just for the record, new personal best for Jari Rantiniemi, 585, 250 miles an hour. I'll be honest with you, if I was him, I'd quit racing now because winning the European Championship, then running your quick, it's not going to get much better than that, is it? Really?
That's it.
Now, the only thing is we don't know if he was running in Pro Nord legal trim or not. That's the only thing we don't know.
I'm going to say he's in legal trim.
Yeah.
Because they're concentrating on next weekend.
Whereas, stonking run, though.
As Darryl said, Andre's already been here this year.
Yeah.
He's already continued gathering data.
Yeah. Love it. Right, Lee Huxley with the Dark Horse Mustang.
As with many great runs as well, that was so undramatic by comparison.
Yeah. Right, twice winner of the big bracket over the years.
With the shootout from the finish line as well.
Yeah.
Novel approach.
887. Right, Martin Schultz and Ben Kennedy. There's a lot of burnout smoke in the cabin there for Martin. So both of these two in the big bracket. Right. Unfortunately, Martin being pushed back. So Ben, the track is all yours. Cool. Wide awake off the line. 0-1 light. That'll do him well if he can maintain that during racing. An 860, 154. Nicely done, Ben.
I'm guessing the idea is to make it consistent today.
Oh, yeah.
Well, they know it's quick, but they want it to be. They want it to be.
Well, we keep saying where are the Gas Circus cars, where are the Nostalgia Superstockers. This event is made for you in the big bracket, and lo and behold, Steve Matthews, representing Gas Circus, is here. He's done this event before,
He
though.
has, yeah. I was going to say, he's one of the few.
To be fair, Jason Pickett is in as well, actually, but Jason can represent Pro ET and Gas Circus. So, yeah, we're a couple.
The thing for Steve is he says, well, we'll have a go at this bracket racing, like, but the last couple of years he's been really good.
Yeah.
He's just unfortunately ended up in the other lane against someone that was just that slightly bit better.
There's not that many of them because Steve is very competitive. Does very well in Gas Circus. He was in with the championship last year. It's only because Simon Prest won the last event of the season, stopped Steve Matthews from winning it. Oh, it was such a tight championship last year. But this is big bracket. This is big money racing this weekend. $5,000 to the winner on Saturday, and then $5,000 to the winner on Sunday. So Dave, 9:53 from Dave Cherritt. What a run. Excellent job. 9:40 for Steve Matthews. Excellent from him as well. So some very, very good runs. Well, one of Dave's quickest for a while, that one, certainly. 9:53. The German invasion of Franz Aschenbrenner, winner last year in the big bracket, and Thomas Bublitz with the Chevy Nova. I'm assuming both of these two are staying for the main event, which is next weekend. It starts Thursday with the test day, Friday sportsman qualifying, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. It's just an all-out celebration of speed. Just make sure you get your tickets. Come along to the main event. Long range, I hate to say it, but the long range forecast is looking superb for the event. We're ready for it. The facility is ready. We just hope you are all ready for it. Come and see Top Fuel Dragsters, Fuel Funny Cars, the Pro Mods, Top Methanol, of course the bikes. The awesome bikes are here as well. Jet cars, live action arenas, stunt shows. It's the whole lot here next weekend. Go to santapod.co.uk or .com. Both of them will take you there. Get your tickets, come and see us, and enjoy the main event. All right, Francis is going to get there first with a 794 at 173. Thomas, 1024, 127.
Very much looking forward to next weekend. It's good to see some faces back on the entry list as well.
Right, Bill Wilson, who sometimes call him Bill Mills just for fun now, going alongside Laurie Bamford. Don't see Laurie race enough of these. Oh no, in actual fact, Laurie's on the outside, so who's driving? Oh no, it's Laurie. It looked like Laurie. So the nitrous assisted Chevy of Laurie. Wheels up launch, lovely job. That's a good looking run. Yeah, 989, 135, we'll take that. Well done, Laurie. 1060, 124 there for Bill Wilson.
Right. Ronnie John from Germany with the Otimoto Honda Civic. Has been into the high nines at Zebs before. And he's going to be taking on Jake Tippin with the TDI Caddy van. This will be Jake's first run of the weekend as well, I believe. Well, bit of a fight on the start line for Ronnie. Something coming off the car. In fact,
Yeah, it looks like it's
around.
crabbing a bit there.
But Jake Tippin out in front at the moment. He goes through an 11.08 and 103. So
Yeah,
8,
only
13.05.
103.
Look at that speed, though. 144 miles an hour for Ronnie John, making his debut at Santa Pod Raceway. Now, this is one of those cars that doesn't look too crazy, but as Nils comes under the tower with that Audi 80, this is one of those crazy German
Good
cars.
afternoon, Mr. Owen Forrest. Good afternoon to you. He stood in front of the speaker going, is that my name?
Yeah, he's
Owen.
scratching his head.
He's scratching his head now.
Who are you talking to? Who are you talking to?
So Nils Orlemund with the Audi. And Arpitor is back with the Mark II Golf.
Pitor is definitely making the most of the track today. This is like his third or fourth run of the day.
Yeah, first run of the day for Nils, though.
So four-wheel drive versus front-wheel drive. Nils is away first. He's going to get to the finish line with a 9:28, 124. And Pitor goes through with a 10:16. So looking into the bearing lanes. JC Grant is at the head of the lanes for the first ever pass with the Porsche.
We're so looking forward to it. Engineering masterpiece, that car. First up, though, Dave Mace and Victoria Smith. That is a cracking matchup. Oh, yeah. Have some of this. So both running in Pro Street. 2 7-second cars, actually. We do like this. No wheelie bars, and yet both of them we know can lift the wheels. Dave can lift them quite high if it doesn't go entirely to plan. Victoria, it just tickles the front wheels off the line, but then if you're knocking on the door 200 mile an hour, you don't really want big wheel stands. Well, fair to say Dave Mace absolutely planted, but lifts early. So, still goes 874 at 110. And Victoria goes through at 940. JC Grant. One of the most talked about builds over social media I think I've ever seen. And it is a phenomenal bit of engineering, this car. It really is. Into 4 figures on the dyno as well.
And then double it.
Yeah, as I say. I can't remember what the exact number was, but
It was well over 2,000 horsepower.
Yeah.
Of course, this is going to be his first ever run down the track with this car, so I don't expect him to do anything other than a checkout pass, but you never know. It's been like 5 years in the build.
Well, all very excited to see how JC gets on over the course of the weekend. It's not all about just one run, it's the build-up. Yeah, this is more of a test session than a full-blown competition for JC. He knows that. But you never know. Let's just see the debut run for the Porsche. Well, that built-up boost, lovely on the start line. Gets it off the line as well. And just to get to the top end for your first ever pass in the car, finding a way around the car, getting a feel for it. He sat in the car plenty of times. He knows where everything is, but doing it when the car is rolling with power, it's all new ball game. 138 to 60 foot. We know obviously all these numbers are slightly irrelevant at the moment, but that's it. He's got his first run under his belt. Now the fun really begins as they start to work on the tune-up on the car. But well done, Casey. Well done to everybody involved with that car. JC Grant, that phenomenal Porsche. Here we go then. Back to front-wheel drive action.
David Lammick back with the Nova. Now, of course, first run earlier was a 133 60 foot, and then after that it would not select second gear. Now, of course, when we do the drivers' meeting later on, it will be reminded to all of our racers, courtesy staging is in play this weekend. You will be reminded that double bulbing, even in qualifying, we don't really want.
Yeah.
Well, just a solo run for Pavel. On and off the throttle around about 1,000 foot. 927, 154 miles an hour. I believe that is a bit of a PB. Okay, well, the guys just saw something on the start on the track there, just before David ran. So they're going to push him back, get those tyres reheated.
Right, so looks like it's going to be Rob Carter going alongside the Corsa.
Wow. Not going to heat the tyres again. He's happy just sending it as is. Got second gear this time, 132 60 foot, bit of a mid track wiggle. Rob goes through, but 790, 185 miles an hour for David Lammick at the top end of the track. Congratulations, another 7-second runner. He did get very, very close to the wall as he went through the finish line. The parachute was out and saved him for sure.
Yeah.
But that is what a way to celebrate his first 7-second run.
Yep, safety turns the corner at the top end, but yeah, as you say, went way over to the left wall.
Way over to the left. He was lucky he was against Rob.
Yeah. Right, Joe Baxter, fresh from his 7-second run earlier. What's he got for us this time round? Straight down Broadway, 784, 186 miles an hour. He's done it again. Great job, guys. Absolutely awesome. Right, Billy Gain. Haven't seen Billy for a little while, actually. Now, Billy, another former winner of the big bracket, took the win on the Sunday back in 2021, 4 years ago. Billy held up that check. Here for another one. Going alongside Julian Bayer. Now, the difference for Billy this year, he's not running in the big bracket, he's in 760 heads up. So could he be the first racer to win Doorslammers in 2 different classes? Has to be a first.
What did David Lammick run?
790.
Worth the trip then.
Well worth the trip.
So Julian Bayer with a 4-cylinder.
So this is going to be his first pass with the rear-wheel drive setup as well. And much like Marcus Phelps.
Shook like mad.
Yeah.
825 for Billy. I'm guessing that was no gas, just make sure everything works kind of thing. 790 speed.
170 was it? Can't remember what you ran now.
Sorry, just out of
185.
Yeah, that's it.
wow, that's what happens when fifth gear works. Then, yeah,
that's it. 132 60 foot.
Goodness me.
522 at 144 at the 8th to a 790 at 185.
That's how tough life is. That would have been the quickest run in Europe not that long ago, wouldn't it, really?
That's it. Unfortunately, that has kind of dropped quite a bit.
Well, actually, he's still number 2. Is that number 2?
That is now number 2, yeah.
Yeah. It's just Petros is
In
like
fact, let me just double check.
on his own planet.
What did we say? 790. Yeah, that takes number 2. He
That
literally jumps Elshan Ashlanov with a 798. Of course, we're still yet to see Petros. He was warming the car up this morning, but no turn up yet. Literally just...
Yeah, you haven't seen Petros' new car yet, Colin. It's a weapon, isn't it? And I kept meaning to say this. You were bang on. You were spot on about the air brake thing with the wing.
Yes.
Yeah, you were. Sorry, I do apologise. About to greater knowledge. Yes, that's what it was, because it did that every time, didn't it, when he went through the finish line?
That's it. And now,
smart move, actually.
And he's actually modified it a bit now, so it's more aerodynamic on the track. It was before it was kind of almost straight. It now dips down at the back, but still does the same.
The thing is, though, is that he's now getting into, well, they're all getting into the territory where they need to think about aero a lot more.
Yes.
Because with no real physical weight on the rear end virtually at all,
no,
it makes it all the more important, doesn't it? So, from no race number to the biggest race number we've ever seen all round a car. Congratulations to Lee Whelan. Taking on John Sleeth with the LS swapped.
You sort of look at these two. You've got a 7-second pickup truck and an 8-second daily.
Has he run 8 yet?
Yes.
Did he? Okay. He went 9-0 a number of times, didn't he?
No, pretty sure he's... a quick look, he's 36.
He'll probably do it now.
Oh, sorry, 905. Apologies, you're right.
Yeah, a little bit laboured off the start line. John Sleeth is obviously long gone to a 759 with a 4.88.
Oh,
there we go.
now.
Problem solved. 154 miles an hour. It was still quite sluggish off the start line, though.
Yeah, 138. Mind you, he's doing 572 at 125 at the 8th. Wow.
That's pretty stonking. What we've got to do as well is that there's a guy doing loads of filming down there.
That's Owen. We've already given him a shout out.
Oh, okay.
Hey, tell us this time.
Tell us what you want to say when you want us to say it, okay? Just to make your reel a bit better.
Yeah.
Yeah? We'll do that.
Yeah, filming live at Santapod. This is Owen Forrest.
There we go. We'll do your introduction.
Yeah.
You get on with it.
Oh, dear. No, he's doing a lot for socials at the moment. And, yeah, well done, Owen. Good job. Going to be doing Street Weekend as well. He'll be he did it in the 240Z the first year, then he did it in his Chevy last year.
Awesome.
I think he was in the Chevy this year, actually. Yeah, because he pulled the car out of the garage last weekend and fired it up for the first time. So, yeah.
Right, good luck to Phil O'Brien. Second run in this car. Completely new to him. Made a good job of it as well. So I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to laugh. That was really good. It was a number of stabs at it, and then oh yeah, that was good. Boom. Now that will be the problem. What someone needs to do is go find a big plastic-looking, big plastic spider, strap it underneath the throttle pedal, and tell him to squish the hell out of the spider when he drops the hammer, to make sure. Otherwise, the spider's going to eat you. There you go.
Yeah.
That's what they told me, and I never lifted. It worked as well. I think this could be one of only 2 Run What You Brung cars for VW Breakout today, actually, that I've seen so far.
Yeah, but what an awesome pairing lane to be part of, though.
Yeah, exactly. Coming down racing, coming down against all this sort of stuff.
Fantastic. Full respect for this Run What You Brung. We appreciate you.
So, Colin,
You'll be follow up by Dave.
Yeah, exactly. So he's going to be pulling off the end of the track as Dave Smith's going to go flying through.
did you say there's a story on the SW on the sponsor?
No, SMS are the sponsor for Dave.
This is cracking.
When we went over to Bradenton, they met up for the very first time because Dave basically gets a lot of his parts through SMS.
Okay.
And yeah, they just, a really good bunch of guys. I didn't get to meet them personally, but Dave, John, and all of the guys met them out there, and always, got the garb and everything, all the team merch and everything. And I think Dave. Well, we haven't had a discussion yet, but I think we'll probably go back to Bradenton next year again.
That's it. I'm pretty sure I said before, I was like, I want to go there, and then I heard nothing, and I was like, how rude.
Do you want to come next year?
Yeah, man.
Do you want to do it? You up for it?
It's on my birthday.
Yeah. Oh.
So I've got no excuse not to be able to go.
Okay.
Of course, Rachel's the day after, but that's not my problem.
It might be. Yeah. Now you've said that.
I have to remember there's a speaker facing there every time.
Yeah, and this is live streamed, and there are people listening.
She's going to watch the live stream.
And it has a rewind facility as well. So Dave Smith with the 55 Chevy, the Stranger Thing. He was clicking off personal bests at Easter.
Yeah, they want a bit more out of. Oh, hang on.
I just spoke to Jamie, and Jamie said, "Oh, do you want to go up in the town and do a bit of time?"
Right, Chris is just making sure. No.
What did Chris spot?
Well, whatever it was, it may have saved Dave. Oh yeah, there is actually spots on the track. If you look down there.
That was very well spotted, though.
Yeah, and just in time as well.
Yeah. So they always take a look at the back of the car just in case, and then look
there
underneath.
Is something you can see. It may be fuel. We'll soon find out how quickly or easily it is to clear up, to be honest with you. But well spotted, Chris. I think Dave might owe you a drink after that one.
Yeah.
Although not at the track, of course. But,
But no, they want to go quick this weekend. I think the target for the team, if they're fair, would be a 6-1.
Okay.
I know Dave wants more. But before you get your 6-0, let's have the 6-1, yeah?
So, Christian Schneebly.
Oh, in actual fact, I've just spotted them all in new crew shirts, looking very smart indeed. Because those weren't the shirts that they had over in Bradenton, that's for sure. Obviously, the logo we know very well. Mm-hmm. But, yeah, good job, guys. John having a good look underneath it. No, that'll be back down.
So, Christian's putting a number of runs already. Well into the 7s. That one was a 775 at 175. I'm going to say it. He's got himself a bracket car, but then that's the idea.
Yeah.
Because he's in the big bracket.
He'd also do well in 760.
That's a very good point, actually.
Yeah.
That'd be the perfect car for it as well, wouldn't it?
It would.
Can you double class at the Doorslammers? Has anyone ever done it?
I don't know.
Just out of blind curiosity, I wonder if anyone has, because we get it in so many other forms, don't we?
Ahmed would 100% do front-wheel drive and 4-cylinder, but you're not allowed a front-wheel drive in the 4-cylinder class.
Okay.
I didn't know that.
Worried they're going to get beaten?
No, they just didn't want to encourage more front-wheel drives.
Yeah, that's your job. Which you do very well. So, Mark Skinner. They've all been in the 9s, haven't they?
Yeah. Well, Mark has just been phenomenal today. I mean, you know, went 9.9, then into the 9.7s.
Yeah, that's not going to work. 60 foot was way off because he rolled the beams slightly. Good speed, not quite the ET.
Yeah. All right, Bob Malden with the White Noise 205.
Even though it looks like it's warm out there, it's still very, very fresh, isn't it?
I went down the start line a little while ago, and there's a lovely heat coming towards you, but the tailwind keeps you cool the other way. It's quite weird out there.
Well, it's just absolutely perfect racing weather.
Oh, yeah.
Couldn't have booked it any better, to be honest. So, Bob's normally in the low 9s or thereabouts. Same as before, 934, 142. Okay, another one of the little Taz small block Fiats.
Chris Skinner.
So Dave Smith team back to the pits. I'm sure and I hope it would just be a case of tightening something up, but that's a lot of cleaning up, actually. That's a lot. 997 in the 9s again for Chris Skinner. Okay, Jason Darling with the renamed Angel of Death. I'm sure no reference to Slayer, but you never know. That's the most famous version of the song. Now street legal again by all accounts. 9 flat, 152, knocking on the door of the 8s. Very nicely done. Okay, Mark Bailey will be next round to take on the tractor. We'll be back to 2 lanes in just a moment. As it is open qualifying, it's just a case of running whomever appears.
Well, Mark Bailey will be here next weekend for the main event. I hope you are all as well. For more details, go to the Santapod website, obviously, to book your tickets as well. And you'll see cars like a lot of these here, including the Pro Doorslammers when they move into Pro Mod. And you get the top fuel cars, the fuel bikes, jet cars, all sorts of things here next weekend. For more details, santapod.com or .co.uk. And look at the main event. Test day Thursday, event days Friday to Monday, bank holiday weekend.
Good looking run for Mark. 8, 7, 4.
Oh, I think Mike's happy he's hit the dial in. And an 01 light as well. Mike's actually very happy. All right, Jens Konecki, the Oldsmobile Rocket. Straight and true to a 7 something. A 786, 177.
Happy with that?
Yeah.
Okay. Colin Morris. And we are back to 2 lanes by the looks of it.
So the Morris Boys Camaro, another one that's been in the winner's circle for the big bracket over the years. He took the Saturday win, then made the semi-final on the Sunday, just added a little bit of a top up to the £5,000 that he won the previous day.
850. Super quick. Okay, Ronnie Mercer in the 10-1s with no gas, which bodes well for when he turns it on. So what were the issues? That were the block cracked or something? Or?
I don't know what the issue was, but I know it resulted in a new block being required for the car. They were going through hell and high water, they really were.
John Turner knows all about that.
Oh, Bombi, has John been through the mill, literally with parts over the years? Maybe found something else now. So I'm going to let Ronnie go. Now, if Ronnie could go like 10.10 or 10.09, I know we're talking hundreds, but if he can get there again, he's got a very consistent race car. 10.21, 130, still good to work with. Maybe not, the air's not quite as good as it was this morning. Would it affect it by a 10th? Don't know. Not.
Well, it depends as well if the track sheet has got a bit more heat in it as well. That can do it.
So John going backwards, unfortunately, not the direction that we wanted him to go.
That's not his fault, though.
The good news is, though, that he is reversing back. So, yeah.
Sorry.
No, you know what I mean. At least the engine is running and he's got no issue there. So, Nick just guiding the traffic back. I'll tell you what, that is a very busy man down there at the moment, Nick Garrett. Doing work on quite a few cars these days. He's the man responsible for he's put the nitro system on John Bean's car.
Okay.
That's really turned the wick up for John. And of course we look forward to seeing his own car back. That gorgeous Nova, black Nova built. Oh no, John is going back to the pits, unfortunately, but I think they may have just found a tiny little leak.
Well, whatever it is, there's a fairly sizable clean-up going out there as well in the slick tricks lane.
Yeah, but John didn't go that far.
No, that wasn't him.
Yeah.
But that's going out there for quite a long way.
Yeah.
Okay, folks, we are going to be down just for a few minutes. We've got Cas Waterhouse in the water box. However, while the tractor's all the way out there, we can't send any cars down the racetrack in the other lane. If it's behind the start line, it's no problem. But when it's all the way out there, it's going to take a little bit longer. Fortunately, Mother Nature is helping with the drawing process, though.
Another thing I do need to mention, actually, is all of our traders that are here this weekend. My goodness me, the retail village, I think is the best way to describe it. Chock-a-block this weekend. Obviously, a lot of people here for the VW event, but also obviously here for Doorslammers. So please go and make sure you do visit our traders this weekend. There's a lot of various things to choose from. There's also things like the arrival pictures as well. Retro signs are here. You can get number plates. Obviously, we got all the T-shirts and hoodies and everything. Just walk behind the main grandstand as well, and you'll find all sorts of stuff to spend some money on. Definitely worth checking out. I think that's it for the time being. We'll just give a pause as we say, we've got the tractor out on track at the moment. When we come back, more fun here at Doorslammers. But in the meantime, it's Nitro FM. Right, Adam Williamson.
Thinks he's a new personal best earlier.
I think that was his first run into the 11s.
And it was well into the 11s as well. And like a missed shift out there, this might not be. Certainly making the most of the track time.
Full stage. Well, that's a very strong launch. 154 60 foot. The 8th mile doing 116, and Peter Formella goes 9.
I'll be in the 7s, but whereabouts? Oh, nearly 806 at 168. That was looking on for him. Oh, lots of wheel spin. Eventually managed to get some sort of traction, but 173.60 and just coasting up the track now. And you don't have to do a lot of modifications to go racing with it, so definitely a contender for one of the best cars out there to join the VW DRC. All right, here we go then. John Turner with the Greenfish Barracuda. He switched into the Kestrel beer lane. It's rather odd. Right, so JT, something in the low 9s to do. In the 8s will be better. Nice, solid, strong launch. 129 to the 60 foot. He's 582 at the 8th. And goes 915 at 146 at the stripe.
That'll work.
I've just I-spied in the pairing lanes.
Petros.
No, Bruno.
Sorry?
Bruno.
And Petros.
They are gathering.
Well, they've had all morning to look over stuff. So look, Petros, they got shrink wrap, and they shrink wrapped the tyres all the way down the pairing lanes. They didn't want to get anything on them. They're doing like junior dragster style. Don't know why. Well, unfortunately, issues for Thomas Drodds. Meanwhile, Chris Waterhouse, 107 at the 8th mile, and goes through with it again, 10:31, 135.
Yeah, unfortunately, Thomas really, and that's why I didn't even know he's going to make the stripe, actually. It is literally just crawling at the moment. Well, he's only 28 mile an hour at the 8th. I think he'd probably cross the finish line at 10 miles an hour, but I think he might just make the first exit up there, so the track will be clear. And we look down on our next pair, and it is front-wheel drive and a 4-cylinder down there, so good representation. Also in the pairing lanes, the first appearance this year of last year's winner in Pro Doorslammer, Bruno Barda. Bruno's been here for a couple of days already, but now the car brakes cover, and Bruno is going to be putting his first run in of the weekend.
He's won it twice.
Oh, he has, yeah. He's one of the good guys. He took the win last season, and he won it back in 2021 when he beat Kev Slyfield in the final.
I was just thinking the race against David Vector, but that was the European final the week afterwards.
Yeah, it was.
That was when we ran it before the finals instead of that's right.
Who else we got down in the lane?
Also the quickest front-wheel drive car in Europe, Petros Tax Poulis. That's the RTMG Seat just over there. It's got a number of wicked little tricks on it as well. We'll show you when it comes around as well. You'll be impressed. It's a whole different way and level of engineering, and a ton of money, I should think.
A ton of money. A ton of time, research, development. I mean, Petros is very lucky that he owns RTMG Performance, so he has. He's got a dyno at work. He has got it's like a CNC machine person's dream. He's got like you go into the garage. They've got 6 lifts. They've got an engine shop. They've got development units, and then you go through to the development center, and they've got like the CNC machines that you can walk in and stuff like that and watch it do it. Like when we went there, John Marcoux was just like, "This is my dream." Because they've got everything. I recognised all the machines because they were all the ones that kind of sponsored old Leif Andreasen and stuff like that. It was the names on the side.
Okay.
And I was like, I know that machine. Seen it on a race car before. Must be good.
A lot of ESAB stuff.
Yes.
Welding, but there we go.
No, not that then. So what was it?
It's with what was I going to say? We're very lucky then. He's chosen drag racing as his preferred motorsport.
Yes. Well, he spends a lot of time doing drifting with Stavros as well. So Stavros Grillis is a drifter in Greece, and he is currently like leading the championship for that. So Petros has not only been doing the car, running the company, he's been going and doing stuff with the drift cars as well. And then, of course, he's come here this weekend with the car, and he's here next weekend in Comp Eliminator.
He's a very much a Greek version of you. Like if he had a dog, it'd bite him when he went home, sort of thing. You know what I mean? He spends an awful lot of time working, doesn't he?
That's it.
And away as well. I mean, but getting to because he was in obviously Malta in November last year. And I checked out the journey, and it's still a mental. It's not like you think it's that part of the world. It really isn't. It's a hell of a long way from Greece over to Malta.
And then to think he went back 2 weeks again later.
That's right.
We went for the December one.
Winter's a long time while we're bored.
That's it. So God knows what he's going to do. Obviously, some of the changes over this winter is if you get a chance to see the car up in the pits, the wheels are about 4 inches wider now on the front.
Yeah.
He's got a whole new exhaust system set up, much larger turbo. Just a few bits and bobs here.
Is that from last year, though?
From last year, yeah.
And it wasn't exactly a pooch last year, was it?
No. Well, he went 729 at 181. But on a previous run to that, he did a 7.6 at 196.
Goodness me.
So if we can get it all together. And don't forget the 1.160 foot.
Which is exceptional. Exceptional in a front-wheel drive car. I would say what's that all about, but it's a combination of everything. Gearbox is a big one, isn't it?
Yes, definitely.
So does he build his own, or is there a firm that actually builds?
No, they literally build everything themselves. They'll build it in the pits. They've brought along 4 engines for this 8-day trip. They've brought along copious amounts of gearboxes.
So it's a waste of time, basically, having just one engine in the car. You could have a twin-engine car like your friend from
Romania. No. It's not as good, is it? So I'm just trying to find out. There it is. So I mean, like this is for later. Obviously, this weekend, he is literally concentrating on the Doorslammers.
Yeah.
He wants to be consistent, fast, and to win the event.
Can I just say, did a racer tell you that?
Yeah,
Okay, exactly. They're lying.
Exactly. But of course, he's got 8 days to
Of track
continue
time, yeah.
development, and then of course we've got this is the overall front-wheel drive world record list.
Okay.
So currently 7:10 is the fastest in the world, and that is Gary Gardella with a Chevrolet Cobalt in America.
That's from a long while ago.
And that's
as well, I
20 years ago. A lot of these cars have been long retired. A lot of them are all ex-Pro Stock cars.
Yeah.
With the engine hanging over the front as far as possible.
Keep the front end
Funny car size tyres on
Massive
the front.
tyres, yeah. I remember seeing those.
And then, of course, 20 years on, we're now using just a normal transverse engine with a DSG gearbox. But, of course, he still uses... he manually changes gear on the button because he's quicker, he says.
And, well, yeah, and then it's on him if it goes wrong.
No, that's it.
Absolutely. That. Well, I do remember when he was here. Was it 2 years ago last time he was here? I think it was, wasn't it?
No, he was here last year. He was #1 qualifier at the Doorslammers last year and then broke in the quarterfinals, I think it was.
Okay. I was thinking of the year where he went through the finish line, pulled the chutes, and all the oil got pulled away from the engine, and he blew the engine up.
Yeah, that is a very common thing with some of the faster front-wheel drive cars, is having the correct either dry sump system or at least a very good baffled system.
Is that because the engine's mounted sideways as opposed to
It's
in
just
line?
literally the amount of force that stops it. Yeah, and the engine's that way, and it's not designed to stop the oil surging that much.
Yeah, that makes sense. Because the
especially when he's got twin chutes on there as well,
which he needs.
Yep. So Lewis Simpson from Scotland with a very fast Honda Civic as well. Last year at the Doorslammers, his last outing here at Santopod Raceway, he ran a PB of 9:27 at 157. So definitely a very fast car in the front-wheel drive class. He's going to be taking on Paul Braithwaite, returning to racing with his Subaru-powered Beta. It's been probably about 15, 20 years since Paul has been in competition. He's done some run what you've run, but this weekend's going to be first competition runs for a long time.
Good-looking run for Lewis as well. Is that another all-motor car?
No, this is petrol. 958, 151 miles an hour.
Very nice indeed. Okay, the car we were talking about.
I'm pretty sure he'll be told before he gets to the line. I think Dave's seen it already.
Can't really miss it, can you?
No. Oh, there he goes, popping them on. Good. I was about to say, I know he's got all the gear because he's got dash 20 everything.
So, Gino Bernardine. Has the honour... Oh, what have we lost?
A pen.
Is that what it is? Seriously? Maybe not, though, because Chris is running after him.
Did you actually see the back wheels lift off the air when he put it into reverse?
Exactly. Obviously not weighted down too much at the rear end.
Not when it's not moving.
No. So anyway, the car we've been chatting about, that's Petros Taxopoulos, all the way from Thessalonica in Greece, purveyor of RTMG Performance. He is in the Slick Tricks lane, and this is Europe's quickest and fastest front-wheel drive car.
Did you? I don't know if you noticed there. Literally, they're adjusting the wheelie bar, and they literally just lifted the back end of the car to adjust
the wheelie bar. Yeah. However, this thing is... Yeah, they've done that. Again, look. That thing is, though, an absolute... It is a Seat Ibiza, but it's an absolute weapon. It's the only way to describe it.
It is a full-tube chassis car with a carbon fibre body with the 2-litre TFSI engine and DSG gearbox. So obviously, 90% of the weight is in the front.
I'd say it's probably more than that. Looking at that, either that or those guys are seriously strong.
He's very strong.
Look, there you go.
Stavros is very, very strong.
Anyway, he's going to have the place to himself. I notice a bunch of the other front-wheel drive racers have come down just to watch.
Oh, 100%.
Of course they have. But Petros, yeah, go on.
For his first pass, anything in the 7s is amazing. But 729 is the number on his PB record.
And Petros is known for his favourite phrase, which is...
all the boost.
Full boost.
Full boost.
Every time. Not sure what's flickering the beams. It's not the tyre. It's not, no. Yeah, he's not in stage. Dave's telling him to oh, no, now he's just gone all the way through. So, Petros' first run of the weekend. Will it be a 7? We've already had one car in the 7s. However, it's not even 7 inches he's moved so far.
Oh,
he's done it again. Obviously having selection. See, now this is the thing about running quickly and racing.
Yeah.
If this was on Sunday, he would be facing the long trip home.
100%.
There we go. He's just trying to bring it forwards, and it's not really. There we go. That's it.
So, well, much like David Lammick, it stayed in first gear.
And then went pop. He's going to get a number on the board, but that may be some of the mountain of spares used.
That's it. Keep rolling.
Yeah, get a number, so you're in the draw.
So this is the front-wheel drive version of Andrea Arnova. A first-gear launch results in a 24.6.
But Petros is here for the long haul, literally. The 2 weekends. They will get it. He is going to have to be retrieved after that one, though, sadly.
Just a bit of a breeze, that's all he needs.
Yeah, put that air dam up and just get pushed off, you know. That's what it's for. On windy
Just
days.
at this point, just pop it now. I don't know if it's activated by the parachutes as well.
More than likely.
Do you think we could...
Okay, so unfortunately we do have one retrieval at the top end, and I think they're just about to get on the move. As we look down to see who's going to be coming up next, I believe it is Rob Smallworth. Indeed, it is. He's down there with a Dirty Dog 55 Chevy, running in 760. So he's down there in the Kestrel lane, and got the Mazda ready to go as well. Still got Bruno Barda in the lanes. Don't forget, he was the winner of Pro Doorslammer last year. He's actually won it once before as well. Good mix of vehicles in the lane. It looks like Matty Davison has made it down as well. And, oh yeah, happy first wedding anniversary to Rach and Matt. So, yeah, this time last year, the ceremony took place down on the start line.
I've never had a vicar's job since.
Yeah, I wonder why.
I thought I was pretty good, to be honest.
You were good, actually. That was a big audience as well, wasn't it?
That's it.
Yeah. So anyway, Matt and Rach, many congratulations on your first wedding anniversary. There she is down there, Rach.
And it is literally a year ago today.
It is, yeah.
Well, it was on the Thursday.
It was on the.
It was on the Thursday.
It was on the Thursday, but
Today's date,
it's the date. Yeah.
You made it. You did what 20% of people don't do.
What's that?
Make 1 year.
20%?
Yes.
Goodness me.
It's my wedding anniversary next weekend, and I'm missing it again.
And that's why.
I'm here. Yeah, dear. Love you, babes. 35 years this year.
How many of those have you missed in a row now?
Probably 18 or 19, yeah.
How long have we been doing this?
Yeah, 19 years, yeah, that's it. 18 years this year.
18, yeah. 18 years? I was young when I started this. He wasn't, but I was. So, Rob Smallworth with the Dirty Dog 55. We're back into open qualifying.
Yeah, I still had grey hair that year, all those years ago, but I didn't have the solar panel that went with it at the top. Oh, dear. Yeah, Luke Wilson and Rob Smallworth, your next pair. As I say, it's open qualifying up until 4:30 this afternoon. Half-hour dinner break for the track crew. We'll head up to the announcement area for the drivers' briefing at 5 o'clock, and then it is scheduled qualifying, kicking off with front-wheel drive at 5:30.
What a beautiful day for a drag race.
Oh, it's just perfect.
It really is. It's not. It's just nice and warm, not too warm. Rob off and on the throttle a couple of times. Still go through the 790 at 173. No shoot, but I think he's getting it slowed down at the top end okay. 11:36 in the other lane.
Right, we've got to say big thanks to the timing crew here at the pod. We've got a new little tablet here which is giving us the current order. In Pro Doorslammer, Yara Atanemi is your number 1 at the moment. Kev Slyfield, number 2. Dave Swift is number 3.
Can't read it though, because
yes, the sun's on it. Thomas Ramp, Andre Arnever, Michael Malmgren. There we go. You see, actually listed in Pro Doorslammer. Front-wheel drive, as we know, David is the quickest with that phenomenal 790 pass. Calvin Skerritt is number 2. Powell number 3, Jarrell Welsh is number 4, nice one manager. Lewis Simpson is number 5, Darren Dewhurst 6, Peter Tor is number 7, and Jochen Schumacher is number 8. Chance to get True Street out yet. Lee Whelan is your number 1 at the moment with the BMW. Thomas Drudds is number 2, Chris Nasser is number 3. And, well, mind you, there's a second covering those, so yeah, there's a room for improvement there. So let's have a look then. Matty Davison running in front-wheel drive, going alongside Marcus Veld in 6-cylinder.
So could we get a personal best celebration of his Rachel's anniversary? That's more like it for Marcus. Steps off it at 330 foot, but that's a lot more like it launch-wise. They look happy with that. Matt, 11:03 at 117, rolled the lights.
Yeah.
By quite some margin, unfortunately. But that was much, much more like it for Marcus. 60 foot at 1.11 as well. Sorry, Colin.
Paul Zubik is number 1 in 6-cylinder. That's with the Nissan at 724 at 211. Daniel Shane is number 2, 833. Kazis Paul Villanoy is number 3 on 865. Dave Henderson, number 4, Marcus Daly 5. Constantine Denev, number 6, sorry. Then Martin Agren, number 7. Mike Ball, number 8. 760 has been headed by Belinda Bull at the moment, with John Steve, number 2. Rob Smallworth, number 3. Right, Carl Monks, Nathan Freak.
He's a freak. Right, so Nathan's getting very close to the centre line. Still hugging the line. Goes 872, and again, a nice consistent 968, 155 for Carl Monks.
The speed for Nathan, though, 175. Moving on. Right, Bruno Barda then.
With a Gotham City Corvette.
The first run of his 2-week stay away from Switzerland. Arrived, what did you say, Luke? Tuesday you got here?
Yeah.
Won't be leaving until Tuesday after main event.
Bruno is very much the Andy Robinson of Switzerland, I will explain. Simply because he's done absolutely everything. Won so much, except, unfortunately, the European title. The European title, ever since its inception, has lived in Scandinavia. It's never been anywhere else.
Yeah.
In fact, last year, when Jari Rantaniemi won it, so yeah, Jari Rantaniemi broke that streak. Maybe Andre Arnova, maybe David will do it. Maybe Michel Turenne will do it. Who knows?
Yeah.
Maybe Bruno will do it. Maybe it'll be Bruno's year. But this car has been around nearly 25 years in European drag racing in this form. He ran it originally, believe it or not, as a comp eliminator car, and then put the blown engine in it. But he's won so many things. This car holds the distinction of winning the first ever pro modified event at TF as well, when everybody was running superb quick elapsed times.
Yeah.
570s all over the place. Guess who won? Bruno. Oh, Davey Murdoch sighting. So, good luck, Bruno. First run of 25. Didn't sound happy after half track. Still goes 632 at 166. Short numbers, 981. 8th mile, 397 at 184. That would have been around about a high five or a very, very low 6-0.
Yeah. The parachute took the blocks, actually.
Yeah.
He was nowhere near him, but the parachute's got him.
But anyway, after all the work over the winter, I'm sure, which there was a lot, it's always nice to get your first run out of the way of the season. But yeah, Davey Murdoch with
Pro Mod.
yeah, following on from a Pro Mod, we got no.
God, that looks good in the sunlight, doesn't it? Wow.
Do you know, the saddest little face I saw last year was Davey when he was just being towed away behind the tower because the car had broken the staging lanes. And it was like, I've spent years building this. I spent years building this. I've come all the way down from Scotland to race, and I just want to go down there, not that way. I don't want to go out the gate. I want to go that way. But anyway, it's all fixed. He's back. What a car.
It is. It's phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. And he deserves payback now for all the effort he's put into this. Really, really does.
It's nice. It's still his signature colour as well. And Mark Sheridan too.
So just a case of putting the blocks back, I think. In actual fact, they begin the thumbs up to roll forward, get their burnouts done, get the runs in. So don't forget, open qualifying until 4:30, so about an hour and 10. And then the track will close for dinner break. The track crew will still be working, but we'll head up to the announcement area for 5 o'clock meeting for all drivers. So don't forget, we're going to need you all there. It is important that you attend. It goes without saying. Those of you that have done Doorslammers before, which is most of you, you know the score, you know you need to be there. Also, tomorrow night, when we're up in the announcement area doing the chip draw, obviously we'll be doing a check presentation for the winner of the big bracket on the Saturday. That's always the first part of that. And then, I'm looking forward to the front-wheel drive draw because you get all the drivers in the pen and Luke calls them out. It's great fun to watch all of that. But also, all classes with all of their pairings being announced. And, it's an integral part of the Doorslammers. Very, very enjoyable, and especially with the conditions that we've got out at the moment, it's going to be a glorious evening to be doing that. So, we certainly do look forward to it. And don't forget, folks, next weekend it is the main event, the first round of the FIA and FIM European Championships. The event starts on Thursday with the test day, so a lot of the teams obviously are not here this weekend, i.e. people that have either got 2 wheels or no doors, because obviously they can't run this weekend. They'll be here testing, and of course some of our door cars as well. There's people that are entered next weekend that aren't here this weekend at all. So it'll be their first chance to get a taste of what the track has got to offer. And then Friday, it is our sportsman qualifying day. And if you enjoy the sportsman racing, then that is a great day to come along. It is back-to-back sportsman qualifying all day long. Live music every evening, Friday, Saturday and Sunday. So once the racing is finished, obviously our food court, our caterers, and all of our traders will be here. And then stay for some live music as well. On the Saturday, it is the first of our pro qualifying sessions. They get 2 chances to get a number on the board, and it's all important qualifying because points make prizes all the way through. It's not just about getting qualified. The higher qualified you are, the more points you score, and that can make a difference at the end of the season. Sunday, it will be the second day of pro qualifying, the 3rd day of sportsman qualifying, and a little bit of sportsman eliminations as well, where we whittle the fields down, as we do like to go into Bank Holiday Monday with fields of 16 in all of our sportsman classes. So that will be the plan. And of course, eliminations day, that's when we hand out the big trophies at the end of the day for our racers that take part. So we really do hope that you can come and join us for the main event next weekend here at Santa Pod. It's Bank Holiday weekend, Thursday test day, and then 4 days of qualifying and racing. Come along, you do not want to miss it. If you can't make it, the live stream will cover it. You know it's the best live stream anywhere, and it is free of charge. Can't say any fairer than that. Okay, we're back. Kazis Pavillanoy and Michael Behrens, the BMW and the Polo.
So this BMW's been down in the 8s, hasn't it?
Yes, he has, yeah. I was down on the start line on his previous run, and my goodness me, he doesn't get a good light, but he's not here about that. It's all about building the boost up to the right pressure, and then going for it. Obviously, when he's racing, he'll cut the lights. But, he's an absolute weapon.
And then we're watching Michael Behrens as well with the little front-wheel drive Polo. It's a 16-valve turbo. He went into the 11s earlier today for the first time ever. And looking at the data, they think there's even a little bit more in it, so they're going to be very much enjoying this weekend. Michael cuts the light. Calvis continues to build boost. Michael at the 8th mile is doing 97 miles an hour. Of course, he's going to get to the finish line first. 12:51 at 103. And Calvis goes 10:07.97. Clearly off the throttle.
Yeah, well off the gas. That would have been well and truly into the 8s if he can start that one through. Okay, the first appearance on track of Mark Sheridan this weekend, running in Pro Street. Going alongside Davey Murdoch. Well, fair to say, two cars with phenomenal potential. That's a huge amount of burnout smoke being released from Davey Murdoch's car there. That really did fill up. And that's fact to the point there was absolutely no way he could do the run because you can't see a thing. But, you know, they've cleared enough of it out now. Even the marshal's looking in the window and goes, where's the driver? He's in there somewhere. No such issues for Mark Sheridan. You almost need an extraction system in these cars. All right, so H brings Mark to the line. So, turbo cars for Street Eliminator here in Pro Street. Well, you're going to get a good top speed from Mark Sheridan, but what's the ET going to be? It's an 846. Oh, only 148. He was off the gas at the stripe. 963, 159 there for Davey Murdoch. First runs of the event, though. Now they can start working on it. Right, Reuven Dawson with the Honey Wasp for GTM Racing. Now he's in 760 heads up. They're taking a lot of the weight out of the car. I do wonder if they put a little bit back in because it just blazed the tyres on his first run. Going alongside Chris Todd with Fiesta-Roo. Chris running in 4-cylinder this weekend. Yeah, it's an 8-second Fiesta. That's a strong 8-second Fiesta. Well, not just an 8-9 car. He's in the mid-8s. Still lost traction there for Reuven, but it was better than last time out. Reuven goes 859 at 145. Chris Todd 906 at 139. Well, fair to say, more to come from both of them.
Next up underneath the tower, two guys that have found the love for carbon fibre, and they've both been doing it and making it themselves. So Mike Whittaker done the bonnet, the doors, whereas Richie Webb kind of just built a whole car out of carbon fibre.
Is Mike doing Street Weekend again? He's
I
got to
believe
be.
so,
Yeah, because he was in the top 5 last year.
Yeah. Right, VW Breakout. This is your man to watch in the classic VW Beetle. It's been down into the 7s many, many years ago. It's always a great car to watch. Richie Webb straight off the tree. Mike Whittaker in chase mode now. Both of them going the long way round. Richie's going to get to the finish line first with a 10:47, and Mike is heavily on the brakes towards the end of the track. But again, I think that's first runs for both teams.
Yeah, both running 10s off the gas at the stripe. It's, yeah, 98 mile an hour and 81 mile an hour.
Well, I know that sound. That is going to be Amir with the Honda Civic. Now, Amir is knocking on the door of the 8-second club. A couple of weeks ago at the Festival of Power, if I remember correctly, he went 9.1. Now, this is the old setup out of Ahmed's car that has been into the 8s.
I was wondering where that performance had come from. Going alongside Alex Pryor with the Nugget. Tony the Nugget, to be fair.
Just think, of all the cars, we've got 2 Metros running in the front-wheel drive class. Okay, so Amir is into full stage. Once again, Run What You Brung performance is in play. 172 60 foot. 123 at the 8th. Little Smoky at the top. 953, 141. And once again, a good start to the day for Amir, and a 1547, 88 for the T-Caddy. Well, it's not even the T-Caddy, it's T-Caddy Racing, isn't it? It's retired the Caddy. Tony the Nugget.
That's a different view that we don't normally get. It's
Yeah.
a live stream from the pairing lanes.
That's it. On a very a wobbly camera. I think that's probably Josie on the two-seater scooter. See, she's calmed it down now, and it's just got that a little bit more controlled.
Oh, you can see how busy the pairing lanes are now. Look at that. So we can see all the vehicles down there. That's the Caddy.
Yep. We've got Ronnie John from Germany back in the lanes for his second run. Oh,
lost the feed a little bit there. That's a shame. Oh, that was really good, that.
Well, you saw one Metro.
Here's the other one.
Let's have another one. They should really line up against each other, shouldn't they? They can't be that often you get two Metros line up.
We found a similar sized car for Ryan to go alongside, and it's Adam Skinner with the Rat.
Oh, it's quiet.
Yeah. That's right, they're just doing a keg measurement on the start line. There must be more to it than that, though. They wouldn't just do that randomly.
Well, Amir obviously went through the finish line. It was a little bit smoky
yes,
towards
you're right.
the top end.
Yeah, the spotter's right at the far end, just having a look at the top end of the racetrack at the moment. But time now is, it's just gone 3:30 in the afternoon, so we've got an hour left of our open session before we shut the track at 4:30, as the track crew will take a break. Well, actually, they won't. They'll be still working out there. But we'll head up for the driver's announcement at 5 o'clock, so everybody needs to go to the announcement area behind the pod shop for 5 o'clock. And then at 5:30, track will reopen, and it will be, of course, front-wheel drive, scheduled qualifying session for them. And then, of course, the rest of the classes will follow with Pro Doorslammers at the end. And then it'll be open qualifying for anybody else until 8 o'clock this evening, when the track will close. And, of course, it's live music later on as well. The VW Breakout people that are here. Obviously, the pits are going to be very busy for all of our Doorslammers entrance this weekend. Our traders will be staying open as well. But there is so much to choose from around there. So please go and visit all of the traders here. There's so much. I think a lot of them will actually stay for the week, actually, be here for the main event as well. Right, so a little bit of concentration at the top end. I'll tell you what, we'll save the vocal calls just for a moment. Give the airwaves to Nitro FM 96.2. We'll take you back very shortly with more fun here at the Doorslammers. Here we go again then. Don't forget we are running until 4:30 with open qualifying, so 3/4 of an hour. And as per usual, we do not know what we're going to see until it comes around the corner, but we did know that we were going to get this Fiat and hopefully the Metro.
Do we have a specific order for qualifying?
We do, yeah. It kicks off with front wheel drive.
Okay.
And it finishes with Pro Doorslammer.
Nice.
Yeah.
As the air gets cooler, track keeps
Yeah.
warm.
Yeah, so just to give you a rundown, actually, it'll be front wheel drive, then 4-cylinder, 6-cylinder, 760 heads up, True Street, Pro Doorslammer. As these two set on the way, a message. The big VW quiz will take place in Fuelers Bar at 4:30 with prizes, so the big VW quiz will be in the Fuelers Bar at 4:30. As Adam Skinner goes through with a 1246, 119, 1370 at 98 for Ryan with the Metro.
Oh. So, the guys on the live stream getting a little view into the Voodoo Hemi pit there. As Thomas Drodds returns to the drag strip.
So Lee Jasper back down with the Camaro, running in True Street, as is the BMW E46 of Livu Marian Duta. .979, base 1068 there for Livu and Lee. Right, next up then, Taylor Letchford with the Camaro. As I say, good to see Taylor back. Don't see enough of him these days. John Bean, though, we get to see him plenty of times throughout the season. So much so he's actually got his regular spot in the pits now. Everybody knows where he is. We use him as a reference to where to go. Both of these in the big bracket this weekend. Flat for Taylor Letchford, 169 miles an hour, storming run for him, and 883, 153 for John Bean. I must admit, I don't ever remember Taylor going that quick before, so he's knocking on the door, his first 7. Apologies if I got that wrong, but yeah, cracking pass. This is Darren Huxley.
Darren in big bracket, shall I assume?
He certainly is.
Through 11, 54, 190.
Right, Steve Matthews, and the first appearance this weekend, Vic Parsons. Vic, got to be a contender in the big bracket. Very, very consistent racer. A regular in the 9.8s, sometimes dips into the 9.7s. He's one of these, well, mind you, Steve Matthews, a regular in the 9.4s. Both of these cars will be ones to watch out for. Parsons has just gone 9.69. Wow. Now, we know he's been in the 9.7s a few times, but I think that's his first 9.69. So a PB off the trailer for Vic, I believe. Again, I stand to be corrected. 9.45, exactly where we thought Steve Matthews would be. Very nicely done indeed for both of them. All right, Jeff Cowley and Matthew Dowdy. Matthew looking for a high 10. But who is he going to look for the consistency with 11.0? Jeff, 9.0s, all of the day for him. Matthews dipped into the 10s there with a 10.98. Well done, Matthew. 9.33 for Jeff Cowley. But yeah, Matthew into the 10s. All right, next up then, Rob Nibbs and Laurie Bamford. I don't think Laurie was contemplating running this weekend, and Nick Williams said, oh, come on, Laurie, you just gave him basically an ear bash and said, come on, race. So he did.
That's what we like.
Yeah.
A little bit of bullying.
And he's here. Got to say huge thanks to Laurie Bamford. Please go built my new transmission.
Okay.
Yeah. And you can see he's got one of his own transmissions in the car. Made it hook up and all beautifully. 987, 134, and a 1229. At 90, a back off run there for Rob.
Next up, Alan Kenyon in the Hocus Pocus Focus, taking on Ben Faggoter with the little Fiat Uno Turbo. Everybody's pointing at something on the track. Yeah. There you go. Well, you can see it around about 330 foot. There's something in the right-hand lane.
Oh, yeah, I see it.
Morgan.
It's all right.
Yeah.
Chris is going for a jog. Oh, look at that turn of speed.
What's the 330 going to be?
Oh, quicker than me.
Good work, grandstand people. Good work.
Hey! And as he hurdles the wall. Ouch! Well done. Track is clear.
So, Alan is now a 10-second car. Ben, I believe, has been in the 11th. What a launch by the little Uno. Didn't manage to get that second gear, though.
So, Alan's best is a 10.85.
Starts this time with an 11.58, 128. It's very dark in here.
Yeah, for the first time all day.
That's it. So, 2 9-second diesels on the line. Unfortunately, looks like Ben is stranded out there. So, Rafael Cancol with the Mark II Golf. He's on a PB of 9.001, which he did here at the Doorslammers last year.
That's got a sting of it.
Actually, no, it wasn't the Doorslam. It was a GTR Festival at the end of the season. But yeah, he kept just coming around and he was like, come on, just give me that little bit. And he raced until like 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Like when usually on like some of the days we get towards the end of the day and there's like 10 cars just going round. And he's just got, and I'm like, he's going to kill that. He's like, I don't care. He's like, I've got the whole winter
to fix it. Yeah.
It. And then we've got Helder with the Seat Corboda. Love that car. Love that car. Originally, obviously, only available in a 4-door version, but the guys basically welded up the back door and created a little coupe version. Again, that's been down into the 9s as well. 946 is his PB with that car. Of course, would love to go quicker. Quad is on hand right now with the little Fiat Uno.
And it's moving.
Looking into the lanes, Ahmed Jamshed at the head of the lanes, not yet made a pass today. Craig Evans, Martin Dainty are down for possibly their second runs of the day. And I'm assuming that is the Fiesta towing down the Fraudster as well.
Good to see a lot of people have got some decent runs in today, to be fair. There's a lot of cars that haven't put runs in yet, we know that. But yeah, certainly making the most of the track time available to them today in open qualifying. Designated sessions after the driver's briefing, kicking off at 5:30 with front wheel drive.
Well, it would be good to see 2 side-by-side PBs. Helder takes to the track for the first time this weekend. Well, obviously both tyres were pretty cold by the time we went and launched. And I'll tell you what they're running, but we can't see. Well, it's a 936 at 156 for Rafael Caco, and a 1210 at 112 for Helder Vieira. David Hubbard and Ahmed Jamshed. Again, Ahmed Jamshed, another one of our front-wheel drive cars that will be here next weekend at the FIA main event. He's running in Comp Eliminator. So if you like your front-wheel drive cars and you're here this weekend, or maybe you're watching on the live stream, come join us next weekend for the FIA main event. You can cheer on, I think we have 6 front-wheel drive cars in Comp Eliminator next weekend.
Are you one of them?
I am.
Okay.
You know, someone's got to hold up the bottom of the qualifying list.
Or still be around and not broken, raced already on the race day, yeah? Just kidding, everyone, of course. Right, it's going to be interesting to see what Ahmed can do uncorked this weekend. That's the launch he was absolutely looking for. What's his PB, Luke?
8.28.
This is going to be close.
888, 165. And 1133 and 121. That is going to be knocking on the door of a PB for David Hubbard. Well, Ahmed's goal for this weekend, he said, 8.4s all weekend. Once he gets it dialed in, that's what he wants.
Just leave it there.
He's just going to leave it there and just go for consistency this weekend. Right, next up, 2 of our quickest Vauxhalls in the UK. Craig Evans and Martin Dainty.
Good looking race.
It is. Martin Dainty's going to get their first 958 and 156 to a 953 for Craig Evans.
Are you updating your list again?
So that is a new PB for Craig and a no PB for Martin Dainty. But the slightest of PBs.
Hey, look, they all count. So, the fraudster of Kev Jenkins looking for a bit of redemption after last year in the 4-cylinder class. Taking on Mike Ball with another one of those utterly mental Supras. That's a technical phrase, kids. Means it's quite quick. Actually, that's quite quick.
Yeah, that's gone.
Good looking run for Kev Jenkins. 770 at 179, even with the hop and a skip in the middle. 978 at 154 for Mike Ball in the other lane. So So Tom Wrigley, sponsor of the class actually. Tom Wrigley Performance 6-cylinder. Dave having a quick word saying thank you very much indeed for your support. Have a nice run. We'd like to support all our racers, especially by sending the start line crew in to say good morning or good afternoon. Up against Verte Ludovic. Go on, sorry. You were going to say.
Yeah. So Ludwig's personal best is a 9:22 that he did at How Far Raceway. Lots of changes on the car since then. Of course, he wants that 8-second pass. He got teased with an 8-second ticket last year, but then when you looked at the 60-foot, it was completely wrong, and then you were like, no, that doesn't count. It's like, no! Very lightweight car, 146 60-foot. He's going to be chased down by the BMW, but will he be caught?
No.
124 of the 8th, 897, 154 miles an hour. Ludwig Verte joins the 8-second club. Meanwhile, in the other lane, a 923 and 116.
Only 116 for Tom Wrigley.
That was nailed on for an 8.5. Looking at the
looking at the short numbers,
yeah.
he was way quicker.
yeah, that could have been 8.4 even. Wow.
Goodness me. Do you know what? I mean, I know why, but it must be so hard to lift when it's going that well.
Yeah.
I mean, I know that's the plan and you don't want to break it and all that, but when it's doing what it's supposed to do.
All right, Justin Warner. Can he get into the 8s here? Wow, 830, 164. I thought he'd be into the 8s, but probably about 8.7, but no, I wasn't expecting an 8.3 to flash up on the board there, but very nice indeed. Adam Phillips, 1475, 88 with the cooking on gas Beetle. All right, nice to see another one of our top eliminator cars having a go in the Doorslammers. Now then, I would imagine 760, but
Yeah.
yep. It's Kev Perkins with the Soul Man Cutlass. Capable of running the numbers, we know that. But yeah, one thing, trying to run as quick as you can. Another thing is trying to run an actual number, which is being proven quite well here.
Yeah, you can't be up there. You've got to be sat down here with the rest of us. That's why I got a booster seat, mate.
Yeah.
There we go.
So into one of the hot seats up here, joined by Owen Forrest.
Hello.
Very good afternoon to you, mate. How are you?
I'm very good. I've really
Nice
enjoyed
to
this.
meet you. I don't think I'm Darren.
No, we haven't met. No, it's good to meet you. I met Colin because
Yeah.
You can't avoid him.
No.
You can some try, but they don't get very far.
Exactly right.
No, it's been a fantastic opening day. Really,
Yeah.
everything here. The weather's perfect, and the diversity. I was saying to almost everyone I've spoken to today, the diversity of vehicles here, yourself included, it's fantastic. I love watching some of the diesels as well.
Not quite enough clutch off the line that time for Kev. That won't be a 7, no. 8.11 at 167 miles an hour. Just a little bit laboured off the start line. That car normally leaps much better than that. That was also, while he runs through...
Almost tries to twist itself off the start line, to be fair.
It certainly does. It's been around a while. That's 35 years, that car has been around.
I've seen it since I've been coming here since I was 20, I think, which is a long time ago.
Is it?
23 years ago, and I've been seeing that since.
Yeah, it's that was actually Europe's first ever 6-second door car.
Wow.
When Tony Rose had it and ran it in Pro Modified all those years ago, way back in 1993, I think it was.
I won't tell you how old I was back then.
I won't tell you how old I was. Remember it.
No, it's easy. It's 33 years younger. That's the easiest way to say it. I mean,
So Miguel Lala with the Audi S3, part 6-cylinder class.
The 6-cylinder class looks to be, from what I've seen downstairs, 11:33. 11:30. The 6-cylinder class is wild.
Yeah.
There's some.
I don't think there's a class that isn't, frankly.
Not only that,
it's
bringing
really
a
good.
new demographic in as well.
Yeah.
Or say not say new, but fresh demographic. You've got all the performance houses like Tom Riggy, Osprey, people like that.
Yeah.
Tuning customer cars. Customers are bringing these cars to this event, and you're seeing BMWs and Audis running 8s.
I know.
It's just like, what?
And we were interviewing Lee Whelan earlier.
Yes,
and
with the
he's
BM,
gone,
yeah.
880 today. And that's put the seats in it, and he drives that every day. And that's it, it's an 880 car.
Never late for work there.
No, early, if anything. Reliability, of course, in a 6-cylinder class as well, is, these engines are getting pushed really to the limits. It was interesting seeing Jace Grant's Porsche earlier, 924, carbon bodied.
Stunning car.
Absolute work of art, that thing is.
I thought he might take it easy to start with, but he didn't.
No, well, the Burnout told the story that he was trying to hit it. He did hit it. Yes, it was just it turned into an installation run, but if it felt good, I think he was going to go. But let's see. He's got more track time coming up this weekend. But Owen, obviously getting a load of content this weekend.
Yes.
So tell us what you're up to, because obviously you're only here today.
Yes.
But you're getting a load of content. And I think you've got, 8 years worth today or something like that?
Well, I was saying earlier, we've had... At Motor Addicts, my passion is with drag racing. Stu does a lot of circuit racing. Nick's into rallying and stuff. But this is my being at Doorslammers and being involved in this and doing content here is really my dream. I absolutely love it. I love the content. But yeah, we've been filming reels for Santapod and for our own socials as well. But because of the diversity, there's something for everyone that's here. You don't have to really be into drag racing to appreciate a lot of the stuff that's in this class. Jace's Porsche is a good example, because just the workmanship that goes into it, So yeah, we've got, I think we've supplied Callum with approximately 30 reels to use over the weekend. So we're editing on the fly and we're, photography on the fly and stuff, but there's enough to take photos and content of. There's such a lot here, and it's still coming in the door as well.
Right, Pierre Torfamella with the Mark II Golf. That is looking good and strong. 984, not quite as quick as he went earlier on, 141 miles an hour, but he's going to be a consistency in there as well. But as always, they want to go quicker.
Yeah, it's always good to back it up though, just to make sure you knew what you did was right. So, you saying about the fact you love this sport?
Yeah.
What do we need to turn the other two?
Well, what Stu was, as may have been testified in the Sierra Cosworth we saw earlier. Stu, he enjoys the variety of stuff that's here, but he said he's one of these people. Everyone here, everyone on the banks, everyone in the stands they're here because they love drag racing. But you try and explain drag racing to someone who's not into drag racing, they'll say, "It's just driving in a straight line, isn't it?"
Always.
And that's the thing. And that Cosworth left the line. Bear in mind, this thing's knocking on the door of 1,000 horsepower. Left the line, got half track, and the guy's wrestling with the steering wheel. Obviously, goes over to the slick tricks lane and then back over. And I was like, "You tell me that's just driving in a straight line?"
Have you seen this little open go
I
yet?
love this car.
It's a phenomenal car.
It is, and it's so understated. It hasn't got a big tyre on it. The giveaway might be the parachute on the back.
Yeah.
But it's so tidy.
If you want to confuse somebody, show them that. And they go, "Oh yeah, that's a little grocery getter for your mother-in-law, isn't it?"
But
My goodness me,
I
it
tell you
goes.
what, when he's got the hood up, it's not just fast. It's so nicely prepared.
Squats and goes.
Yeah. Cocking that near side
Goodness
tyre.
me.
Should be well into the 8s.
Yeah.
853, 163 miles an hour.
Out comes the laundry. That is a fast car, isn't it?
Lovely.
Interestingly, it doesn't look like a race car.
Super happy with that. But the thing is as well, those look like just stock, not stock rims, because they're probably not, but they look like rims you could put on any car. That's probably why. And yet it's just gone 163 miles an hour like
I mean, that's like, we were talking about Lee Whelan earlier with that BMW going at 880.
Yeah.
That's another 3/10 faster than that.
that little Opel has just gone 0 to 130 in 5.5 seconds.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just bonkers.
There must be a metric for working out what the 0 to 60 time is. That's something that people can relate
will
to.
be under 2 seconds.
That's crazy.
Under
isn't it?
2 seconds.
And that
well
car looks
under.
like a late 1970s car.
Yeah.
Would you say?
That's it. I think that's the idea. Obviously, is to keep it mint looking and as again understated as possible.
Yes,
Really.
definitely.
A sleeper.
Now then, Owen, another quick question for you, mate. Now,
Let's go.
obviously, you're a fan of drag racing.
Absolutely.
You're doing a lot of work within the sport now, but you also take part as well.
I do.
know you're doing Street Weekend again.
I cannot wait for
the
Street
third
Weekend.
year. Third year.
Third year, yeah. I cannot wait for it. However, doing what we're doing, I run a business of an MOT repair shop, and I'm trying to find time because we're doing more and more media-related stuff. I'm filming everyone having the time of their lives, but I'm not actually driving my own stuff. So I'm actually driving my cars less and less now, which is frustrating. But I thought if I don't at least give myself the opportunity to take part in Street Weekend, then can I really call myself a drag racer if I'm not doing anything at all? You know.
Now, the first year we did it in the Datsun. Second year, okay. The second year we did it in the Chevy. What's the plan this year?
It's going to be the Nova.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I love the Nova. I think the Nova is in the... you may agree with this. I think that using the Nova is in the spirit of the sport.
They both are, to be fair.
I could use my Supra. I've got a Toyota Supra, beautiful car, and it would do the journey. It would be fantastic. It'd run 11 flat all day long, but I think the spirit of the sport is with a muscle car. So I'm really, really looking forward to that. She's a 980 car, full street trim, you know, and there's another Nova here, actually, an X-body that runs exactly the same times.
Perfect.
Beautiful looking car.
Another one of those mental Opel cadets all the way from Denmark over there in the Kestrel lane. That's Lars Mortensen taking on Wojciech Mucha. One of those, again, another car been very much looking forward to see. Another in the 6-cylinder class, which you were mentioning. That's basically an X-Pro stock car with 2JZ underneath.
Oh, it's a 2J in there.
And as far as I know, I love it when someone does that because I think, have I got it right?
Yeah. No, I don't know. I heard the car earlier and it looks fast.
He's in the 6-cylinder class anyway, so all being well, that's what it is. He's already been down to 7.2s on airfields.
Right.
So
on an airfield as well, on a real drive car.
That's brave. That's very, very brave. So let's see what he can do here.
Whoa!
Gee, that hooked up and flew.
No, lift,
He
please
stayed
lift.
in it. Oh, man.
Goodness me. That's what happens, kids, when you don't have wheelie bars on your door car and you bring it to a prep racetrack.
Now, that's, exactly. As you said, he's gone down in the 7s on an unprepped surface. Yeah. This is the best prep that you're going to get in Europe. I mean, that's a testament to that there. Jeez
How
Louise.
that didn't split anything,
no,
including his bottom, I don't know.
And he's managed to steer it in a straight line. How it didn't end up in the other lane, I've no idea.
Well, that was a 120 60 foot on the brakes with the front wheels in the air.
It's not bad, is it? Still faster than my Nova.
He probably clipped him with the rear end as well. He probably took the 60-foot block with the rear end.
Yeah, because I suppose front tyres, right?
What he's going to be feeling at the moment is adrenaline. What he's going to be feeling about 10 minutes is pain, I would have thought. That's probably compressed his spine a bit.
Yeah, both in his back, his backside, and probably his wallet as well, because something's bound to have been damaged.
I really do hope that he's got a set of wheelie bars in the trailer. Yeah. Because, well, that's a car though. That's a car, though, that was previously a pro stock car, which is set up to run big tyres, wheelie bars, and to be efficient as possible off the start line. And unfortunately, that's what happens when you stick too much in it too soon, isn't it? Really?
And there's no, like you said, there's no bars on the back. They're getting the benefit of all the traction this weekend. The guys that are used to run on airfields are having to make, I would imagine, large adjustments to to the geometry.
A lot of the time as well, we were talking about this earlier, funny enough, is that when it's on a really well-prepped track like this one, it actually sometimes slows them down.
You were saying? Someone was saying earlier,
Yeah, it happens because a lot of the sportsman races will tell you that too, because when they run at open park, they'd always run a bit quicker over there than they do here. Right. And a lot of the sportsman cars, to 985, nice number that time for Jason Pickett.
Yeah, that's very consistent as well.
Yeah, they need enough grip, but not enough to sort of tug them down a bit.
Effectively slow them down. You need the wheel speed. That's what you need.
You got it.
This Camaro is a beautiful car.
It's a work of art.
Look at that.
First appearance actually today, Charlie Seawood with a bracketeer.
Rather historic as well.
Oh, very.
That is a gorgeous car.
And it goes like off a stick as well.
Yeah, took the perfect ET award at the Festival of Power. Hit his number
so
on his
first
as well. Oh yeah, Charlie knows what he's doing behind the wheel. That's for sure. Bill Wilson with the graffiti racing pickup truck. He's been going well into the tents.
Oh, there he goes.
Somewhere in the 8.8s for Charlie would be very nice for an opener. 881.
There we go. He knows his number, doesn't he?
Have you done this before, Colin? No, lucky you. 1071 for Bill. We're also, just to let everybody know as well, we're not far off break time and drivers' meeting time as well, which I think was 5 o'clock, wasn't it? Slated for. And then are we kicking off again at 5:30?
Indeed.
Fantastic.
So, as a rundown of the rest of the afternoon, what have we got coming up?
Right, so the track will close 4:30 there or thereabouts for track crew to have a dinner break, but they'll probably do some work. They normally do. We head up to the drivers' briefing area for 5 o'clock, so we get all the drivers come out. Give them a rundown of what's going on this weekend. There's a few that know what's going on, but there's a few that don't. But everybody needs to be there, told about the prizes. And
where's that taking place?
The announcement area, just the other side of the pod shop on the stage there.
You won't miss it when you walk up.
No.
Yeah.
I'll follow you guys.
And then 5:30, we start things off with front-wheel drive as an allocated qualifying session for them, and then we go through all the classes up to around about 7 o'clock with Pro Doorslammer. And then it's open qualifying for the last hour of the day, 7 till 8 o'clock.
Wow, okay, so there's plenty more going on.
Oh, yeah.
Excellent.
Oh, it doesn't stop.
See, that is the thing, again, about you can enter any six-cylinder car in the six-cylinder car.
Somebody's given Dave Cherriott 3 shredded wheat today because he's just gone 9:52. He's just shaved a little bit more off. Wow.
Is that his quickest run ever?
It's knocking on the door of it.
It's very
my
close
goodness
to.
me.
I thought he'd only ever been 9.6 before, but anyway,
Yeah, well, I was to say, Stephen, message me, let me know.
But sort of, you were saying about the six-cylinder class, like you said, you can
enter anything, obviously, you know, and everything is a threat as long as it still works, you know. So that like you're saying, that pro mod looking car, you know, maybe he's broken something and it's not going to go into the next qualify, you know.
But the other thing as well, just on that too, is that an awful lot of the people, like you said, that come out here with really quick cars are used to doing run what you runs and things like that. Racing is totally different. And we've had instances where I can't remember who it was with the mentally quick Lambo.
Buzz Patar.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Who sadly I don't think he's here this weekend. No. But he was up against. He had a second advantage over Arnie Pammon. And Arnie just left him for dead on the start line and won on a whole shot.
Exactly that. It's win or lose at that point. Interesting race that was actually. Arnie lost his engine on that occasion.
But that was when he did.
Yeah, and he said I still powered through because I wanted the win there. And he's here again today, first time out.
Rene Erzman taking on Simon Crowley. Good looking run for Rene. 7.56, 180 miles an hour. And a 9.93 back in the 9s.
Yeah, got to say, big well done to Simon Crowley there. The amount of times that, unfortunately, the car has lived up to its name, but
really
it didn't that time.
It's not his quickest run ever, but back in the 9s has got to feel good. Actually getting to the other end and getting it done as well.
These front-wheel drive guys must be fighting with the steering wheel the whole way up. I've never experienced
If you consider that all of the work is done by the front, the only thing the back end has to do is hold
stay
it
off
up.
Stay off the ground.
It doesn't do anything else.
Here's this Sierra Sapphire Cosworth. 950 horsepower.
In what looks like, apart from the parachute, standard-looking car.
Factory car, It's really exciting to watch as well.
The only difference being, if you cross the centre line this time, Mark will be in front, not
Yeah, Mark Turner long gone in the blown Supra with the 756, too quick again. That's okay. It's consistent.
1050.
143 that time for John. So what are you saying about diversity? This is another fabulous example. Because this time we've got Thomas Rampt in the Pro Doorslammer. Normally runs in Comp Eliminator with a twin turbo Chevy in there, taking on Conor Micallef. With a Golf.
Which is, I don't know much about the Golf actually. I think it's an R32 V6. I may be wrong, but yeah, that is real diversity there.
So Thomas Rampt earlier on today went 7.3, what was it, 7.34? Judging by the reaction from the crew, that was pretty good, to be honest with you. That car, the reason that car, if you notice, look, it's actually painted yellow on the side so people don't trip over it. Because it's like, otherwise it would just melt into the distance. It's so low.
It is a very low car.
But so cool looking. Right, 7:34 earlier with a wiggle just past 3:30. Wisely lifts out of it. Yeah, 8:34 at 1:48.
Connor gets to the other end, 15:18 at 94. And we'll catch up with Thomas when they go around the corner and head back to the pits.
We've got a few of our pro Doorslammers at the head of the lanes as well as for open qualifying.
Interesting to see the Tesla in the far up lane there as well. We've got what sort of times has the Tesla been running today?
About 11 flat, there or thereabouts. They can run quicker than that. Again, it depends on the setting, but just getting it dialed for bracket racing. I think
yeah, consistency.
It's got to be done.
This is the first time out for this Subaru. I think it's a Hawkeye Impreza, fresh build. 64, 66 precision turbo on there. I was having a chat to the guy earlier. Don't often see Subarus as drag cars inherently because I've heard, or so I've been told, reliability is a problem. So this is first time out for this Impreza this weekend.
A lot of it as well as availability of parts and other stuff as well, and extra stuff. Obviously, you'll know better than anyone. Things that you can buy to bolt on.
Yeah, this Impreza is making about 900 horsepower. Stock block. We'll see what happens.
Sorry, I don't know why I laughed when you said that.
Oh, I do. He's off to the left a bit.
Anytime anyone says stock, it's normally bang.
Short-lived.
Yeah, short-lived. But
he's moving around a lot up the top there.
Well, 15:43 and 16:66, numbers that we weren't really expecting that time round, but nevertheless, still going A to B.
Yeah.
Time for me to do a quick shout out, actually. Jake Cawthorne will be somewhere on the banking. He's here this weekend as a spectator, not as a racer in Nostalgia Superstock, but he's here on his stag weekend.
Wow.
So, yeah, enjoy it, Jake. All the best, mate, and no doubt we'll see you propped up in Fielder's Bar later on as well. All the best, mate. Right, Bigfoot, and I didn't spot who the Beetle was. Maybe he's just run with your brother.
Could well be.
Staying ahead of that TT,
Doing well. I respect there. 12:35 up
There we go.
18.
Right, while we have a quiet moment, or quieter moment with the electric vehicle on the track, that's what they're handy for. It's good. It is a very quick announcement. We have the VW pub quiz going on in the bar.
Oh, yeah.
Over there starting in about 10 minutes. However, if you meander over there and scan the QR code, you can take part in it from anywhere on site.
Oh, right.
So if you want to take part in it, get yourself to the bar. We'll make that announcement again in a minute. That was a tester drowning us out then. Said no one ever.
That little Escort of Darren's, again, is a really, really quick little car. I think he's been down to the high nines in that.
No, low nines.
He's
No,
low
he's
nines.
been in the eights, I'm sure, Darren.
Really?
Has. Yeah.
Yeah,
He used to
Cosworth Powell,
run. He used to run on circuit rubber. He used to run on Formula like Ford Avon rubber. But
Okay.
he's now switched to a radial tyre.
Right.
Yeah.
So he's finally on a drag tyre. So yeah, watch out.
Right, hold on to your everythings.
Now, was this the same GTR that went 720 earlier?
Yeah, at 211.
He's been here. Just let James Roday do his thing. Paul Zubek came over in 2019 with basically an older version of this car. It wasn't cheap chassis, but my God, was it powerful.
Yeah.
And it went absolutely... I don't know if you saw with that event, but my goodness me, it's one of those runs that's etched in everyone's memories.
Yeah.
Because it went left, right, everywhere but straight, and he still kept
He stayed in it.
Yeah.
Good man.
He still ran a 7.8. He still ran nearly 200 miles an hour. It was absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
This is the more modern version, if that's possible. In the 6-cylinder class again. He's currently the quickest car. However, James Wilder in the other lane has the potential to be as quick. I'm not sure it's not as fast, but definitely as quick. Yeah, he might need the chutes. That's the one. The chute pins taken out. So earlier on today, with 721 at 211 miles an hour.
I did hear this was over 2,000 horsepower. Whoa.
That's what it did.
He is not scared, is he?
No, that'll be a quick one. No, it wasn't 977. It must have rolled the lights. What was the 60 foot? 3.92. 208 miles an hour. That's where the ET went, folks. I nearly squinted because I thought that was a 677 then, but it's not.
Still 208 miles an hour, the strike, though.
Yeah, however, if you check out the 60 foot was probably nearly 3 seconds quicker than that. Yeah, so he rolled the lights, started the timers, and then nailed it, and that's why the ET doesn't match the speed.
So he didn't leave as quick as what he was potentially able to.
Yeah.
Is it a 6-second car?
Potential, definitely.
I don't think he's been there yet.
No.
Well, not today so far.
Yeah, well, if you can keep it straight,
Yeah.
I think
he's doing half a mile actually.
Every chance. That was more like the old car, basically. Okay, 2 young ladies racing out there at the moment. Victoria Smith with the Boost Monkey Buick, winner, street eliminated just a few weeks ago at Easter, taking on Lizette de Koning.
One of my favourite muscle cars, this Buick is.
Well, Vix wants at 200 miles an hour. She will not be happy until she gets it.
That was a lot more like it on the launch. A little pedal in there, I think.
Still a good-looking run. But clicked it early to an 865 at 142. Actually, 555 at 129 at the 8th.
That's the other one underneath the tower. So we have 2 absolutely mental GTRs.
This
is the second one. Our friend from Switzerland, I may need to be reminded of his name, but it's basically, for all intents and purposes, what you've just seen.
Replicated.
I've got no historical numbers for what it ran. However, it looks mean. It's got twin parachutes, which means it goes blinking fast.
Yeah.
Really.
Just so you know, single parachute if the vehicle goes over 150 miles an hour, twin shoots 200.
That's the giveaway.
So that's the giveaway.
Yeah. Or to be honest with you, some cars that run close to it run them anyway because they want the
just for the safety.
Security. Yeah, just in case. So if one doesn't come out, the other one will. You know.
Grant Moore, the Pigeon. First time we've seen the Pigeon.
So Mark Mosley, it's funny, he's in the water box to watch this as well.
Yeah.
Okay, this is Sandro Widmer from Switzerland. Again with the bobble off the start line. That won't be anything like what we've seen before, sadly. He's going to get a number on the board, so he'll be in the draw. Well, would you believe?
Yeah, Grant Moore,
takes the win.
10-14. Nice, 142. See, even Sandro couldn't catch the Pigeon.
There you go. Yeah, you owe him a tenner, by the way, Grant, for that.
Oh, dear.
Right, I think we're just going to run. It looks like the lanes are closed because there's only a couple more pairs left to go. We're going to run these through, and then we'll be on up to the presentation area in just a few moments.
Yeah, just a reminder to everybody, all drivers, please, to the announcement area behind the pod shop, the stage area. You know where it is. For your 5 o'clock drivers meeting. Very important that you all attend, please. Drivers meeting, 5 o'clock at the announcement stage behind the pod shop.
And for a very important reason. We don't want the commentators to outnumber the racers, do we?
No.
Because there's a chance of it. There's a chance of it this weekend. Too many of us.
This talking of street weekend, another competitor from last year.
You bet.
A 7-second car that can travel 400 miles on British roads.
With a can of Tango on the back.
Yeah. Cleverly disguised at fuel tanks as a can of Tango. Yeah.
No, that was a very clever bit of engineering. Man.
Yeah. He's a genius. Actually, he did most of the work on that car himself. I spoke to him a number of times about it, and it's again expertly finished, all by his own hand. But he's a builder, not a race car manufacturer.
there's a lot of people with very, very diverse careers other than doing this.
Yeah.
Nicely done, Matt. 32 to 60. It's going to be a 7, but what flavour?
No, he's gone the
Oh, no, he's
break.
clicked early, 8.55. Mark Mosley goes 10.28, 136.
Yeah, when you say about professions and building race cars and stuff, one of the cleverest guys I know, I might give away this by saying what his profession is, but I'm not going to say his name. Just a blooming genius. And he ran a company that fitted garage doors.
Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely nothing to do with race cars, nothing to do with engines whatsoever.
If it pays for your passion, then that's what it is, isn't
but
it?
he was, what he engineered himself was amazing. What
Still
have I
is
done wrong?
amazing, to be honest. All right, okay, Billy Gain and Ronnie John. Billy running in 760 heads up this weekend, and of course Ronnie John with the front-wheel drive Honda Civic. Right, so let's see what Billy can do. He's already put numbers on the board anyway, but he's only been in the 8.2s, hasn't been in the 7s yet.
Trouble getting that Civic off the line there.
That'll do for Bill, 775.
Going in the right direction. That was another burnout there for the Honda.
Yeah.
Still 142.
Another quick reminder while we have a slightly brief, quiet moment. The VW quiz in the bar. There are prizes to be won, folks, so it's worth going. The VW quiz is just about to get underway in a couple of moments in the bar. If you don't fancy sitting in the bar during the quiz, why wouldn't you? I want to. But anyway, then you can scan the QR code and you can do it from wherever you are around site. So please, we will mention it again. The VW quiz in the bar, in Fueler's Bar, is just about to start.
Oh, poor Luke.
It's still going.
That sounded so promising during the burnout.
Well, I'm not quite sure which direction he will end up going. But all I've got left in the lanes is Pro Doorslammer. Mike Margram is down there, and the first appearance this weekend on Michel Turenne. But as I say, and looking further back, John Tebenham is down there. I think that could be Andy Robinson. And also the returning Mark Hardfelt with the Voodoo Hemi.
Woohoo!
So I believe they're doing a bit, in actual fact, a little bit of track prep out there with the Bluebird. So we'll run the 5. Yes, it is Andy Robinson, can see it clear as day now. The 5 Pro Doorslammers, and then that'll be it for the track action for this session. Then we'll head up to the announcement area for the drivers' meeting.
And one more time.
5 o'clock.
One more time, because I keep getting reminded.
Nudged.
Exactly. The VW quiz in the bar is just about to start right now. So please make your way over there if you don't want to sit there through it. By all means, there is a QR code you can scan. You can do the quiz wherever you are on the site. There are prizes to be won. There are things to be got hold of. So it is well worth going and joining in. So if you're of the VW persuasion, which I'm thinking a lot of you are going to be here this weekend, especially with being VW Breakout as well, then please head over to the bar and you might end up winning something for your trouble today.
Okay, we're going to hand over the airwaves back to Nitro FM 96.2. When we come back, though, Pro Doorslammer testing, qualifying, runs, whatever you want to call it, but it all counts towards, getting in the show. That's the main thing, but because it's all chip draw and you don't know who's going to be racing who. So, Nitro FM, the airwaves yours. We'll be back soon with more fun here at the Doorslammers. Okay, here we go again, and it is Pro Doorslammer. This is Michael Malgrim. Now, he's actually down as Pro Doorslammer, but we're not 100% sure if he's in. We don't know yet.
Yeah, currently practicing burnouts is what he's doing.
Yeah.
Made one launch early on today. It stuck. It went. It wasn't particularly quick. Probably not what he was looking for. But again, Pro Stock cars are some of the finely tuned. If you ever watch any of the videos from the States, any of the YouTube stuff, check out some of the stuff where they go around the trailer of a Pro Stock car. Just see the amount of endless little tiny weeny gear ratio changes that they've got. And they've got drawers and drawers full of stuff that they can change, all sorts of stuff. And I'll never forget, again, I'm not going to name who it was, but one Pro Stock racer that raced over here, Swedish guy, really nice chap. First time, let the clutch out, blew the tyres off, didn't go anywhere. Second run, low ET. And I said, what was the difference between that and the first round? He said 5 grams on the clutch. That was it.
That's the be all and end all of that
all
entire...
they changed.
Wow.
Nothing else. It will drive you mad. Definitely will drive you mad. So Michael Malmgren has been multiple time European champion in Pro Stock. 2 years ago, it was 2023 was his most recent one. He's been doing this for a long while. In fact, first time I ever went to Sweden drag racing in 1985, he was running in Comp Eliminator then. Goodness me, he must have been 10. So just a test launch, maybe into second gear. Sounded a lot happier than the first one. Still one flat to 60 foot, 281 to 330, 445. A good Pro Stock run is normally in the 420s or thereabouts, but he was off it by then. Only 135 miles an hour at the 8th. That's another thing you see a lot of in the States, Pro Stock cars.
Yeah.
And when money is...
Yeah, it's just it is infinite, and they've got the budget for it as well.
Absolutely.
At the end of the day. But if you're into Pro Stock, so the conditions, this contraption down on the track here, for those that don't know, and I found out earlier, you were saying, and that's the chap was saying it's to check the air temperature, check
measures the
grip
traction
levels.
mainly. Yeah, it mainly checks the grip level. It was developed. I'll tell you the story after Michel's raid his burnout, but quite an interesting story how it happened. That's Michel Turenne from the Netherlands, scrubbing in a set of tyres by the looks of that one.
And that is how to do a burnout.
That is dead straight. That's exactly how you do it. Nice fresh traction to launch from. So a number of years ago, one of the all-time great teams in Europe, Top Fuel teams, the Anderson. They're not brothers, but they were just both called Anderson. Karsten and Per. And Karsten, they were just geniuses, and they still are. And Karsten developed what he called a shock, and it did look like a shock. It was something that they ran up the racetrack, and what they did, it was a earlier version of what you've just seen there.
Yeah.
But what it would do is it would measure the grip and resistance at points up the track, so they knew how to tune the car and to set the car. So if they thought they'd give it this much clutch or whatever in a certain place, they knew whether it was a good idea or not. Because and it really did. It really helped them as a tuning aid. It was fantastic.
Yes, yeah.
And then, so it was designed and developed in Europe, in Denmark.
Right.
And then the next version of that is the one that you see down there, and it's used almost universally worldwide now, isn't it?
That's the standard piece of equipment. I see. Right.
It's all down. If you're listening, Karsten, yep, it's down to you. It's all down to him.
Yeah.
He still goes to the States a lot. He still sells a lot of them over there, and he actually goes to help fuel teams over in the States. quite a lot to
And
it.
obviously the conditions are changing. The chap was saying to me, look, as the conditions change during the day, you know.
You do need to measure it again and again. So Michel Turenne, probably with the 330. Not quite that far. 960 to 60 foot. That's very, very quick, almost too quick. So what happens again, apologies if you know all this, but what happens is as well, what we're talking about is you need to slip the tyre a little bit to get it moving to release the energy, because if you don't, all of the energy balls up at the front of the tyre, and that's what starts tyre shake, because eventually you run over the bump.
Don't they?
That's right. So you need a bit of wheel speed or a little bit of wheel spin to release that energy. The trouble is that how to tune for that is an endless, infinite monkey cage, because if you give it too much, you blow the tyres off straight away. If you don't give it enough, you get weak tyre shake. Anyway, it's
incidentally, that's the difference between a radial tyre and a slick tyre. They work differently under different conditions. Yeah.
So radial's basically dead hook.
Yeah.
Side by side, John Tevenham and Lee Robinson.
Rod stretching burnouts in both lanes. Another little trick as well. Again, apologies if you know this.
I'm sure everyone would like to know as well.
With Andy Robinson, you notice he's always got the brakes on.
During the burnout?
Just tug the brake a little bit, especially with carbon brakes, because they take quite a bit of warming up. I found this out to my unfortunate, years ago. But the idea is, with carbon brakes, they don't work, and all of a sudden they get to operating temperature, and then they
work really well.
They work too well.
Yeah.
And if you don't warm the brakes before the run, you normally get halfway down the shutdown area, they hit operating temperature, and hey presto, you end up sliding.
Right.
So it's much better to get them warmed up like that.
So they're working for when it gets to the end of the track.
And coming into stage and everything.
And
else
in addition to the shoots that are obviously going to come out as well.
Yeah. Oh, they do need to brake as well. They could probably stop with the brakes, because the brakes are that good.
Right. Wow.
But it's just not. You don't want to rely on it.
No.
So John Tevenham, first run of the season with the fabulous Lightning McQueen in the Kestrel Lane. Andy Robinson, the shop car from down there in Hampshire. Steph puts him in the beams. Luke tunes the car. Andy does the driving. All the next generation of crew members are in process. Well, JT pedals and gets back on it again. 6:12 at 2:41. That's not a bad opener for the year.
Very nice.
One flat to 60 foot, 4:07 at the 8th mile, and a 6:12 at 2:41. Andy went 0.98 to 60 foot. 3:30 in 2:67. He was a bit quicker than JT to there, but JT actually had tyre shake and then nailed it again. You can clearly see again what you were just saying. It stepped sideways almost instantly.
Yeah,
soon as
and he still stayed in it.
Oh yeah, they're they're just a bit like that.
I think you have to be you have to be confident in the car. This is a stunning looking car.
Yeah, the welcome return of Mark Hartfeld. Took the season out last year, but it was planned. We knew he was going to do that. We knew he was going to come back this year, and here he is.
So Mark Hartfeld with this car has been down in the 580s,
he has,
believe it or not. The really quirky thing about that is if you look at it using eyeball aero, it looks really aerodynamic. It really isn't.
I mean, it looks like it is.
It looks like it should be. It looks like an arrow. It looks like it should be fantastic, but it's not. It takes a lot of pushing through the air. It's just the shape of it. The wing as well is. I hate to say it out loud. It's more for show than anything else. You don't really need the wing sat up there in the fresh air.
Especially not for drag racing. No,
not quite. But it's an awesome car.
At 200 miles an hour, the impact of air that's pushing it through the air takes power in itself, like you say. That is a fantastic. So this is a rebuilt car, is it?
This is the car. This is the car he ran for a few seasons before he took last year off.
Right.
I'm just thinking are they doing his belts? Is it his belts or his hands device? Must be his belts if it's on the front. They're just pulling him down a little bit further. Just want to make sure. So Mark is from the Netherlands, as was Michel Turenne, as is David Victor will be here as well. It's amazing. They got 3 top flight Prime Mod teams and no tracks to run them on.
But
No
they
tracks
still,
at all.
so they purely own them just to transport them around.
Yeah, pretty much.
I mean, that's love for the sport.
There's
isn't
nowhere,
it?
but there's nowhere else. This is effectively their home, if you will, racetrack.
Even if it's a few thousand miles away.
Yeah, you got it. So good luck, Mark. First run of the year. First run in a couple of years.
Ooh.
Well, the engine, the clutch tugged the engine down. You could hear it. The LPM went. Actually, that was quite a good impersonation, wasn't it?
That's good.
I was impressed with that.
One flat, I wasn't. One flat to 60 foot, and then it started to get a bit of a wiggle on, and he got out of it. But that is his first time back behind the wheel in some time.
Yeah. Right, okay, that's it. We go to a dinner break for our track crew. We're going to head up to the announcement area, bearing in mind that it is 10 to 5. We scheduled this meeting for 5 o'clock. So we're going to get up there pretty sharpish, actually. So as near to 5 o'clock as we could possibly can. So drivers in the pits, please head over to the announcement area, as we'll be heading up there as well. We've got lots to get through. And then it will be qualifying sessions designated after that, with front-wheel drive kicking things off at 5:30. Okay, Nitro FM, if you could take the airwaves back, and we'll be back with you a little bit later on. In the meantime, enjoy the rest of your day.
Nearly got the 330 book with the horn. Will it be a 6 or a 710? 192. Well held, sir.
Yeah,
Whenever get to the front of the queue, there you go. Well, something. That was a big wiggle for Gert. Gonna get a number on the board though. With a 1064 at 130.
Connor goes through 14:37.
There's a lot of smoke still after the finish line. That's not hanging about either, is it? Lee Jasper
Come
with
on, Lee. Come on.
good looking run.
11 flat, 100 miles an hour. He lifted to match his 8th mile speed. So,
wow. Well, Patrick's got a red light, I think, because he's rolled forwards. Yeah, Dave's giving him another go.
Meanwhile, Michael doing 95 at the 8th.
Yeah, he's slowing.
12.
1271. I mean, that's it, Patrick. That thing just flies. One of our True Street races for the weekend. Will it be an 8? It's a 1073, 100. There goes Martin. Look at that thing go. You can see where the pedal was. What's that cadet going to do? 9 flat, 158 miles an hour. Cassis has already got a quicker run than that, so he backs. That's more like it from Matt Southcott with a big wiggle off the start line. He keeps it planted, though. 786. Look at that, knocking on for 180 miles an hour. Structured, shall we say. Chris Nasser, John Gamble. Pretty good race, actually, as well as it goes. Chris Nasser will be there first, but not far behind him is John. 9:48 at 1:55 for Chris.
Did you notice that? He's like, I'm going to get some more because I'm not willing to give this one up.
That's basically where that was coming from.
This one's mine. There are many programs like this, but this is my program.
Greatest program the world's ever seen, apparently. Okay, Grant with lots of issues all the way down. He probably probably will get a number on the board, but it won't be one that he'll like the look of.
We'll probably have a greater mile an hour if it all goes through.
However, the difference in the launch you can clearly see, that, which is why Belinda is long gone in the slick tricks lane. 767.
Again, manager off the line. Such a lightweight car, but Daniel Sheen doing his best driving job, driving past manager and goes through.
Wow.
8:33, 169 to 8.
So 97 to 60 foot.
He had a good look at the wall as well. That was. You're never sure whether it's too much or not enough. That's the other thing, because. Look at that, absolutely on rails. 585 at 250 miles an hour. I think the phrase, Colin, is...
Right, twice winner of the big bracket over the years.
With the shootout from the finish line as well.
Yeah.
Novel approach.
So Dave, got 9:53 from Dave Cherritt. What a pod.co.uk. More.com, both will take you there. Get your tickets, come and see us and enjoy the main event. All right, Francis is going to get there first with a 794 at 173. Thomas Chevy of Lorry. Wheels up launch. Lovely job. That's a good looking run. Yeah, 989, 135. We'll take that.
The iCaddy van. This will be Jake's first run of the weekend as well, I believe. Well, bit of a fight on the start line for Ronnie. Something coming off the car. In fact,
Yeah, it looks like it's
around.
crabbing a bit there.
But Jake Tibbin out in front at the moment. He goes through with an 11.08 and 103. So four-wheel drive versus front-wheel drive. Mills is away first. He's going to get to the finish line with a 9.28, 124. And Pitorga
Really want big wheel stands. Well, fair to say Dave makes absolutely planted, but lifts early. So, still goes 87 for the Porsche. Well, that built-up boost, lovely on the start line. Gets it off the line as well. And just to get to the top end for your first ever pass in the car, finding your way around the car, getting a feel for it.
Okay, well, just a solo run for Pavel. On and off the throttle around about 1,000 foot. 927, 154 miles an hour. He's got second gear this time. 132, 60 foot. Bit of a mid-track wiggle. Rob goes through, but 790, 185 miles an hour.
The four-cylinder.
So this is going to be his first pass with the rear-wheel drive setup as well. And much like Marcus Phelps.
Shook like mad.
Yeah.
825 for Billy. I'm guessing that was no gas, just make sure everything works, kind of. He'll probably do it now.
Oh, sorry, 905. Apologies, you're right.
Yeah, a little bit laboured off the start line. John Sleeth is obviously long gone to a 759 with a 4. 888.
Oh,
Made a good job of it as well. Sorry, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to laugh. That was really good. It was a number of stabs at it, and then oh yeah, that was good. Boom. Now that will be the problem. What someone needs to do is go find a big plastic-looking sofa.
Yeah, but what an awesome pairing lane to be part of, though.
Yeah, exactly. Coming down racing, coming down against all this sort of stuff.
Fantastic. Full respect for this Run With Your Brother. We appreciate you. No, that'll be back down.
So Christian's put in a number of runs already. Well into the 7s. That one was a 775 at 175. Yeah, that's not going to work. 60 foot was way off because he rolled the beams slightly. Good speed, not quite the ET.
Yeah.
The low 9s or thereabouts. About the same as before, 934, 142 coming up, but that's a lot of cleaning up, actually. That's a lot. $9.97 in the 9s again for Chris Skinner. It's on. Now street legal again by all accounts. 9 flat.
Look at the main event. Test day Thursday, event days Friday to Monday. Bank holiday weekend.
Good looking run for Mark. 8, 7, 4.
Oh, I think. Straight and true to a 7 something. A 786, 177. He took the Saturday win, then made the semi-final on the Sunday, just added a little bit of a top up to the $5,000 that he won the previous day.
850.
I'll tell you what, that is a very busy man down there at the moment, Nick Garrett. Doing work on quite a few cars these days. He's the man responsible for, he's put the nitro system on John Bean's car.
Okay.
That's really turned the wick up for John. And of course, we look forward to seeing his own car back. To do in the 8s will be better. Nice, solid, strong launch. 129 to the 60 foot. He's 582 at the 8th. And goes 915 at 146.
Junior Drexler song. Don't know why. Well, unfortunately, issues for Thomas Drodds. Meanwhile, Chris Waterhouse, 107 at the 8th mile, and goes through with it again, 10:31, 135. But this weekend's going to be first competition runs for a long, long time.
Good looking run for Lewis as well. Is that another all motor car?
No, this is petrol. 9:58, 151 miles an hour. A body with the 2-litre TFSI engine and DSG gearbox. So obviously 90% of the weight is in the front.
I'd say it's probably more than that, looking at that. Either that or those guys are seriously strong.
He's very strong.
Look, there you go.
Stavros is very, very strong.
Rob off and on the throttle a couple of times. That's more like it for Marcus. Steps off it at 330 foot, but that's a lot more like it launch-wise. They look happy with that. Matt 11:03 at 1:17 rolled the lights.
Yeah.
Like
Freak. Right, so Nathan's getting very close to the centre line. Still hugging the line. Goes 8.72, and again, a nice consistent 9.
Didn't sound happy after half track. Still goes 6:32 at 1:66. Short numbers, 9.
Well, Michael cuts the light. This continues to build boost. Michael at the 8th mile is doing 97 miles an hour. Of course, he's going to get to the finish line first. 12.51 at 103. And Gowis goes 10.07.97.
Well, you're going to get a good top speed from Mark Sheridan, but what's the ET going to be? It's an 8.46. Oh, only 148. He was off the gas at the stripe. Still lost traction there for Ruven, but it was better than last time out. Ruven goes 8.59 at 1.45. Chris.
Oh, Richie Webb straight off the tree. Mike Whitaker in chase mode now. Both of them going the long way round. Richie's going to get to the finish line first with a 10.47. And Mike. Once again, Run What You Brung performance is in play. 172 60 foot. 123 at the 8th. Little Smoky at the top. 9.53, 141.
As these two set on the way, a message. The big VW quiz will take place in Fuellers Bar at 4:30 with prizes. So the big VW quiz will be in the Fuellers Bar at 4:30. As Adam Skinner goes through with a 12.46, 119. Flat for Taylor Letchford, 169 cracking pass. This is Darren Huxley.
Darren in big bracket, shall I assume?
He certainly is. Say huge thanks to Laurie Bamford. Pleased to go built my new transmission.
Okay.
Yeah. And you can see he's got one of his own transmissions in the car. Made it hook up and on beautifully. 987, 134.
Helder takes to the track for the first time this weekend. Well, obviously both tyres were pretty cold by the time we went and launched. And I'll tell you what they're running, but we can't see. Well, it's a 9.36 at 156 for Rafa.
Actually, that's quite quick.
Yeah, that's gone.
Good looking run for Kev Jenkins. 770 at 179, even with the...
Very lightweight car, 146 60 foot. He's going to be chased down by the BMW, but will he be caught?
No.
124 at the 8th, 897, 154 miles.
The diesel as well.
Not quite enough clutch off the line that time for Kev. That won't be a 7. No, 811 at 167 miles an hour.
reliability,
Yeah.
of course, in a 6-cylinder class as well, is, you know, these engines are getting pushed really to the limits. It was interesting seeing Jace Grant's Porsche earlier, 924, carbon bodied.
Stunning. Wow.
So we're editing on the fly and we're, you know, photography on the fly and stuff, but there's enough to take photos and content of. There's such a lot here, and it's still coming in the door as well.
Right, Pierre Torfamella with the Mark II Golf. That is looking good and strong. 984, not quite as quick as...
Whoa!
Gee, that hooked up and flew.
No, lift,
He
please
stayed
lift.
in it. Oh, man.
Goodness me. That's what happens, kids, when you don't have wheelie bars on your door car and you bring it to a prep racetrack.
Now, that's, yeah, exactly. As
When
you
they run at open park, they'd always run a bit quicker over there than they do here. Right. And a lot of them, a lot of the sportsman cars,
9:36 tonight with the graffiti racing pickup truck. He's been going well into the tens.
Oh, there he goes.
Somewhere in the 8.8s for Charlie would be very nice for an opener. 881.
There we go. He knows his number, doesn't he?
have you done this?
And then we go through all the classes up to around about 7 o'clock with Pro Doorslammer. And then it's open qualifying for the last hour of the day, 7 till 8 o'clock.
Wow, okay, so there's plenty more going on.
Oh, yeah.
Excellent.
Oh, it doesn't stop.
See, that is the thing, again, about you can enter any 6-cylinder car. It's here again today,
Yeah.
first time out.
Rene Erzman taking on Simon Crowley. Good looking run for Rene. 7.56, 180 miles an hour.
Settle on this time. Mark will be in front, not behind.
Yeah, Mark Turner long gone in the blown Supra with the 7.56, too quick again. So cool looking. Right, 7.34 earlier with a wiggle just past 3.30. Wisely lifts out of it. Yeah, 8.34 at 1.48.
Bar later on as well. All the best, mate. Right, Bigfoot, and I didn't spot who the Beetle was. Maybe he's just wrong with your brother.
Could well be.
Staying ahead of that TT, though.
Doing well. I respect there. 12.35.
If you want to take part in it, get yourself to the bar. We'll make that announcement again in a minute. That was a tester drowning us out then. Said no one ever.
That little Escort of Darren's, again, is a really, really quick little car. Goes, I think he's been down to the high 9s in that.
No.
Whoa.
That's what it did.
He is not scared, is he?
No, that'll be a quick one. No, it wasn't 977. It must have rolled the lights. What was the 60 foot? 3.92.
Well, Fix wants at 200 miles an hour. She will not be happy until she gets it.
That was a lot more like it on the launch. A little pedal in there, I think.
Still a good-looking run. But clicked it early to an 865 at 100.
Doing this.
Yeah.
Nicely done, Matt. 32 to 60. It's going to be a 7, but what flavour?
No, he's gone the
Oh, no, he's
brakes.
clicked early, 855.
Trouble getting that Civic off the line there.
That'll do for Bill, 775.
Coming in. Sounded a lot happier than the first one. Still one flat to 60 foot, 281 to 330, 445. A good pro stock run is normally in the 420s or 330. Not quite that far.
Yeah.
960 to 60 foot. That's very, very quick, almost too quick. So what happens again, apologies if you know all this, but what happens is as well, what we're talking about is you need to slip the tyre a little bit to get it moving to release the energy. Because well, JT pedals and gets back on it again. 6.12 at 2:41. That's not a bad opener for the year. Well, the engine, the clutch tugged the engine down. You could hear it. The RPM went. Actually, that was quite a good impersonation. Wasn't it?
I was impressed with that.
One flat, I wasn't. One flat to 60 foot, and then it started to get a bit of a wiggle on, and he got out of it. But that is his first time back behind the wheel.
We like that. Right, so let's get this show on the road, as they say, or let's get these cars on the drag strip. This is open qualifying, and we're kicking things off with Ryan French and Ant Mincher. Front wheel drives. First runs today, 1367, 1342, off the trailer. This is. And as Kaz puts her first run in the day, probably one of my favourite events of the year, the Doorslammers, the randomness of it. As I say, it took a while to get from the top end to the tower this morning, purely because the amazing machinery that's in. We would like that very much indeed. So Adam Phillips with Cooking on Gas, the VW Beetle, another one of our 4-cylinder runners this weekend. Just getting an early run in. Excellent idea. Great thing is you come down to the start line in the car and you can pretty much turn the corner. Loads of wheel spin off the line for Joe.
John Sleeth long gone to somewhere near a 760 probably. There we go, a 68 to open his account. So Chris and Kaz.
I'd love to see Chris back in the... Well, he's not going to be in the nines on this one, I don't think, but that is a seriously quick Audi, that. This is another one of the speed not matching ET runs. Oh, well, yeah, 1142 doesn't really go with unqualified. Much better looking run for Darren.
Good looking reaction time as well with an 019. That's the number at the top of the scoreboard for you, those of you not familiar.
Right, Nick Shotton with Mr. Oi Oi Corsa. Obviously first run of the event for him. Goes 12:50. That will take us up to about 7 o'clock. And then open qualifying until 8 o'clock.
Okay, that makes sense.
So that's the rundown for today.
So just to be completely clear, all the runs today still count for qualifying?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So Simon Innes with a 10.
Yes, looks very racy, doesn't it? I think they've got a beautiful pit position.
Yep.
Very well branded. pucker operation, that. Like it.
It does look great. However, running quick and racing are two different things,
yes.
Are they not? So, Kaz, third run of the day, I think, so far. Well, Rob blows the tyres off again. It doesn't matter so much this weekend. As long as you get a run in, you'll be qualified. Still a good-looking run.
Look at the speed, though. He's losing finalists as well. He's done rather well. So somewhere in the 9.7s for Mark would be really cool. 8.6s for Lee. Oh, okay.
So Christian is going to be part of the big bracket this weekend with that beautiful 57 Chevy.
That's a sweet off-the-trailer run.
This is, but in the
top
Kestrel
marks
lane.
from me, mate. I don't know. I didn't think those are the right marks you're on about, but...
So racing in this, both racing the 6 cylinders class. However, our friend runs 860.
It won't be on this one, unfortunately.
7.5 foot though, that was, I think. Well, he actually got going again. I thought that was something terminal. Maybe his foot slipped off the throttle. Ooh, it could be that simple. He still gets the time on the board. A single weekend here pretty much throughout the summer.
I think it's Barney's pet project that every event a new camera appears. It's just unbelievable the amount of coverage you get.
I don't think I'm going to give anything away. That's Adam Phillips, by the way, with the 4-cylinder Beetle. Goes through with the 50.
Car looking very smart these days. Certainly turning it into Billy's car now, without a shadow of a doubt. I'd love to see Jacob back into the nines. Ian's coasting at the stripe, so clicked it early to 987.
I can't. I'm not going to repeat it now. I'll save it for another day. But it was terrific.
Yeah, that sounded like a planned half pass.
People were more honest. Good question. Good question, which I don't know the answer to. Yeah, Colin backs off as well around about half track. And 10.79 exactly.
That must be one of the cars in Run What You Brung for the VW Breakout weekend.
Okay.
Because they are here as well, actually, sharing the track with the Doorslammers. Once again, a very good morning to everybody tuned in online. Can you go a little bit quicker? It's in the 8th.
Well, big wiggle at the top end that time. For Jens, 8.49 at 1. That was a rather knackered sounding good morning for the first one of the day. Jarrell with issues about 60 foot. Sonny Lang is long gone. In the Kestrel lane.
Too handy, but obviously every run at the moment is still counting for qualifying anyway, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Lars Mortensen and Jack Wilson that time round. Again, one of those wickedly quick Opals from Denmark.
Jack Wilson.
That happens to and with races. You couldn't make up anyway,
No,
could
that's
you?
it.
No one would believe it. John Gamble.
Very, very rapid. Sapphire Cosworth.
10.08 up.
So they went to Kishkalanza in Hungary just a few weeks ago, but again, had too much power for that track.
Certainly lacking off the start line. He'll get a number on the board. Good looking run though for Simon Crowley in the other lane. Actually 10.54 at 1.42. Not so much of a trailer queen that time. Yeah, Marcus is going to trickle through with a something. Yeah, he's not going to like that. Good looking launch, 156 to 60 foot. That's a storming run for the Civic actually. In the 5s at the 8th mile. I think he's backed off, yeah, to a 9.20.
Riley Burton. Nevertheless, good racing. So where's Bob going to be? In the 9.2s again? Oh, nearly. 9.34, 142 small blocks. Now Chris has been in the 9s. Mark's been in the 10s.
It's a lot of drifting going on out there. Against Kaz Waterhouse. That is a rapid, that thing, isn't it?
We like it.
Will it be an 8? 908, 147 miles an hour. He will be there, and soon, by the looks.
Now, Michael Strachan here with Dave Henderson this weekend. And looking forward to see what Dave's going to do this weekend, because he hasn't come here to go slow, put it that way.
Good looking run, too, with 10.99 at 121. What can Larry do? Enter the big bracket this weekend. Well, Julian with a good looking launch, but then gear selection problems after that. George with a high 10 or a low 11. No, 10.31 at 127. Very reminiscent of... Well,
he has been a former finalist, and that's not the way he wanted to start this weekend. So let's have a look at Dave Henderson then.
Leaving stuff on the start line.
Towed off at the top end. Unfortunately, we won't be seeing the Toyota again this weekend. And he's out for the main event as well, broken crank.
Oh, ouch, ouch, ouch,
So,
ouch.
Mark, I am absolutely gutted for you, mate. That's not what you want to hear. And that's not a sort of thing we can pull a call out over the PA to get. Oh, Mark.
Especially a small block forward.
Yeah. Watch the BM go. Are we going to see a 9, or is this another 8-second BMW? This is a phenomenal machine. 882, 166 miles an hour.
And straight away afterwards as well.
I think Alan Kenyon would go, where did that car go? Oh, 750.
With a 2. Wow. If you're going to do that on Friday morning.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a 560 race car, folks. That was just a little bit too much wheel speed off the start line. However, if you're sitting at home and listening and you know what turbo cars do.
So these are test runs. 796.
Give us updates so we can just... It's a much easier way of doing it than scrolling through everyone's social media posts.
Well, that's it, because strangely, not everyone.
Let's see.
Christian earlier on, I think went 84 actually.
Yep.
76. Yeah, even quicker.
Yeah.
The year. So the Warner Camaro and Rob Carter. Nice looking run for Percy. 790. Look at the speed as well.
I shall be doing my annual trip to Derbs in October.
Nice looking.
Oh, blew the tyres off.
Pay less tax.
Look at that for Joe. That's a lot more like it off the start line. Just get away from the centre line. Good boy. That could be his quickest run.
Oh!
It's a 7.85 for Joe Baxter. 188 miles.
So again, that's going to be a checkout pass on a brand new setup.
Right, can we press gang James into running Comp Eliminator, please?
He holds the diesel record in Europe overall.
Oh, that's a sweet looking launch. Good looking run. 110 to 60 foot. Great speed.
They are the very definition of shit. basically. So 7-second run for Mark with a to lead Mike and Jerry Dennings.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at. Because I know that car was sold. It went back to a street car. And that's got street number plates on it. I was just wondering if it's the same car. Very good car.
However, baby steps learning for Phil. Oh, he liked that.
Yeah.
That's it. That second stomp
Yeah.
kind of woke him up, didn't it?
That'll look good. Wheels up in the air on his first ever launch, 135 to 60 foot. Well done, Phil. That looked fun.
Yeah.
No, Gordon's car is, if you see them stop. Brake lights on means turn left. Or just stop.
Just stop it.
Yeah.
Well, stopping's better than carrying on.
Especially if something's gone pop. I always wondered.
1488 for Cal.
So 149, 60 foot for Danny Hyman. He's doing 124 at the 8th. He's being chased down by Marcus. This is 903 for Marcus Daly at 100.
Ben will correct me, but I'm pretty sure that's where it's come from.
However, this is about being consistent.
Yeah.
But he's probably not averse to going quick as well.
78, 152, 10, 12, 132. That's it. Well, Bills have been having fun down at Manston Raceway, doing quite well down there in the pickup class, racing like James Greer and people like that. 1069, 123. And he won't want to upset the apple cart for a set-up next weekend either. Good, straight and true. To 966. That'll do nicely. Now we'd have more of them. And 938. Oh, Victoria well off the gas at the stripe. But let's not forget Victoria took her first.
That's my choice in the sweepstake is old Grant Moore. Consistent 10-second runner. There you go, 1026, 141.
Rob heads for the centre line and backs out of it. And I think Chris is still going, kind of. Well, Rob's got a qualifying run on the board, so does Chris.
Well, Adam's going to get to the finish line first, 11.27 and a 10.42.
Okay, listen up in the pits, please. Can we have front-wheel drive into the pairing lanes, please? Front-wheel drive. It's nice to see a few of them appearing, but we need the rest of them, please. Front-wheel drive into the pairing lanes for your first designated qualifying session as a group. Thanks very much indeed. Front-wheel drive into the pairing lanes. Well, here we go at Doorslammers. It's been open qualifying all day long. We've had the drivers' meeting, and now we are in designated qualifying spots. Kicking things off with front-wheel drive, and they're going to see quite a few cars that haven't put in runs yet today. And this should populate our ladders, our fastest list straight away. So, Ryan French, Lewis Simpson in front-wheel drive. So the class that will be coming after this will be 4-cylinder. Watch out, or listen out for a call out, actually.
Okay, Lewis Simpson trickles through the 1370, 1354. This is going to be fun to follow because on the screen it still says open qualifying, which is how we're leaving it.
But we've got it on there. That's why I put it onto front-wheel drive, so it's all ready for us.
Mr. Organisation.
We can see where everybody slots in. Now, at the moment, in front-wheel drive, 40 cars have put numbers on the board.
So we need another 11.
Yeah. And then we need to make sure that nobody withdraws to take it back down to.
Is there any chance of that not happening?
Well, who knows?
Well,
we'll see.
Here's one of the cars that's not yet qualified, Terry Newton.
Yeah, first run of the day.
So Terry's been into the 8s before, quite recently. He's the world's fastest front-wheel drive Ford. The world.
Is that right? Seriously?
He was in the sun.
I know that doesn't mean anything.
It does.
It's great coverage, but...
Well...
Good looking run.
Very tidy opener.
134 at the 8th and an 882, 168 miles an hour. A great opener for Terry Newton.
Yeah.
And, as I say, listen out in the pairing lanes. Sorry, listen out in the pits. Can we please have 4-cylinder into the pairing lanes now, please? 4-cylinder class into the pairing lanes.
Guaranteed this will be the run. 121 at the 8th.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Oh, 905 and 154 miles an hour.
I just spotted a slight issue with that. With the tailwind, when he stands on it, he won't be able to see the tree. No, in all seriousness, it just disappeared, didn't
Maybe
it?
that's a tactic with the other person as well. Maybe they can't see the tree.
Who knows?
So, speaking to Jake Tippin during the short break that we had, he ran an 11-second pass earlier with a very small shot of nitrous, which very much encouraged him because he's been into the 10s before, but that was with a large shot. So he was like, everything is there for it to go well.
Now, if it's a 32-car ladder, the bump spot is 12.10 at the moment.
However.
So we just run with that at the moment. That's the bump spot. Yeah. Until it, just to make them
Until
panic.
it opens up.
Until it opens.
But in all honesty, though, there's a very scant chance we're not going to get any breakages. There's 54 cars entered, I think, isn't it? It's still a terrific entry, no denying, but it only needs 4 to drop out.
Okay, so Jack Wilson got away first, but Jake Tippin is in chase mode, doing 104 at the 8th. That's good enough for a 10. And goes 10.58 at 131. A new personal best. This is where, actually, this is going to be quite hard with front-wheel drive. I'm going to have no chance to post anything. And I'm going to have to try and remember afterwards.
Then you get the rest of the evening off.
Well, there is that. Oh, I need to. Anyone got a spare bit of paper? I don't want to scribble.
Have you used up all your BB
I don't know. I
paper
don't
already?
want to scribble on that.
Okay, Alan Kenyon with the Hocus Focus. Up against Piotr Formella. You can clearly see the rear setup on Piotr's car, and there ain't much of it.
Nope.
I think is probably the best way of putting it, isn't it? As you have said many times, Luke, it's purely there for the purpose of holding the back end up.
So with a PB of 961 to a 10.8 for Alan Kenyon. Let's see what we can get. Alan's got his second gear. Here comes Piotr at the mid-track, 114 at the 8th. And he goes through with a 10.18. Alan goes through with an 11.73.
Just a reminder, can we have 4-cylinder into the pairing lanes, please? 4-cylinder, can we have you into the pairing lanes?
Okay, next up, Grant Moore with the Pigeon, taking on Darren Dewhurst with the Shed.
The Pigeon is the conqueror of
Pro Doorslammer.
Exactly.
Yeah, couldn't catch it.
Don't set him off for that, because he'll have a T-shirt made with him ahead of the Pro Doorslammer. Okay, so Darren Dewhurst looking to go quicker than a 9.4. That's his personal best. Well, Grant's away first, but here comes the power of the Corsa B. I say here comes, they're side by side at the moment. It is a 982 to a 1020 at 139. A very good run for Grant. So it was quite nice looking around the corner and just seeing nothing but front-wheel drive in there. That really makes you realise how many there is here, with them all in the lanes together. Right, Nicholas Hackier, a previous Doorslammers champion.
Yeah, he made you some money, didn't he? You had him in the sweep that year.
Yeah.
I seem to remember he went from being rather despondent on Saturday to being rather victorious on Sunday.
Gee. That was very close. He went in the blue.
Still going.
So I don't think that run will count.
It was an 11.13 to an 11.56. But yeah, a bit of a wild start. You can see where he went onto the blue lines.
It's just like, I don't think he could have done that any better if he actually pointed the wheels that way. Really?
It was almost perfect timing, because Callum was busy taking a photo of Frank from Turbo Smart. And
yeah, they're smiling like mad.
And in the background, you've probably got a little little Citroen coming into him. Well, we've got a lot of crew at the top end, and it all goes quiet.
Briefly.
So what's the numbers now with a quick refresh?
43.
So what's the bump spot?
Currently.
11.63. That's dropped quickly. Well, some of the names that aren't qualified yet, actually. Petros.
He is qualified. Oh, no, yeah. As in on the outside, yeah, because he was.
Yeah.
He was.
Yeah,
probably
not qualified yet.
41st, isn't he? He's dead last.
Yeah. Let's have a look. Helder Pereira's not qualified yet.
He's there.
Gino's not in. Ant Mincher's not in. Lisette de Koenig's not in. And a few others. But it'll all shuffle around.
Obviously, our number one qualifier is now David Lammick, whose first 7-second pass. I believe number 2 is Calvin Skerritt.
I love what David
It is, yeah. Terry Newton went straight to number 3, by the way.
Nice.
So Calvin Skerritt in the Slick Tricks lane is your current number 2 man.
Helder, you double bulbing.
Yeah, Helder's not in the show at the moment. 12.10.
He's still not in the show.
What's Calvin got for us, though? 9.52, 159 miles an hour.
I like the little Pro Mod style chimney breather on the back of the car as well.
Yeah, I noticed that earlier on.
Breathes a little bit more heavy than a Pro Mod normally would, though. Yeah, well, that's good.
Substantially more. Well, we've still got the run from earlier. However, if we run a 32, it's not quick enough. We shall see anyway. So if you're watching in around the world on the live stream, once again, ping us a message. Say where you're watching from. Doorslammers is possibly the most international drag race on the planet. I'm going to say that with some confidence, actually, because I think it probably is.
There's a lot of eyes watching. Even countries who do not have races here, they're still watching because they've seen the cars.
Even that, for actual entries, cars from competitors from nations, it probably is the most international drag race on the planet.
Right, Laurie Anslow, Alex Pryor. You got the Seat Leon and the Little Metro. Right, no improvement on their ETs, unfortunately, so they're going to stay put.
So, 1 8-second EG Civic.
I've just noticed the anomaly. Andy Nichols is here before 7 o'clock on Saturday night. How does that work?
I don't know.
He's got his days wrong. Simple as that.
He's going to be taking on manager, the Europe's fastest, normally aspirated front-wheel drive car. Look at that again. Just the way he gets off the line is really intimidating to some of our turbo cars. 117 at the 8th, it is a 956, 143. And Andy Nichols goes through with a 12-12 at 130.
Now, sensible thing for Andy Nichols to get that run in. It puts him into the mix, but he's not qualified. But it's another car added to the list, which stands more chance of it being a 64 car ladder. We need 51 to qualify.
Amir is down there, and he won't be appear in a car this weekend.
Oh, so there's one down.
So there's one down.
Oh dear.
Right, Ahmed Jamshed, Martin Dainty. Ahmed, a little skip off the line, but he's going good.
Sweet.
138 at the 8th mile. Ahmed Jamshed, 8:45, 180 miles an hour to a new personal best of 9:47 at 157. Martin Dainty takes the crown for the Vauxhall boys.
Well, another racer running a new PB this weekend. Michael Behrens from Germany. Now, it's not his only race event of the year. However, it might be the only one he competes in because the rest of the time he spends
in the tractor.
Exactly, doing the track prep.
All right, George Baker as well. He went 10.2 earlier, a 0.5 off his PB with the first run off the trailer. And he's got a nice bit of spin off the line there. That's going to be good. 176, pretty much where he was earlier. 116 at the 8th. George Baker goes through 10:14. 149 again, another personal best.
Can we please have 6-cylinder into the pairing lanes now, please? 6-cylinder class. Can we have you into the pairing lanes?
Okay, number one qualifier underneath the tower at the moment. Current number one qualifier. I don't think I'm going out on a limb to say the only real person that can really take that off him is going to be Petros.
Yeah.
There's no one else. Ahmed probably could, but like you said, the plan is not to turn it up to that extent this weekend.
He knows he's got main event next weekend. And he's already got one engine to build now for next weekend.
Sounds way too much like smart racing, that does. It's very good. So, David Lammick with the incredibly understated, apart from the big fat front tyres, Corsa in the Kestrel lane. This is the second quickest car in Europe. Is it the second fastest?
It is indeed.
Yeah. Up against Lola.
So, Lisetta trying to run her first 9. David would love to back up his 7-second pass. Well, he's probably not going to do it this time. I was about to say, I wasn't sure if Lisette was off the throttle or David was having issues. You never know.
That was a weird one.
Yeah.
Well, he's still number one qualifier based on previous. But Lizette trickles through with a 16.41.
Okay, next up, it is Carl Monks with the very consistent Gary Speed Performance EK Civic 9.6. I think his last 4 runs have been 9.6 over the past 2 events. He's going to be taking on Jamie Lancaster, one of the Taz Racing crew. Been trying to nab him for VW DLC for years, but he just won't have it.
I'd like to see that in Street Eliminator, to quote Graham. We've had a red Golf.
Yeah, I was going to say, where's Carl?
And he's out there, he's on the beer.
Yeah. As is Jake Cawthorne on his stag do this weekend.
Oh, yeah.
Have a good one, Jake. Probably find him propped up in Fueler's Bar later on, or...
Wearing a dress.
Yeah.
Of course. Wow. Jamie, for a second, was side by side with Carl Monks, just past the 60 foot. Doing 119 and goes through with a 10.39 to an 11.42. Good to see Sagar here. Always good to see you, my friend. Right, Nick Shotton taking on David Hubbard. So Nick Shotton in the sweepstake draw last night, his dad drew his son out.
Really?
He was
I
like,
don't believe it.
So 2 11-second cars side by side at the moment. 99 to 87 at the X. Nick's going to get to the finish line first, 11.74 to an 11.78. Right, we are coming towards the end of our front-wheel drive vehicles, and it is going to be Mohammed Munir taking on Ronnie John. Ronnie John from Germany with the Otimoto Honda Civic.
I'm glad everyone said no double bolting. Not that it matters really too much.
Oh. Well, as long as he gets the drive, he's got drive, it just skips one tyre. So, Mohammed Munir,
10.99.
10.99, yeah.
Speed as well, 142 miles an hour.
Yeah, that's his best of the day so far. Well done.
Last one. And it is going to be the box-shaped Civic. Asher Jamshed. So, no Gino de Jong.
No Petros.
No Petros.
So this car going through will make it 44.
Okay.
So we're still missing a few.
Good looking run, that. Be a 10?
Yeah,
10.45. 141. I think that is his personal best. Well done.
Okay, we'll wait for the list to update, but I think, yeah, there we go. The bump is now 11.58, Alan Kenyon.
Ooh.
Oh.
Alan can go quicker.
Yeah.
He's still in the game.
So Nick Shotton is 33rd, Helder Pereira 34th, Andy Nichols 35, then Jack, Gino, Ant Mincher, Ryan French, etc. So 44 cars have put numbers on the board in front-wheel drive. All right, 4-cylinder up next.
That's a great new toy, isn't it? What do you think?
This one, yeah, we like that.
That's what we
Right,
need.
let's have a look. Top of the pile at the moment, Kev Jenkins with the Fraudster on a 770. Then Nathan Freak is number 2. He's a second behind, though. And Chris Todd is number 3. Nils Orlamund is number 4. Gert Metz number 5. John Gamble 6, Darren Scannell is 7, Danny Hyam is 8, Chris Waterhouse 9, and Richie Webb rounds out the top 10. So far, 25 cars have put numbers on the board, which is enough for a 32-car ladder, assuming nobody pulls out, but then we do expect more cars to put numbers in this session.
Well, the other thing I was going to say as well, so a couple of people missed that front-wheel drive session, Petros being one of them. They can still get in another run today if there is time in the open session at the end. It's a big if there's time, though, obviously.
But then, obviously, I'm assuming front-wheel drive first out tomorrow morning?
Big bracket test run.
Big bracket
will be first. Then it will be, I've got the run order here. Yeah, big bracket test run. Then, as you say, front-wheel drive qualifying, 4-cylinder, 6-cylinder, 760, True Street, Pro Doorslammers. Same order that we're running tonight. So, yeah.
So, just quick, Alan Kenyon on the bump spot with an 11.
Sorry, let's go back to front-wheel drive. 32nd is Alan Kenyon on an 11.58 with a 6.
58. And we need how many cars to trigger?
51 to make it a 64. And you're currently on 44.
With one of those have broken already, that we know of, anyway. Anyone noticeable missing?
We have not seen Mark Taylor. We have not seen who I believe is he was having issues yesterday. Ricardo Late dropped out. We've not seen Clark Apperton, but unfortunately, I know Clark will be here tomorrow. He had an issue at home. Heidi Yellow dropped out.
So that's not going to make...
We're not doing very well.
Well, no.
Romain Laurent from France, we've not seen him yet.
But what you said so far, with 3 people not showing, and 1 person dropping out, one person being broken already, that's taken it from 54 down to
50.
Potentially. We have to see who runs, though, obviously. It's never over until it's over. But at the moment, it looks like it's going to be... looking more and more like it's going to be 32 cars.
100%. And I think even Mr. Bailey might be broken.
Okay.
Shall I keep going down? We didn't see Gino in that one either. We've not seen Ant Mincher yet today. I saw him driving around the pits earlier. Simon Crowley's qualified. Ian Dance, we've not seen him yet.
No, I think they're badly damaged. Oh, no, sorry. No,
he was doing stuff.
Building it.
No,
building
sorry,
it.
wrong person.
Phoebe Nasser?
No.
No, I haven't seen. No.
Not that I remember.
So it's very much looking like it could be.
They qualified 32 cars.
We've not seen Gert Gretsch with the TDI Honda Civic.
Let's see. We'll give them a chance.
It's going to be tough.
Yeah.
But we've got all the way until the end of play tomorrow.
This time tomorrow, pretty much. However, that's also presuming no one breaks too. So anyway, it's all good fun. It's what Doorslammers is all about. Keeps you on the edge of your seat the whole way through. Okay, 4-cylinder Q1, official Q1. We've had a number of cars already run today. Like you said, Colin, I think 25 have run already.
Yep.
And there's more to come. So, Gino.
All right, here we go. 4-cylinder.
Sorry, Dustin, I beg your pardon.
That's all right.
One very slick looking Honda Civic. Dustin from the Netherlands and Paul Braithwaite. So what you're seeing here is basically 4 cylinders. Doesn't matter how it's arranged, where in the car it is. Or how many wheel drive you've got. So Dustin Carrells is going to go to a 1099 at 145.
Yeah, that puts another one in the mix for 4-cylinder. Yeah, makes it 26 now.
Okay, one of the original winners of the class, I think, Richie Webb, with the Carbon Beetle. I had the privilege of being at the top end when Richie ran his first 7. Completely destroyed that lovely knitted cover on the back of it, as he does every time he goes all the way through.
That's right. Richie Webb won this in 2023.
Was it?
Yeah, it's more recent.
I thought it was a while. Okay, fair enough.
No.
Has had some incredibly wild runs in this car. Up against Michael Strachan. It went straight so far for Richie Webb. Really good looking run actually for Richie. Keeps it planted. 883 at 143. That'll work.
Yeah.
1120 at 120 in the other lane.
Right, 30-minute warning for Pro Doorslammer. There we go, folks. 30-minute warning for Pro Doorslammer. Now, looking at the history of 4-cylinder, 2018, the first running, Chris Todd took the win over John Martin. So the Fiesta put the, I think it was the Maltese Escort, wasn't it, John Martin?
Yep.
2019, Kev Jenkins took the Ford Escort final from Darren Scannell. 2020, obviously, we didn't have Doorslammers. 2021, though, Kev Jenkins doubled up, beat Andy Hughes. 2022, Alex Lassard beat Chris Todd. 23, as I say, Richie Webb took the win from Darren Scannell. And last year, Rob Lawton defeated Kev Jenkins.
I'm getting old. I can't even remember Rob Lawton's car. That's dreadful.
That's the white Toyota MR2.
That's it, yeah.
Yep, thank you.
I remember the check presentation, and he put a photo of his check on the socials. He just wasn't. He didn't think he would come anywhere at all during that weekend, and came away with the big money.
This weekend is the ultimate in it to win it.
Oh, goodness me, is it?
We've had more surprise winners of these events than I think any other we've ever seen, haven't we?
I think the random pairings obviously helps with that.
Certainly. And the fact that people are trying hard. Okay, John Gamble and Nathan Freak. Nathan with the MR2 in the slip tricks lane.
So we're going to see 170 mile an hour again from the Toyota.
Not now. That's looking ill at the top end.
No, it's 182 miles an hour.
Look at the ET as well.
Yeah.
838. Goodness me. Well, that didn't look like it was going to be anything like that sporty off the start line as well, because he's having all sorts of trouble hooking up. It did not look happy through the lights at all. I thought he backed out of it because of that, but what do we know? We only sit up here and yap.
151, 991 from the Sierra. Oh, this is Tom Semper and Danny Hyam. 26 cars have now put runs in. Danny taking the long way round.
Just seeing where the traction is. That's what he's doing.
Oh, 902 though. Wow, that's moved him up.
Speed, 165. Wow. Tom Semper with 1144 at 124. Okay, Kaz Waldhouse taking on Sonny Lang with one of those rapid, very rapid Danish Opals. It's even silent as well, and quick. .1078 at 128 for Sonny. Kaz goes 1432.
Right, 760 heads up to the pairing lanes now, please. 760 heads up. Let's have you into the pairing lanes, please.
You finished posting all the personal bests and videos yet?
I haven't even started that. I'm trying to sort out. Powell Gerlich is after a trigger wheel for a early 20 valve turbo engine or a 1.8 KR engine. So if anybody out there has got one, if you're watching on the live stream maybe, or you've got a very early generation 1 20 valve turbo engine, he is in desperate need of that. I'm assuming broken.
Nick Foot, Gino Bernardine. Sorry, mate.
So I'm assuming another broken front wheel drive.
At the moment.
Yes.
But,
at the moment, we've got 24 hours.
That's better from Gino. 1050, 151 miles an hour.
To 13.17.
Just another call for 760 heads up to the pairing lanes, please. 760, can we have you into the lanes, please? As it's Danny Bowley and Lars Mortensen.
Lars was right up there in the qualifying order, I think, wasn't he? About number 4 or 5 at the time, I think. I made that up.
He's number 18 on 11.96.
Well, he's lost one of the hub covers.
Shedding weight. Goes 11.84.
At 122.
Not going to move him up at all, but a little bit of an improvement on the ET. So this is 4-cylinder, got 6-cylinder follow this then, 760 heads up. They've just been called into the lanes and then you have to follow, and this isn't a call out by the way, True Street, Pro Street and Pro Dorslammer. Julian Bayer and Gert Mertz.
A very good evening as well to both Sharon and everyone at the Scud team watching in from Clasters.
Oh yeah, they went down there. They were here yesterday, and then
Alan.
The next thing we saw that they'd arrived down there in France this morning. So yeah,
I just hope the weather's not any worse than this because it's rather lovely. Thank you for the message, Sharon. Hope you have a fun weekend in Clasters. Another great race. Have you been to Clasters?
I have indeed.
Thought you might have done.
You can go onto European Front Wheel Drive YouTube channel and you can watch the guide to Clasters. Every racetrack we go to, we visited and do a guide to it, and it shows you around it, shows you the facilities, what kind of cars are there, and we've done probably about 8 now around Europe.
Okay. I would say, do you have a favourite, but probably not allowed to.
They're all my favourites.
Because they're all racetracks, they all have race
Yeah.
cars. So, Gert Mertz with the red Opel, taking on Julian Bayer. The now completely rear-wheel drive Golf. And we also now have a complete tailwind as well. Clasters, from what I've seen, just it looks like an idyllic place, just a bit narrow.
It's very narrow.
Is it very narrow?
Very narrow.
Okay.
But they deal with it.
Yeah. No, it's obviously it's great for what it is, and it's another place to race, which is what everyone needs. Chris just making sure Julian's wheels are going round. It's very kind of him.
Yeah, sometimes the car's left running can build up a bit of excess heat. You never know, something can start to drip. So here we go.
Almost got the launch there. 123 still.
Not bad. Gert goes 10.78 at 106. He's probably off that by the finish line.
So, Peter Thorne with the Flying Bug, and if one Beetle wasn't enough, let's have another one. James Hillier with Marmite. Now, neither of these two have put numbers on the board yet, so this will be another 2 into the mix.
Well, we'll just be running one lane at the moment. There's a bit of clean-up to be done in the Kestrel lane.
Well, this will make it 27.
With a 1250, 118. So how appropriate. A VW on a VW weekend.
$14.34, 88 miles an hour. So that now makes it 28 cars in 4-cylinder. And this is Adam Williamson.
In a 4-cylinder...
4-cell.
4-cell.
Tesla.
No, and that's not foreign for sale. I see a lot of for sale.
Goes 1176, 114. That turbo whistle there, I'm sure you all heard that as well.
Coming into land, without whistling.
So one very rapid Audi.
Wouldn't know where it was from if they didn't bring that flag, would you?
So Nils Orlemond with the Quattro. And we've got another Beetle that's joined in the front. I think they're going to send Nils on his way. Yep, indeed. $9.64, 144 mile an hour pass. Not his quickest, but it'll do, and it allows us to have 2 Beetles lining up side by side here at VW Breakout. Obviously this is Doorslammers, but always good to have VW representation in 4-cylinder. Got Miles Yarney and Adam Phillips. Now Miles hasn't put a run in yet, this will be his first. Pops and bangs from Adam Phillips, cooking on gas. Unfortunately not cooking what he wanted. 13.18 at 105 for Miles. Adam just coasting at the stripe there. 16.20 at 86. So again, that updates our 4-cylinder.
Paul Jordan for the first time this year. Look at that, 2 wide body little hot hatchbacks.
Looking very similar in size and shape if you squint as well, really. They could almost be the same. They're not, but they could be the same thing.
Right, 29 cars have now put scores on the doors. And Paul Jordan will make it 30, assuming he can get the run in.
looking run for Paul. 113 at the 8th, 10:17, 136. And Dave Reed chases him down on the brakes just before the finish line. Quite amusingly, 113 at the 8th, 113 at the quarter.
Wanted to match both speeds, that's what it was about.
Yeah.
Did a good job.
True Street, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? True Street, into the pairing lanes now. Thank you very much. Chris Waterhouse, Darren Scannell. Well, Darren keeps his nose out in front, goes 10:28, 1:35, 9:75 for Chris Waterhouse. That's good improvement from him from today's previous runs. 142 miles an hour at the stripe. Okay, that is it for 4-cylinder as we get ready for 6-cylinder, and what an introduction into 6-cylinder we're going to get. So just to update everybody, in 4-cylinder, 30 cars have now put qualifying runs in.
So provided 6 haven't broken,
Yeah,
thereabouts.
well, I think that's going to be unlikely. In 6-cylinder, so far we've had 19.
Just realised we didn't have Kev Jenkins in that session.
No, but he's still number 1.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, what a pairing we got coming up. This could well be your final round in a couple of days' time. There are a number of other drivers who will have something to say about that.
But that's what makes this so exciting. Yeah, he's sort of, okay, the quickest 2 cars make their way through to the final. Not always the case here. Chip draw. They could pull each other out in round 1. That's what makes Doorslammers so exciting. It's just the randomness of it.
What's cool, and I find it quite funny, Kazis Pavilanoy from Lithuania in the Kestrel lane is probably normally the biggest dog on the property wherever he goes, or one of them.
Yeah.
However, if he wants to look to his right, he might have considered staying on the porch. However, this
they
is
are in class numbers 1 and 4 at the moment.
Okay. Well, no introduction. Paul Zubek is your number 1 qualifier, 7.21, 211 miles an hour. If this thing gets off the line without a squiggle, hold your breath. However, I'm sure the man in the other lane is going to have something to say about it. No squiggles and a 1:37.60 foot. Could this be the 6-second run? 7:25 at 208 miles an hour. Slightly slower than before. 11:21 in the other lane. That 60 foot was a lot more like it. It just didn't come on like it did earlier on today. Well, it didn't appear to anyway. I think it's because we might be used to seeing it.
Yeah.
They're very happy with it, though, which is good thing. It's funny, isn't it? Because there's part of you that wants to go, right, I'm here, look at that beautiful racetrack, the weather, everything. Shall we stand on it, or do we come here to try and run well and win? What do we do?
Well, we did say at driver's briefing, no double bulbing, but that's exactly what McWell's done way early.
Before the guy in the other lanes even backed up.
Yeah.
That's exceptional. That's double bulbing to a gold standard. That is, I think.
But the thing is, when it comes to race day, if someone wants to pull them out,
yeah,
they can.
Okay, this is Marcus Velt, your defending champion in the 6-cylinder class. Please remind me what he runs. He normally runs about 7.3, 7.2s or thereabouts, didn't he?
Around there, yeah.
Yeah, around that sort of area. But that was when the car was
4-wheel drive.
It's funny though, because the thing I find quite interesting about it, it wasn't exactly a pooch when it was 4-wheel drive. So, you know.
Once again, everyone's just stepping up the level.
That's a lot more like it for Marcus. Bit of tyre shake. Oh, backs out of it just before half track. 112 to 60 foot, 3.14 to 330, 504 at the 8th. He was off it by then. Still goes 912, but they look a lot. Even with the tyre shake, they look a lot happier with that.
All right, Dave Henderson.
And Mark Mosley.
Oh, yeah, what a pairing.
Two guys doing it for the UK. This cast is monstrous this weekend. It really is.
Mark Mosley was the very first winner of six-cylinder way back when, 2018, when he beat Justin Muscat in the final.
He is going to get a
Go on,
time.
Dave. 133 at the A.
It's a good one.
841, 166. That is another personal best.
Yeah, well done, Dave.
Chipping away.
Well, Mark Mosley didn't really get a representative time because the car was rocking in and out of stage the whole time. Okay, JC Grant, one of the cars that a lot of people have come to see, and for good reason. Absolutely show quality. And he's not taking it easy, is he? He's not running it in. Also, right behind, we've got James Wilday, Konstantin Denev. This is just stacked.
Yeah.
Harvey Bogle's round there as well with the Supra and the other. Oh, anyway, you get the idea. So, what did JC Grant run before this, fellas? Can't remember.
I don't know the history.
This originally started off as his Porsche 944 road car that had a V8 Pro charged on it. And he used to run at GTI festivals back in the day and do lots of like London.
That's very smoky.
Oh, it is, yeah.
A lot.
I don't seem too concerned. They wouldn't send it otherwise.
Yeah, crewman telling him to go back and do it again just to get in the right place. This is a completely new car to him as well. Spent quite a while being built down at Andy Robinson Race Cars. He brought the car to this event last year just to show everybody what was underway. It wasn't completely finished. Now it is. Well, still gets down the track in 12:59, 140, 34 miles an hour. Pulls the chutes as well just to make sure everything works, because all being well, he's going to need them soon.
Yep.
What I really love about this class, especially the six cylinders this weekend, is just when you think you've seen the most absolutely crazy thing you've ever seen, along comes another one. And on the subject of along comes another one, here comes someone all the way from Sofia in Bulgaria. Konstantin Denev, who has been delighting audiences Europe-wide with this four-wheel drive Audi. As Luke said, got a new cylinder head on there, billet head.
Had.
Oh, not already.
Already, after that first run. So yeah, was brilliant on the dyno. Made 1,800 horsepower on the dyno yesterday. But after the first run, they lifted the head. So they've gone back to the stock head, which has already been down into the 60s before. So, plan B.
That's a show. 6 second, 200 mile an hour race car. Will he take the number one spot? The answer is Oh, yes. 7 flat at 201.
It's like a cigarette paper away from his first 6-second pass at Sandpod Raceway.
He's done it before plenty of times.
Yeah. Just not here.
Right, let's have Pro Street into the pairing lanes, please. Pro Street, let's have you into the lanes, please.
Well, good to see that James has got the sensor and the car is back on track. So thank you very much to whoever helped out. I know Dick was trying to get a hold of me at the time, but the internet today is just gone.
So James Wilday taking on Daniel Sheehan. This will be a good race actually if it goes to plan.
Nope.
I'm glad I said that now. Well, James Wilder had a great time last year. Was down in the 7s just about every run.
Well, a 19-second run for James Wilday was not part of any plan.
Plan C.
Let alone Plan B. Yeah.
Who would like to pay to see Paul Zubek against Konstantin Dinev?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people would. I think a lot of people would like to see that next weekend as well.
That's a good point.
But unfortunately, Paul said he's got work. I already pitched it to him. I was like, come on. And he was like, I've got a street GTR I have to finish.
Oh, what a pain.
Yeah, that's it, unfortunately. Have we seen the Swiss GTR yet?
But didn't really represent.
Okay.
That thing's beautiful, isn't it?
So again, that was built by Paul at Material Mod.
It looks very similar to his previous one.
Yes.
Actually. So I presume Paul's company builds rather mean GTRs, yeah? So Tom Wrigley, on the subject of building mean cars that are of certain brands.
That's it. I mean, Tom is internationally racing these days. He was at TX2K racing in Texas with a BMW.
Wow. Okay.
For one of the teams just a couple of months ago.
Like you do.
Like you do, you know.
It's great. It's great that they come and play with us.
Yep.
Taking on Mike Hall with the Supra, who backs into full stage.
Build the boost. Off they go.
It's literally like chasing the race there.
Yeah.
You go first. No, you. No, you. No, you.
So Tom's been in the 9.2s. That should be an improvement. Wow, 8.65. That'll do nicely.
Saving it for the first qualifying session, mate. 9.67 in the other lane at 1.53. Well, we've seen quite a lot of shuffling already.
That moves Tom into the top 7.
Have I missed something? Is Nick Williams entered in 760 heads up?
Yes.
I have missed something.
Yeah.
How cool is that, though? Yeah.
And he's got his tuner from America here.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Is he here for the duration?
He is. They've got a special caravan for him. He's in the pits. He's going to stay here all week. No, I think he's going to stay with the boys.
Is it next to Bonnie Boo's pits?
I don't know. I don't know who's next door. No, it's Jason next door.
Okay, so one of these absolutely fabulous GTRs, Sandro Widmer, in the Kestrel lane, taking on Conor Mikulev.
Oh. Well, yeah, I see what you mean.
Yeah, I mean, that was way better than before. Still goes 9.76 at 161. It's always the twin shoots that give it away, though, isn't it?
He just drops the laundry on Connor. So while he's going through, can we say happy 9th birthday to Isaac Doyle from Andy AD on Facebook. Thank you very much for messaging in.
Just a quick one, actually, because Lee's just messaged me. We don't have perfect lights or perfect ETs this weekend, and you know you need a triple O light on reaction to get the perfect light. Yeah. Well, Lee Huxley didn't get the triple O. He got a quad 0. So, Lee, there you go. I've announced it because you're not running this evening unless you want to put an open pass in. There's open qualifying after this, which I doubt you'll do. Your barbecue o'clock. But, yeah, well done, Lee. Nice one, mate. But yeah, we missed it. We didn't see it. but the timing system did catch it, so well done. Right, 760 heads up in the lanes.
So we've still got 760 heads up, True Street.
Oh, yeah, sorry, right, give you a rundown. Yeah, 760 heads up, then True Street, Pro Street, and Pro Doorslammer.
Okay.
Yeah, so head of the lanes is Nick Williams, and as I say, he's got his tuner here from the USA. That is Chris Lovett, or Copo Chris, as he's known. The last time we mentioned that name, he was watching live from the States, but he is here today from Wichita Dyno Services. So welcome to the UK.
It's always like this. The sunshine is always out.
Yeah, every single event.
Don't listen to what other people say. It's always sunny.
Well, every event he's watched this year has been sunny and glorious. So
it's just true.
Yeah. So I don't know what Nick has... yes, and actually I do remember one thing that Nick hasn't got was his new tyres. He was hoping to have new tyres on this weekend just to get everything, give him the best chance. So we'll see.
How many entries in 760? Is it 11?
12. No, we've once pulled out 11.
So that makes it a qualified 8.
It does, yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Well, that's a shame. Who pulled out?
Scott Collin.
Oh, he has pulled out?
Yes, yeah, has officially withdrawn. He got the car here, Herculean effort, but I did have a chat with him as we were going up to the presentation for the driver's briefing. And unfortunately, one of the rear wheels was bent. So obviously he couldn't run it. And also the axle shafts, one of those was bent as well. Now, he had a hunt around. Houses had some, but they were like street ones, not strip ones, so they wouldn't be able to handle the power he's got. So, commiserations to Scott Collin. But yeah, he's
what a shame
after
all of that.
Oh, it's a
the trouble is, though, after anything like that, it's not until you start putting it back together, everything looks perfectly fine.
Yeah, he's done an amazing job. Scott, don't be downhearted, though, mate, because what you achieved in such a short space of time and having to go abroad
to work, exactly,
it's just unbelievable. He said, well, look, if I'd have known that, he said, I maybe not have pushed so hard, but you never know until you crack on with it. But it is.
Well, he could have done it. He could have come and won it.
Yeah.
And if he'd have won it, it would have
worthwhile.
been worth it. Yeah. If you don't turn up, you never know. So just to qualify, by the sounds of this, for 760 heads up, is going to be a bit of a mission. Because every car that's in there...
let's have a look.
Every car that's in there is well capable of running bang on the number.
Right. So the bump at the moment is 8:59.
Okay.
10 cars have put runs in so far. Which are the 10. So Nick will make it 11. And I think that is it. So, here we are, Nick Williams and Belinda Bull, your first pairing lane. Can I have Pro Doorslammer into the pairing lanes, please? Pro Doorslammer into the lanes.
Big question is, have they taken all the weight out?
He's got to do everything he can.
He's probably got enough engine to do it.
Yeah. Well, he has been in the 7.7.
But serious credit to both of these guys for turning up and giving it a go.
Yeah.
Sorry, to Reuven Dawson. Apologies, I thought it was Reuven and Nick. Would have helped if I looked. So, Belinda Bull won the event last year, I think.
She did, yeah. Yeah, she beat Rob Smallworth in the final. The first running of 760 at Doorslammers. This is year 2 for them.
So the Copo Camaro in the Kestrel lane, his quickest ever run is in the 7.7s. However, these conditions are just gorgeous for running quick. I mean, honestly, the Americans that are here this weekend are thinking, why don't we get this weather at home? This is wonderful.
Nick is literally going to stage so shallow as well, just to give him every opportunity to go.
No, it spun the tyres about 60 foot, unfortunately. Pedalled it and got back after it again. Belinda is long gone. 764 and
798.
Still ran a 7 at 175 pedaling it. He's going to go some to qualify if he can't get it hooked.
Well, that puts him in. Put it
at
that
the
way.
moment.
Yeah.
But there are purpose-built cars in there that will do 760s
well,
all
that
day
puts
long.
him in at number 5 at the moment.
Puts him in at 5 at the moment, yeah? Okay.
Yeah. Next up then, Rennie Hirschman. He is on the bump at the moment, which is 821. John Sleeth, nice and safe with a 768. As it stands, we never know what's going to happen in 760 because they are all killer cars.
Well, the temptation here is if you feel like you've got a good run, just lift. Just to make sure it's the right side of the number, and then try and, just to make sure you're
Well, if
in.
you consider Mark Turner, his best run was his slowest, because he broke out twice.
Yeah.
So he's on a 19.4 at the moment. So we know he can run the numbers.
Easily.
Yeah.
We could have an all pro stock truck final as well. You never know.
Yeah.
Rennie Hirschman running the nitrous on a 55 Chevy. So the number is 7.60. That's what they're aiming for. John Sleeth goes 760 with a 9.
That's how you do it. Number 1 qualifier, 760 with a 9. Takes that number 1 spot away from Belinda Bull.
Rennie with an 853. I don't think the nitrous fired actually. So is the bump the same?
Yeah, bump spot now belongs to Rennie Hirschman still. 821 though. Right, Kev Perkins. Ruben Dawson is on the outside at the moment. Basically, the 2 runs he's had, he's spun the tyres. So we know he's got the performance in the car, taken all the way out, done a few other bits and pieces. So it's no longer comp legal, but it's ready for 760.
It's ready to go quicker.
Yeah, as quick as it can. Aaron's been working very hard on this. He's actually very busy. Ruben's off, I think, to the States straight after the main event to race out there. So, yeah, busy schedule. And then he's back for street weekend. Kit Perkins, he's already in with an 806, but would like to get it into the 7s. Lucky for Ruben. .801 and 812. Ruben moves up to number 6. Kev drops to number 7. Bump spot is now Ian Brown, and Rennie Hirschman has just been bumped out.
One noticeable thing about Ruben Dawson, 801 but only 156.
Yeah.
Roughly almost 20 miles an hour slower than Nick. So, unbelievably at the moment, Mark Turner is not qualified because 2 runs in the 7.5s, i.e. too quick, and the other one was nowhere near. I love the fact that he brings his car along to events like the Jap shows and runs it as well. I wonder what they make of it.
Well, if he can put 7 on the board and not go under the 760, the worst he's going to be is 6th. Billy Gay, though, number 3 at the moment on a 775. Well, Billy taking a bit of a wild ride there, got it under control. And 761. That's more like it for Mark Turner. Up to number 2.
I was going to say only good enough for number 2. Look at the speed as well.
Yeah.
Kicking on with 181 miles an hour.
So that's just bumped out Ian Brown, but he's below us, I think. And that puts Kev Perkins on the bump. Yeah, Ian Brown below us.
Has Ian Brown been in the 7s yet this weekend?
No.
I don't think he has.
818.
Okay.
But we know that car can do it. Done it many a time.
Yeah, it's going to tighten up a lot throughout tomorrow.
Well, we've still got 2 more to come in 760. That's Phil O'Brien and the Dirty Dog 55 Chevy of Rob Smallworth. So Ian Brown wants to get back in here. He's on an 818 at the moment. He needs to go quicker than 806, but what he really wants is a good, strong 7-second pass, but no quicker, we all know, than 760. Don't forget, still got 2 scheduled qualifiers in the morning and then open qualifying the rest of the day tomorrow. So this is only day 1 of 2 of qualifying.
For all those that haven't got in, that need to go round and round to try and get in. Yeah,
that's right. But fantastic conditions out there.
Tailwind, not a cloud in the sky, just gorgeous.
$112 to 60, $490 at the 8th. This is looking much better. Yep, 764, 179. Ian Brown goes to number 4 and bumps out Kev Perkins. As I say, it is early days.
Only gets him number 4.
Yeah.
Now, is Phil O'Brien with this car?
Yes,
licensing?
Yeah. I'm not sure.
Because I'm pretty sure today is the first time he's been down the track in this car.
Yeah. Need to arm the chutes, though. Or shoot.
Well, one of them.
I think one is armed, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he gave the Spider 1 respite, and that was it. Stamped on it, the second one.
Nicely done.
Yeah.
Well, if that's licensing, that's the way to do it, yeah.
Well done.
Congratulations, guys. A lot of hard work went into that. And he's getting quicker and quicker and a bit further down the racetrack every time. No Rob Smallworth in this one, unfortunately, getting pushed away down there.
Okay.
So we're on to, is it True Street first?
Yes, it is. True Street, Pro Street, and then Pro Doorslammer. And then, if we've got any time left, open qualifying until 8 o'clock. So, Joe Elliott and Livu Marian Duta with the BMW. Joe, of course, with the little Yaris. Whoops.
You've also got to say as well, huge credit to Joe for coming and being involved. This is a very, very quick car. He is outgunned, but drives down. This is the car he entered Street Weekend with as well, isn't it? Good man.
So only 11 cars in True Street at the moment. We need 13 to make it a 16-car ladder. Joe's best is a 12.26. Livu is a 9.70.
Well, I think that could be the first broken drive shaft of the day. Instant clunk. really, unfortunately.
12.31 for Joe. Just 500s off what he ran earlier.
That was an instant move and then nothing whatsoever.
All right, see what Chris Nasser can do.
Who's number 1 at the moment in the class?
Lee Whelan with a BMW in the 8s, if you remember. The man with a big number.
Big numbers all round.
Yeah, no, he's doing great, actually. Yeah, at the moment, Lee is number 1, Thomas Drodd's number 2, Chris Nasser down there is number 3, Lee is number 4, Arnie Palmer number 5, and Christian Lee Jasper number 7, and Patrick Walk number 8.
Okay, Thomas Drodd's one of the men you mentioned there, and Chris Nasser up next.
Yeah, see, these are 2 and 3 at the moment.
Chris blows the tyres off up the start
did,
line. No trouble at all for Thomas. Will this be an 8? At least.
Oh, he takes number 1 by 100th of a second. Well done, Thomas.
That's the way to do it. 887 at 163. Big commiserations from our friends down there. Put your hands together for them. They travel an awful long way to come and entertain everybody and occasionally have a bit of fun as well.
Okay, let's see what Christian Perotta can do then with the R35 GTR, going alongside Peter Bailey with a Skyline.
How nuts is that? He drives it here from Malta.
Yeah,
that's
mad.
Just really committed, I think. And all of a sudden...
wakey.
Yeah. Might not be number 1, but it's going to be quick.
Oh, the speed. 158 mile an hour, 10.05. 13.13 at 103. Christian's best run of the weekend. That's number 6. That's fact. No, he's moved him up 1 spot to number 5.
Great pairing this is.
Oh, this is, yeah.
Patrick Walk and
Lee Whelan, yeah.
2 8s nailed on 8-second cars as well. Patrick hasn't done it this weekend yet, but he's done it in days gone by here at the Doorslammers. 8-second cars, like road legal cars that look like that. They shouldn't be 8-second cars. It's fantastic. Well, that won't be an 8-second run for Patrick. Pulls over. There's a trail of stuff out the back of the Audi. 932 at 151 that time for Lee. But Patrick, the long trip from Poland.
Ooh,
again,
yeah,
unfortunately.
That looks nasty.
I think he's been here before and destroyed the gearbox before. That was on race day. He is qualified. However, that's possibly the least of his worries at the moment.
Yeah, that is
a trial.
That is properly leaking.
Oh, it is now, is it?
Yeah, it's pooling underneath the car.
Well, folks, unfortunately, if you can hear me out there, please give him a round of applause just to warm his heart a little bit. It's an awfully long way to come. Thank you very much indeed. Without the racers making the effort that people like him do, we wouldn't have a show, and we wouldn't have the show and the spectacle that Doorslammers is. So that's a massive shame for Patrick. That car just does not like, I think, gearboxes. I think it just doesn't like this racetrack. So what a shame. So the track crew will be doing their thing for a little while. We'll get Patrick back to the pits. Hopefully it's nothing serious. However, when it's a trail of stuff and you hear a bang, you're never going to be good. So Nitro FM, just for a few moments, if you don't mind. Back to you, and we'll be back racing as soon as we can. We've still got Pro Doorslammers to go. We've got Pro Street as well, and lots more coming your way.
Yeah, I love that. Summertime. It really does feel like that at the moment, though, doesn't it? Okay, this is news that a lot of them in the pits will hopefully like. The pairing lanes are back open for open qualifying. Basically, we've got all the cars we need to continue the designated qualifying for the classes. So if you want to get a late run in, obviously the track will be open until 8 o'clock this evening. So the pairing lanes are open for open qualifying. Best way to put that. So get yourselves back in the lanes and come on down. We are in qualifying mode at the moment. We're just looking over in the lanes to see Joe Baxter is down there. I can see Percy the Passat, can see Victoria Smith. And actually, literally as I say that, Joe Baxter comes around the corner. So this is another qualifying session for these two. I mean, Joe, goodness me, he's in the 7s today. Absolutely phenomenal performance. Well done, UPVs. Going alongside Rob Carter with Percy the Passat. So this is Pro Street qualifying. These two are 1 and 2 in qualifying at the moment. Rob Carter, number 1 with a 773. Joe Baxter, number 2 with a 784.
Woohoo! Sorry, said that out loud. I thought it in my head and I thought, you know what? It deserves it.
Yeah, it does.
Well done, Joe, honestly. Well, what a difference a year makes. Joe was kind of the star of the show-ish of last year's street weekend because this was on display, wasn't it, at the Motorist?
Yes, that's
and
right.
everybody
Yes,
thought,
it was, yeah.
we need to get that racing, and here he is, nearly a year later, running in the 7s at 180 plus. Whatever he's changed on the car has done the trick, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, look at that for a race, actually. Oh, Joe has a bit of a wiggle, but keeps going. Good boy.
Look at the speed, 186 mile an hour, 792. Rob Carter, 839, 158.
Rob was quicker off the line, but after that, every single increment, Joe back. He's going to be an absolute terror in Street Eliminator this summer.
Wow. Okay, next up then, Mark Sheridan and Victoria Smith.
Mark said earlier, very quickly, something like, I can't remember exactly what it was, like a $2 part that broke, just a switch or something like that, killed everything. So that's why they want this run this evening. They want to come back and do this right now. Oh,
well, one has been 200 mile an hour, the other one is knocking on the door of it.
Yeah, 200 mile an hour in 10 seconds.
Oh, Victor's bumped through stage and lights the tyres.
Good looking launch from Mark Sheridan. That'll be a fast one. Over 200 miles an hour.
Oh,
well,
not quite. 780, 174.
Looks like he clicked it slightly early, actually.
Oh, puts in number 2. Slots in between Rob Carter and Joe Baxter.
Well, he got off the line, 138 60 foot. They did say the plan today was to make some 60 foots just to get some, just to get a bit more data, to try and get it off the line a bit quicker.
Who's that for?
Sorry?
Getting data?
That was Mark Sheridan.
Do you know why we've not seen him?
Go on.
Because he didn't have an MOT.
Oh, that was it, part of it.
So,
yes.
Street Eliminator, he's okay because pre-MOT doesn't need one. But for this competition, you have to have an MOT.
Right.
So he had to take the car for an MOT today.
Oh, right. Okay.
To be able to be eligible to race this weekend. And they basically said to him, if you've got no MOT, you are not racing.
Oh, wow.
So he basically lost today getting an MOT.
Unreal.
That's awesome. And the switch broke. But yeah, anyway. So hang on a minute. I thought Street Eliminator had to be MOT'd. They do.
Yeah, but age exempt.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they still have to go through like working lights, windscreen wipers, everything else.
Yeah, but I can race a Street Eliminator. I haven't got an MOT on the Camaro.
Okay,
but I am what's the word? I'm MOT exempt.
Okay.
So I'm totally street legal.
Build an old car. Yeah. Davey Murdoch, Grant Parker, your next pair. Davey's pointing towards the centre line. But a quick bit of right hand down will solve that. Look at that run for Davey Murdoch. You wouldn't know that was only about his second or third run in the car. 870 at 164. Grant Parker, 958 at 145. Yeehaw.
Yeah, that speeds things up a little bit.
So the guys down the end of the tower said, can we please remind everybody we are finishing at 8 o'clock on the dot.
Yeah.
So if you are planning on getting a run, please make sure you're in the lanes early, but also be on the understanding that we are finishing at 8 o'clock no matter what. So if you're in the lanes at 8 o'clock, you will not get a run. And yeah, you'll be sent away.
Right, daft question coming up. Of many over the weekend. If the car's exempt from having an MOT, if it was taken for an MOT, how do they MOT it?
It still has to meet all the regulations that an MOT would.
Right.
It's the same as like a showman's license, like fairground people. They don't require an MOT. But if you were to be pulled over, your vehicle would have to pass a test.
Okay, makes sense.
Now, mine would pass. I do know that. It would pass.
Okay.
Matt Southcote, Justin Woolner.
With the traditional tail wag all the way down the track.
772, 183, 823, 166. Well,
where's that put Matt?
Matt Southcote, with that, has just gone to number one.
Woohoo! Very tight at the top.
Look at this. Matt Southcote, 772. Rob Carter, 773. Mark Sheridan, 780. Joe Baxter, 784. And this man here, Dave Mace, he's on the bump at 874.
Of 8 cars. Yep.
Of 8 cars, yeah.
Who's not in?
Grant Parker. But as I say, there's only 9 cars that have put runs in at the moment.
And that will be it, actually. We're about to go with Pro Doorslammer. So Dave Mace, previous winner.
Oh, what a final that one was. We'll never, ever forget it.
Well, we won't, because it went on for ages.
Yeah.
Some say it's still going on.
Some say it was the best final ever. Oh, number one.
Oh, well done, Dave.
71, but 175. Go and wave that in the Scampy's face. Go on.
Right, yeah, so Dave Mace, 771, number one. Matt Southcote, 772, number 2. Rob Carter, 773, number 3.
Wow.
Mark Sheridan, 780, number 4. Joe Baxter, 784, number 5. 823 for Justin Woolner, 865 for Victoria Smith. We know she can go quicker. Davey Murdoch, 870. My goodness me, and that car's coming on well. Oh, awesome. That is a tough crowd. Here we go then, Pro Doorslammer, then open qualifying. 8 o'clock is your cut-off. We've got to see, and then they'll close the parent lanes before that, so we'll see.
One very Larry burnout, one slightly more controlled one for the 2 door cars. Go on, Colin.
Important announcement this. We're saying get into the lanes. You've got 5 minutes to get into the pairing lanes if you want to get a run in open qualifying this evening. 5 minutes. Yeah, so obviously there's quite a few people that have made it down, which is going to fill up quite quickly. So 5 minutes to get into the lanes, folks, and then they will close.
Okay, Pro Doorslammer, the first scheduled session for them. However, some cars have put in runs. Dave Smith didn't. Got shut off behind the start line.
Yeah.
Whatever the problem is, it was fixable. He's back. Against Mark Hartwell, who did get in one launch before he got a bit out of shape. This is the session that Andre Arnover runs a 560, isn't it?
Yeah.
But Dave Smith, the 55 Chevy, been getting quicker and quicker, mainly in the 60 foot. That's where they found the majority of their improvement. And then that just translates down the racetrack to quicker ETs, because if you get off the line quicker, everything else goes just better, smoother as you go down there. Mark Hartbelt with the Booty Hemi from the Netherlands, returning after a year off. And Dave Smith from UK, after a great weekend at Easter a few weeks ago. Well, both of them shook around about exactly the same time. Mark Hartvelt, though, was 0.97 to 60 foot. Dave was one flat, which again, he's getting after it with the 55 Chevy. But they were both shaking going through second gear just past the Christmas tree. If you're in the grandstand, you're looking down, you can see the tyre shake marks from where you are. And that was a bit lively.
A call out for Davey Murdoch's crew. If they could go to the top end and retrieve him, need to obviously to tow him back to the pits. So Davey Murdoch's crew, if you could go to the top end, please, to collect Davey Murdoch, please. Thanks very much indeed. So that put Dave Smith in the show at number 9 at the moment. Andre Anavis 10, Mark Harfeld 11, Michelle Turenne is number 12. We just need one more car to put a run in, and that's going to happen now with John Webster to make it a 16-car ladder in a Pro Doorslammer.
Well, we haven't seen Phil Druitt yet, who's entered as
no,
well.
they've been working flat out today. Okay. Phil will be happy if he could just get a burnout and launch. That is their mission this weekend, burnout and launch. They'll be happy with that.
So, side by side 60s Mustangs for your viewing pleasure.
Yeah.
Fast Company from just down the road in Rushden and just by the main gate, funnily enough as well, because that's where John
So the pairing mates are now closed.
I think it's fair to say, Doorslammers 3.5, very successful.
That's in the lanes as well. Andy Robinson though in the cut. No idea why. Telltale I think he just lost the purse. So hopefully he can get recarded. Looks like he was in the run. Anywhere further backwards at the moment.
So there we go, folks. You get an up-close chat first of all about how the starting a pro mod car, typically start on the front. Yeah, you know, the advances in the way back start. Was a lot more like they wanted it. 0.96, like you said, Colin. 263 to 330, 8 miles, 394, 190. They've been a tenth quicker than that before, but that was storming. I don't know why the grid didn't sort of sit in the, golf cart at the start line. That would have been a cool way of But anyway, for now, I think he slots into number 2. No, 3. Beg your pardon. Oh yeah, of course.
Obada is number 6.
Yeah, Yuri Ratanemi, Michelle Terrain, Andy Robinson, Kev Slifield, number 4, 5, Bruno Obada is number 6, John Webb, 37, Dave Swift, last round, Mike Malcolm, Andre Dave Smith, Mark Hartfeld, 13 cars that are on board.
Okay, message. Thank you very much indeed. Dick Costa messaged me just to say that David Vector won't be out in this session. Lots and lots of stuff to sort out by the sound of it. Hopefully you can get it solved.
With his
585 to be second run of the day. We also have our friend from Poland with his first ever run. All Rapids Turbo Car going. Okay, so Yari Rantaniami went 585, 250 miles an hour with orange Camaro in the Kestrel Lane. His first one of the year as well. That's super impressive. Super impressive. Michael Maverick, presumably just look through, trying to get through a few more gears, maybe go past the 8th mile. He's here primarily to test for next weekend for the Open of the FA Championship.
This car's been all around the world, hasn't it? Started off life as an IHRA Pro Stocker in the USA. Ended up over here, running in both Pro Modified and Comp Eliminator. Now he's going to Poland. Another car, actually, that we had in the UK was Dave Smith's car, wasn't it? Do you remember the Jag?
Yeah.
That
went
went.
to Poland,
That was.
didn't it?
I think that was last year, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It went to Poland.
Yeah. Actually, no, it was the first year, 2023, I think, was when they bought the Jag. But yeah, there is a great number of very, very fast cars that have gone to Poland. And as we said earlier, and the fact that they've only got a no-prep airfields.
Well, did you? I don't know. I don't think you saw it because you weren't on the mic at the time. But Wojciech
I've seen the
Mucha.
video, yeah.
Oh, dearie me, that was scary. That was proper scary.
They come down with a bang, I believe.
And then proceeded to stand on it again.
He's like, well, got to get a number in.
Yeah. The thing is, though, well, as you know, landing that hard,
Yeah.
it tends to bend things and put things out of alignment, like your bottom and your back, probably. So, last car in regular qualifying, if you will. His first ever run in the car as well, Thomas Jarowski.
crew members stuck to the floor.
Obviously. I think he'd be all right, Dave. Right, so not sure how far he's going to go down the racetrack, but he's got Stan there, he's got Paula there. Paula's probably going, I want to be doing that again.
She likes a holiday, though, as well.
Yeah, that's a good point. Now they've sold the car.
Yeah, even more.
This car with Paula at the controls has been down into the 6.2s on quite a few occasions, so it's very, very capable. Got a very unique combination, though. They've still got the Ford Hemi in there. Well, it had. I presume it's the same. So good luck, Thomas, on your door car journey. Well, that went 106 at his first ever 60 foot. That'll do. And he will get a number on the board, and he will, presumably he'll be in the draw.
Yep.
Yeah, 1644, 51 miles an hour, 106 to 60 foot. Nice job. We're back into open qualifying for the remainder of the day. We've got about 20 minutes to go.
Well, hopefully a number of our front-wheel drive racers have made it down into the lanes. Of course, lanes are now closed, but as we were discussing earlier, it's looking very much like it's going to be a 32-car ladder.
In front-wheel drive.
In front-wheel drive. We just don't have the cars to trigger the 64-car ladder.
Yeah, so currently you're on 44.
However, we know at least one, maybe even two of those are broken
we know
already.
A good few cars that are broken already.
So the bump is still Alan Kenyon on an 11.58.
I bet if Alan can get through all the way to 8 o'clock, being on the bump, he'll be well happy. He knows he can go quicker tomorrow. But of course, there is a number of very, very fast front-wheel drive cars on the outside.
The most notable is Europe's quickest and fastest.
Yep.
I'm not entirely sure he's going to make it down for this. They're probably swapping stuff as we speak.
I believe so.
So, John Everett playing to the fan base in the grandstand. I'm sure there's loads of racers up there checking it out and watching. Colin Miller, if you're up there, Jenna said he's avoiding you today. I don't know how successful he's been. He said he likes the peace and quiet. Although you might have found him already. So, Billy Everett, this 2 time trial runs actually. They don't qualify. They're just going to be racing tomorrow.
Well, France has been running at high 7s all day long. It is another one.
Check out the reaction as well. 006, 795. 940 for Bill. Okay, Jens Konecki. And Martin Schulz. So again, these are both in the big bracket, so they're not actually qualifying. And they won't have to qualify. They just have to show up for round 1.
That's it.
Look pretty.
That's it.
And get chosen, basically. That's it.
Could be in the sevens again for Jens. It is 788, 174. And a 1221, 121 for Martin. All right, Dan Williams and John Turner next pair. A little bit of a trail by the looks of it from Jens's car. Track crew on it. So the Greenfish Barracuda of John Turner, a finalist a couple of years ago now in the big bracket on the Sunday.
I just realised we only saw Kev Slyfield once today as well.
Yeah.
No, that's a bad thing. Obviously where they want to be. So yeah, John Turner. Nick down there on the start line helping out. At 9-1 earlier today, I think he don't know if he's entered in Supercomp next weekend. I know he's in Pro ET. Yeah, 902 at 147. Well done, John Turner.
Right, so Dan was underneath the tower in the Slicktrix lane, just moved over to the Kestrel lane with the Williams brothers racing Chevelle. Car's been on track now for 11 years. And it looks as good as new. 10-10 or something similar. 10-0 would be nice. Something in the 9s would be even better. But let's see. Good, strong launch. Wheels up again. 06 light. Are we going to get into the 9s or is it a 10-0? Oh, it's a 10-0. 10-07 at 127 miles an hour. Nicely done, Dan. Very consistent car. Still a good mix of vehicles in the pairing lanes at the moment. Just a little bit of attention to the Slicktrix lane at the moment. And actually, there's a lot of vehicles in the lanes, actually. What can we see down there? Oh, even the Governor's brought the Roaring Rat down for a run as well. Yep. So just a little bit of work from the tractor out there at the moment. The time now is 7:45. We've got 15 minutes of running left. Hopefully we can get through the cars in the lanes, but we are due to shut off at 8 o'clock. But what a beautiful evening here. I mean, it's been a fantastic day. Absolutely glorious day for our qualifying today and test passes, obviously, for the big bracket. So don't forget live music this evening. You've got the Stadium Rock Experience at the Entertainment Village on the live stage at 9:30. The Denatones in Fuelers Bar at 9 o'clock, also at 10:30. The live stage will close at 11 o'clock over in VW Breakout area. So make sure you do go and check all of that out. Fuelers Bar will close at 1 a.m. So plenty to keep you going here at VW Breakout, and of course the Doorslammers. So as you say, about 15 minutes of running left. Try and get as many through as we can. Just a reminder to everybody, we kick things off tomorrow morning with the big bracket test run. There's quite a few cars in the big bracket that haven't put runs in today. Either A, not here, or B, just chilling out, getting ready for tomorrow. And then following the big bracket test run, it will be front wheel drive, 4-cylinder, 6-cylinder, 760 heads up, True Street, Pro Street and Pro Door Slammer. So that will be scheduled qualifying. And then after they've run, it will be big bracket round 1. We'll follow that with front-wheel drive, but Oklahoma Willie, the jet bus, scheduled to run at midday. More qualifying, and then after the second qualifying session is complete, i.e. Pro Doorslammer, it will be the big bracket buybacks. So those that get eliminated in round one have a chance to pay their 50 quid to signing on to buy back in. You'll also have the Fire Force Jet Dragster running just before the lunch break on track at 1:30. 2 o'clock, the big bracket, second round. And that will include the winners of the buybacks, and they'll get mixed in with the round one winners. No more buybacks after that. You've got open qualifying for the rest of the day, mixed in with the big bracket, as they obviously will race to a final at 6 o'clock in the evening. And the track will close at 7:30 tomorrow evening, and then we head over to the announcement area for the first round heads-up draws, the chip draw, the excitement of the chip draw tomorrow evening. Again, all drivers to be present for that one. And I tell you what, it's really, really cool, that part of the proceedings, especially when you've got a big field of cars and driver introduction. It's going to be good fun, that. So look forward to our chip draw tomorrow night, 8 o'clock, up at the announcement area. And of course, a presentation of a cheque of £5,000 to the winner of Big Bracket on Saturday, sponsored by Williams Brothers Racing Speed Shop. And we look forward to seeing who comes out top of the pile on all of that. It is just another reminder, folks. You know where we're going this weekend with Doorslammers, but next weekend, if you haven't already booked the time off work, if you haven't already got your tickets, you like what you're seeing on the live stream, you fancy seeing a bit more of this next weekend, it is, of course, the main event. Test day Thursday, Sportsman qualifying Friday, Pro qualifying Saturday, mixed in with Sportsman. Sunday is second day of Pro qualifying. We get to the bump sessions at the end of the day, and also a little bit of racing from the Sportsman classes if we need to get the fields down to 16 for race day. Monday, Bank Holiday Monday, it's eliminations for all of our racers, be it Top Fuel, be it Fuel Funny Car, be it Pro Mod, be it Top Fuel Bike, Super Street Bike, the Super Twins, you name it, everything will be racing on Monday, and we'll give away the big trophies on Monday evening. So that's the main event next weekend here at the pod. Get your tickets online, you know where to get them, you know where been there before. Okay, it is the Roaring Rat 57 Chevy going alongside. That is the AMC Javelin of Robert Moylan. So these are both big bracket cars. Be running tomorrow. First run of the day for Keith, actually, in the Rat. Whoa, a 9.93 for KB. Absolutely storming run. 11.38 for Rob Moylan, but KB 9.93 with a 0, 135. The car hooked and launched superbly. And I think Keith will be very, very pleased with that timing slip when he gets his hands on it. Right, next up, Laurie Bamford and Tim Moore.
Wow, Laurie's got a weekend off, sort of.
Yeah.
And he's spending it here. Laurie's had this car for a long
huge amount of time. That car actually was a school project car. It was painted by a school.
Not his school project. When he was at school.
Left the paint. Oh, beautiful wheels up launch there for Laurie. Kept his foot in it. No wheelie bars. That's got to be a contender wheelie of the weekend. 984, 134. And respect for the wheel stand.
And the 001 light, even though it was red.
He did everything on that one, didn't he? Cracking run. Well done, Laurie.
Okay. One of our front-wheel drive cars that's not in at the moment, I think, Helder Pereira in the Slick Tricks lane.
You are correct. He's on the outside looking in.
Now then, who's that down there?
It's 42. I can read it from here, actually.
6-cylinder 42.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hopefully he's like really cheeky and just reverses it back and goes, can I go again?
Well, this is looking quick.
Oh!
8:48, 161.
Okay, well.
Yeah, he's going to do that.
Yeah, see, that's the sensible thing, especially at this time when you know you're not going to get another run. Just be cheeky. So Lewis Simpson heading off back to the pits, unfortunately. So it will be Helder once again. Well, he's got it off the start line. That's the main thing. What does he need to up? 110 at the mid-track and goes through the top end with a 10.53.
That'll do.
137. That gets him into the show.
Oh.
Typical.
Right, next up we have got Ronnie John with the Otimoto Racing Civic.
Is he putting a run yet?
He has.
I apologise if I've missed anything.
He's going to be taking on Michael Richards. As Chris kind of leans into the car. Hello.
Yes, this should be done up.
We know.
That should be there, sir.
And then it's at this point you wish you'd sat in pre-stage, just relaxing rather than full stage. That's not plugged in, sir.
Oh, is that why?
Oh, well, once again,
That one?
issues for Ronnie John.
No, different.
Oh. Okay.
Where's it going?
There's nowhere to plug it in, is there?
No.
Well, I know before this weekend, Ronnie was at Zerp's testing, and he did break one of his drive shafts, and he was on the lookout. He managed to get hold of a solution, but obviously not as good as the drive shaft shot one. I know Yazir Dar does have a set of shafts, so if it comes to it, we might still be able to get him. So.
Was he the guy that was putting out the call this week to say help?
He was either that or not coming to Doorslammers.
Okay, just a few more pairs to go before we hit our. It's not like a voluntary thing. We have a curfew. We have to stop racing at 8 o'clock, folks, due to local noise restrictions. However, we can start engines from 9 o'clock in the morning and run till 8 o'clock at night, 364 days a year, which is basically better than anywhere on the planet, really, I think, isn't it, these days? So, Chris Smith.
Well, no time or speed for Miles Yarnley, unfortunately, but let's see what Chris can do. 10.65, 141.
Almost a rolling start, over 2 seconds to 60 foot.
Yeah.
If you remember correctly as well, Chris is another one of our racers that loves the drive, and he's driven to Malta and back twice now with the race car, in the race car.
That's a long old trek.
It is.
Okay, another one who Was in Malta?
Yeah.
Last November. Harvey Bogle. Although he had someone take it there for him, I think.
Yes. He's going to be taking on Ludwig Furte with the now 8-second VW Vauxhall. Although he's staging a lot to the left.
As in almost pointing at the tree.
Yeah.
Yeah. Chris just making sure Harvey is strapped in good and proper. Sorry, Harvey is strapped in good and proper, even.
Well, unfortunately, he's being turned away.
Oh.
So, once again, 152.60, 126 to the 8th. And Ludwig goes 9.02, 156. One run ago, he'd have been well happy with that.
But now
He's an 8-second club member.
yeah, I don't think Harvey's got all his kit on properly. I think that's what it's all about.
I mean, where he's got his hands device, he's not got the hands device over. He's not got his harnesses over the hands device. So he's got his hands device on, but he's got his harnesses on underneath.
That's not the idea.
So the hands
It's
device
like
is technically doing nothing.
I had one of those in the early days, like 20 plus years ago, and it's like a yoke that you see on a cattle, and it just pushes your shoulders down.
Yeah.
And it's like it compresses your spine. I used to be 6 foot tall. It like compresses your spine.
Used to be 6 foot. Okay, right, Mr. Oi. Nick Shotton with the course. So he's got to go 11.
50 odd.
And he's on the he's on the outside of that at the moment.
Well, Alan Kenyon is the owner of the bump at the moment. We know that.
I think he got bumped though, didn't he? By
He did.
Oh, yeah.
Right. Well, at least that was wheel spin, not things breaking. Try now.
Yeah.
yeah, 1170 at 124. Slight improvement on his previous run, but he still needs to find more performance.
Okay, we're coming up to our hard deadline in about 60 seconds, funny enough.
Just blow hard and see if we can get Kazis.
Oh, come on.
First exit.
It's not that. All we want to get that little Peugeot 206 round. He's not yet made a pass.
He's going to be at the front of the lanes
He is.
right now.
Come on, call him round. So Harvey once again. Are they going to send him?
They are. Well, at 19:59, yep.
Yeah, come on.
We're stopping at 8. We're going to pass time, so I think we're going to do 2 more pairs.
Oh, Jacob Bailey at the head of the lanes as well. But I don't think he's going to get a run.
10:40 at 1:36 for Harvey.
Okay, been told it's 2 more pairs.
Yep.
And that's it. So Jacob will be.
I don't know. He won't be. Oh,
That's
is
what I
it-
mean. He will be the last one.
could
He will
be.
be. Sorry, he will be at the head of the lanes when they're shut.
Yeah. Unlucky. Right. So this little diesel Peugeot 206. He's another one of our well-travelled racers. This is his first time ever at Santa Pod Raceway. Has run down into the 10s before. We've seen him in Italy and clashes in France. He's been to Matilla in Spain. But this is going to be his first time on a fully prepared track.
Okay, last pair coming round, and Jacob ain't going to get it, unfortunately. We are done. Last pair coming round.
Even though he made it round, it is not very visible. His race number. Can you see it anywhere?
I can't, no.
No.
Which
Well, they
one?
do have. Yeah,
Oh,
exactly.
Front wheel drive 614.
Wow, that's a good launch. He's out in front of the Beetle. 114 at the 8th mile and goes through. Whoa, massive PB. 10:18 at 142.
Well done.
Do you know why I did that? Because I didn't manage to get the video working in time.
Okay, last pair. Adam Phillips and Laurie Anslow.
So Laurie's got a big ask to make the field from mid-11 second run. Making the most of open qualifying though. I think she's been in the 13s so far. That's a 14.15 at 105. Yeah, give her a push, Jason. Give her a shove off to start with. And a 15.30 in the other lane, I think.
That's it.
Does the day.
Yeah, well, thank you ever so much indeed for everybody for being with us. A brilliant day of Doorslammers, day one. I think everybody's going to be going back. Oh, look at Malakar still in the lanes. Oh, dear, oh, dear. But they knew, what was at stake there, actually? It was come down and hope that you get a shot at the racetrack. So they're all going to head back to the pits. But to be fair, every single car that I'm seeing go around the corner now has had at least one run today. So, yeah, they'll head back to the pits. So they're ready to run tomorrow, which is good news. Don't forget, you've got live entertainment this evening. You've got Fuelers Bar that doesn't close until 1 o'clock in the morning.
Oh!
So, yeah, you can certainly go and chill out over there as well. Obviously, our food courts are staying open until late. Some of our traders are still open as well. So you want to get your last-minute purchases in, go and do that now. So we're going to sign off from the tower. Thank you ever so much indeed. Don't forget, tomorrow morning, 9:30, we kick things off with the big bracket test run, and then it will be a qualifying session for all of our classes in class order, kicking things off with front-wheel drive. They get 2 dedicated qualifying sessions, and then in the afternoon it will be open qualifying. So have a great evening out there. Enjoy yourselves, and we will see you tomorrow morning bright and early for another awesome day at the Doorslammers 2025 edition. We'll see you tomorrow.